Jiang Fang looked up in confusion. Bloodthirsty assassin. What do you want? You've already won. Why haven't you finished the boss? Giang Khai gave a nonchalant shrug. I'm good at draining health bars. But who said I was interested in the final hit? If I take this kill, the Hoang family loses nothing but pride. But if they withhold those wages, 200,000 families will suffer. He dragged Jiang Fang toward the dying merfolk lord. You represent the guild, don't you? He shoved Jiang Fang forward. Then take the glory. Deliver the final blow. Jiang Fang stood there, utterly dazed. What are you doing? Jiang Khai stood tall on the peak, his voice urging him on. Hurry up. If you don't do it, that mob is going to tear me apart. Just consider this a favor for a friend. Taking a heavy, purposeful step toward the beast. Jiang Fang nodded. Understood. He let out a primal roar. Then, thank you. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he unleashed a devastating palm strike. The merfolk lord's eyes flew open in a final, agonizing scream. The system interface flickered to life. Boss HP 0%. The creature's final wail pierced the sky, vibrating through the very core of the frozen mountain. A global announcement chimed. Superhuman Jiang Fang of the Xuanwu Guild has slain the king-rank merfolk lord. The crowd froze. What it wasn't, the assassin. It was Lord Jiang Fang. He took down the boss. The merfolk lord's body shattered, dissolving into ash that scattered across the wind. Stripped of their leader, the merfolk army fled back into the depths in terror. They're retreating. The war is over. Cheers erupted. I can't believe our ace did it. Why didn't the assassin steal it? Who cares? We're getting paid. Huang Thong stood there, blinking in disbelief. What just happened? We actually won. Huang Dat's eyes widened as the truth dawned on him. Could it be? That kid Giang Khai gave up the kill on purpose. The image of Giang Khai standing heroically against the horizon burned into everyone's minds. The entire battlefield broke into thunderous applause. We won that bloodthirsty assassin. He's actually a saint. To give up such glory for us. What a noble soul. That's right. From now on, anyone who touches our benefactor answers to me. Nuanwen and Yuan Zhu watched him, their eyes filled with pure adoration. Dumb. Kai is so cool. His actions are truly noble and incredibly handsome. Lai Bu sighed, realizing that seeing him once was better than hearing 100 tales. Today, I truly acknowledge Giang Kai's greatness. He is undoubtedly the most magnificent hero of this entire battle. Honan grinned from ear to ear. Our bloodthirsty assassin is so kind-hearted and remarkably generous. Now you see how powerful my captain really is. Don't you? After all, look at who was smart enough to choose him. Suddenly, the Black Tortoise Guild turned their weapons around. Thinking back, the way the royals threatened us earlier was absolutely disgusting. Exactly, they forced us to sacrifice our lives, then blamed us for their own failure. Angry curses began to erupt from every direction. Get down here. You filthy capitalists, you think having money makes you special. Come fight us one-on-one. I'm leaving this guild right now. That's right. I'm out too. Huang Dat's face turned pale as he looked toward his father in shock. Father, this is a disaster. 200,000 members are quitting. And this massive backlash will utterly destroy our family's prestige. Hong Thong ground his teeth in a fit of pure rage. Damn it, I will never forget the name Giang Khai as long as I live. He turned and commanded. We are leaving for now. But next time, we will have a cruel revenge on Giang Khai. After the victory, Tuong Fong reached out. Greetings. I am Tuong Fong. I owe you a great debt. He continued curiously. But I must know. How did your attributes become so high? Giang Khai offered a friendly handshake. The name is Giang Khai. Nice to meet you. My current stats were exchanged from a one-time use skill. Tuong Fong was stunned. Really, I never imagined a single-use skill could be that powerful. Giang Khai replied bluntly. It is not actually that strong. Once the duration is over, that power is gone for good. Tuong Fong started to ask, then you are, but they were so distracted that they didn't notice the ice beneath them was beginning to shatter. I simply exploited the bloodthirsty assassin's penalty mechanic. Giang Khai explained. Suddenly, monstrous tentacles ensnared him and dragged him away with terrifying force. Tuong Fong let out a desperate cry. Giang Khai was bound tight, unable to move as he was pulled into the freezing darkness. Leaving only echoes of despair, Giang Khai Honan immediately sprinted toward the edge in a panic. Captain Kai, how is our captain? Tuong Fong collapsed to his knees in guilt, whispering, this was my mistake. I was far too careless. Is Giang Khai your captain? When Ho Nhan nodded, Tuong Fong trembled with self-reproach. I am so sorry. Forgive me. But I have terrible news. At this rate, it is likely Kai has triggered the boss's death vengeance ritual. Ho Nan's face drained of color. Death vengeance. He explained that it is a terrifying skill activated by certain bosses after death to drag others down. If the boss successfully enacts its revenge on an adventurer, he began to shake uncontrollably at the thought, the victim will face a nightmare beyond imagination. Being tortured to death is only the first step of that monster's eternal revenge. The most horrifying part is that even after returning to Earth, the victim will suffer from those agonizing memories and choose to end it. Tuang Fong shut his eyes as a crimson light flashed in his mind. He didn't need to say another word. The ending was agonizingly cruel. Honyan stared into the dark abyss, trembling. Will Captain Kai really end up like that? She choked back a sob. No, please. No. A cry of pure despair echoed from the peak. Deep below, Giang Khai groaned. It hurts. The pain is too much. Why does it feel like my entire body is being crushed? He slowly opened his eyes, shocked to find himself dangling upside down in midair. Below him, a merman's massive maw was wide open, staring greedily as it waited for him to fall right into its throat. Slithering tentacles began to bore into his flesh, even crawling into his ears. He writhed in agony. What are these things? They are digging into me. Suddenly, the system flared with a warning. Your one-time skill, 8 Iron Casino, and its temporary attributes are about to expire. Time remaining 20 seconds. Please prepare for the imminent removal of all temporary skills and attributes. The countdown began to echo. 20. 19. 18. I see now. He realized, this monster is trying to break me through pure torture. I am only surviving this because of my boosted attributes. If they vanish, I am dead. The countdown marched on relentlessly. 17. 16. 15. He knew that the moment his stats reset, death would be instant. The merman's phantom let out a ghoulish howl. Kill you? I will kill you. The system screen glowed, the boss's residual phantom of hatred. Giang Khai ground his teeth as the count continued. 14. 13. Suddenly, a flash of light sliced through the air, severing the tentacles, binding him. Giang Kai's body began to plummet. The cold voice of the system continued. 12. 11. Ontins 5. 9. He looked at his body in shock. Had he returned to normal now that he had escaped those shadows? The countdown grew more frantic. 7. 6. The merman screamed. Die, I want you dead. The clock was almost at 0. 5. 4. 3. Giang Khai gritted his teeth. My body is too weak to escape. I must bet everything on these stolen attributes while I still have them. He summoned his steel thorn and short thorn, pushing past his limits. He gathered every last drop of his remaining power into one final strike. Let's settle this, Giang Khai roared. Flames swirled into a violent vortex before exploding outward in a devastating blast of light. The massive fireball swells before erupting in a violent explosion. The shockwave levels everything, just as the countdown hits 2. 1. The merman's phantom dissolves into a faint mist. Giang Khai exhales in relief. Is it finally over? Suddenly, the AI brain flickers into existence. Congratulations. You survived the Merman Lord's vengeance and unlocked a secret treasure vault never seen by human eyes. The interface glows, welcoming him to the sunken kingdom. The world shifts. And suddenly, he stands before a massive underwater palace. Dark waters loom like a frigid veil. Then, the system voice rings out again. This is the Frost Merman Lord's hidden vault, the very heart of the boss's lair. Giang Kai's brow furrows. The AI issues a chilling warning: 10 minutes until this hall is completely destroyed. Grab everything and run before time runs out. He panics. Another countdown. Are you serious? What if I fail? He asks. The AI responds coldly. Failure means death and the loss of all your hard-earned loot. Only by escaping can he claim his prizes. With that, the AI brain shuts down. He stands stunned. It's already started. Taking a deep breath, Giang Khai steels himself for the dash. Whatever. He mutas. Just grab the loot and get out alive. Right. Determination blazes in his eyes. He has to risk it. He pushes the heavy doors, and a blinding light spills out. The doors swing wide to reveal a mountain of gold, yavels, and ancient relics. A notification pings. Found 3 mermaid secret elixirs. Consuming them grants 60 attribute points. Giang Khai downs them instantly. There's no time to hesitate. The system prompt flashes. Would you like to distribute your attribute points now? He dumps everything into agility. Moments later, he spots another hidden chest. You've discovered a rare boss chest. His eyes widen. This is incredible. The room is overflowing with A-rank treasures. He estimates he has 7 minutes left. If he moves fast, he can grab it all. But the system warns kingdom chests vanish in 90 seconds. Separate timers for the chests, he yells in frustration. You've got to be kidding me. The clock starts 90. 89. 88. Giang Khai moves like a blur, snatching everything in sight. Faster. 90 seconds later, he collapses onto the gold, gasping for air as if his lungs might burst. System alert. Found Tears of Repentance. 10 drops will cleanse the bloodthirsty killer status. Before the AI can finish, he bolts upright. Tears of Repentance. All that effort was worth it. Use them all, he cheers. practically dancing around the vault in pure joy. Massive loot and a cleared status. This is the ultimate jackpot. Suddenly, something catches his eye deep within a wall niche. The system interface pulses with light. Found special class change formula. Use this to unlock a unique level 20 hidden class. To grow stronger past level 20. An adventurer must undergo a class transition. He's speechless. Could this really be the key to his special level 20 evolution? Meanwhile, atop the mountain, 2 days have passed since the grueling battle ended. Beside a memorial for Giang Khai, heavy sobs echo in the wind. Captain hasn't returned. Is he really gone? Ho Nyan and Wen Nu weep, haunted by Tuang Feng's words that the captain couldn't escape self-destruction. The heavens are cruel to geniuses. They mourn. What a tragic way for our captain to go. Suddenly, a hand claws its way up the cliffside. Wen Nu is too busy crying to notice. But Ho Nyan grabs a rock, eyes narrowing. In Guennengu. Look out. A stray merman is trying to crawl up. Kill it, Wen Nu screams. And they both start hurling stones down at the monster. No merman will desecrate the captain's funeral, they vow, guarding the grave with fierce loyalty. A rock thumps against a head, followed by a roar of pain from below. You crazy idiots, Giang Khai screams. I nearly died climbing out of that hole, recognizing the voice. The two freeze in shock for a moment. Wait. That voice sounds familiar. Yet, in their panic, they keep screaming and throwing rocks. You ugly fish, they yell, as laughter and chaos echo across the mountainside. Giang Khai chased after them. His laughter, a mix of relief and exhaustion. It had only been a day since they last met. Yet it felt like an eternity. Ho Nyan and Wen Nu scurried away like playful birds. Their laughter echoed through the freezing wind, warming the icy atmosphere of that desolate corner of the sky. From a distance, they looked like a group of friends playing. But in reality, Giang Khai's face was dark with a murderous intent as he hunted them down. You rebels, he shouted. You actually wanted your captain dead. Didn't you? Do you have any idea how much I struggled to climb back up here? And you actually dared to hit me. Moments later, pathetic cries of despair echoed across the frozen mountain. Wah, we didn't mean it. Meanwhile, back on Earth at the Jiangzong city base, 18 portal. A voice broke the silence. Well? Have you located Giang Khai's offline position yet? Hack then replied grimly. Not yet. However, we found the secret behind his massive stat surge. He used a rare one-time skill that can never be activated again. V-Ung nodded slowly. That makes sense. If a level 20 kid could easily gain tens of thousands of stats, we Transcendents might as well just retire. Lo Tuan interjected. Usually, anyone who encounters a vengeful boss is killed instantly and forced offline. Could Giang Khai still be undergoing torture? Hack then frowned. Being tortured for this long, I think the kid is a goner. V-Ung waved his hand dismissively. No. Stop using common sense when it comes to Giang Khai. His voice turned grave. You're missing a possibility. He didn't just survive the boss's revenge, he likely found the boss's secret treasure. Hack then immediately shot the idea down. No. That's absolutely impossible. In the 50 years since the Ghost Star appeared, only a handful of people have survived a boss's wrath to claim its hidden treasure, and those survivors were all top-tier Transcendents. Lo Tuan agreed. Exactly. Giang Khai has only been in the Ghost Star for a month. There's no way he survived the boss's vengeance. Only V-Ung felt differently, leaning back in his chair with a smirk. Is that so? My gut tells me he's the exception. Just then, the door burst open. Lam Lam rushed in. Breathless. Commander, that person. He's listing massive goods on the exchange floor. The three men turned in shock. Lo Tuan and Hack Than demanded. Who does he have a permit for a private shop? Lam shouted. Giang Khai, it's him, he's alive. And he just opened a private sales space on the Ghost Star network. The total value of the goods he's selling is over 400 million Saint Radiance coins. Lo Tuan and Hack then turned pale. What minutes later? The group was staring in disbelief at Kai's shop. They were completely stunned. Look at this. The records show he just sold 1.8 kilograms of green ghost ore in seconds. That's worth 18 million coins. They stood frozen. And an elite black-white iron crystal. Sold for 63 million. There's also hardened iron stone, profound iron crystal, dark profound iron, black liquor fortification stones, and royal pearwood ore. The total value is well over 100 million. Lo Tuan and Hack then stiffened. Did this guy really just make 400 million? Selling this many top-tier items at once can only mean one thing. V-Ung laughed heartily. I told you he found the boss's secret treasure. This kid never fails to surprise me. Lam, still panting, added. But Commander, the royal family has suddenly reached out. They want to speak with you immediately. V-Ung frowned. The royals. Huh. Hours later at the Saint Radiance Exchange. Giang Khai scythe. Too much loot. I had to open a private shop just to sell it all. He grimaced at the screen. The transaction fees are insane. I feel like I'm being robbed. Beside him, Honyan patted his shoulder. It's not a loss. Who else has enough loot to even need a shop like this? When Nu teased, suffering from success. Are we? Giang Khai suddenly remembered. That's right. I saved some of the best stuff for you two. Let's split the boss loot. Their eyes sparkled instantly. Are you serious? Captain Giang Khai summoned a treasure. Honan. This mysterious ice jade is for you. System description, mysterious ice jade. B rank equipment. Allows the user to cast skills with powerful freezing effects. Frost attributes reduce enemy agility. Sustained exposure can lead to devastating freeze damage. Giang Khai smiled. This jade has a frost effect. Combine it with your rain dance, and you can create a literal blizzard. He tossed out another treasure. Win ne. This shield is yours. Frost Tower Shield. A rank equipment. Defense 38. Strength plus 19. Constitution plus 16. Agility minus 4. Special effects striking. Enemies with this ice shield can freeze them in place for 1 to 2 seconds. However, the freeze chance decreases if your opponent's level is significantly higher than yours. Giang Khai boasted proudly. This shield can temporarily freeze any opponent it touches, giving you absolute control over the entire battlefield. Then, he pulled out an ancient tome and excitedly presented it to them. Besides gear, I have these eternal pages for permanent skill upgrades. There are 2 primary methods to elevate your professional skill levels. One involves using a specialized skill book that corresponds exactly to that ability. These rare skill books are typically only obtained through monster treasure chests or by completing high-difficulty special missions. The other option is this universal upgrade item I looted from the Merman Lord's hidden treasure chest. This artifact can improve any skill level. It's called the Eternal Page. Giang Khai emphasized with great pride. The Eternal Page is an essential treasure. It is highly coveted but rarely found on any trading floors or markets. They sell out instantly, once listed. A single page can command a price as high as 500,000 Saint Radiant coins. Depending on a skill's power, the number of Eternal Pages required varies. High-level combat skills naturally demand a much larger amount to reach their full potential. You two should take these Eternal Pages and keep them for yourselves. For now, he generously handed them to Honan and Wennu before waving brightly. Now, go on and enjoy yourselves. My dear friends, in that magnificent moment, to the eyes of Honan and Wennu, Giang Khai shone with the radiance of a god. They both lunged forward. Overcome with raw emotion, Captain Kai Honan wailed. Your overwhelming kindness is a debt we can never repay. We will offer prayers every single day for your eternal blessings, Wennu added, her voice trembling with gratitude. Even when your time comes, your soul will surely ascend to the highest honors of heaven. Let go. You two, this is embarrassing in the middle of the street, Kai shouted. Suddenly, a cold sneer cut through the air. Kai, do you even know shame? Hoang Dat swaggered toward them, his voice dripping with absolute arrogance and condescension. Low-class trash making a public scene. No wonder you're all just mediocre losers. Kai looked up coldly. Huang Dat, is that you? Even Honan gasped in shock. Huang Dat tilted his chin up, speaking in a haughty, superior tone. Giang Khai, don't get too cocky. Don't think for a second that having the military's backing allows you to defy the imperial family repeatedly. I came here specifically to tell you this. He glared down at Giang Khai with eyes full of pure contempt. In the upcoming guild challenge, I will slaughter you without mercy. I'll prove to the military that you're just worthless trash, not worth protecting. With those parting words, he brushed past them, the cold sound of his boots echoing sharply against the ground. Once the military stops shielding you, prepare to die by my hand. Kai frowned, watching the man's retreating figure. The guild challenge. What on earth is that? What the hell is that guy even talking about? Honyan whispered. Captain, you don't know. The guild challenge is a grand competition organized by the military to filter out the strongest guilds. Level 21 is the minimum requirement for entry. The competition is then divided into tiers for every 20 levels, from the lowest tier up to level 100. There are 4 distinct levels of competition in total. Each guild must send a 5-man team to duel others in their tier, eventually selecting the top 3 strongest teams from each level, because the military provides massive rewards to the top 3. Every powerhouse guild participates, making the arena a gathering of legendary masters. Giang Khai asked, confused, but I haven't even signed up for any challenge. So why is Huang Dat acting like this? He simply waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. We hit the jackpot today. So I'm going offline for a while to visit my family back home. Honyan and Wennu nodded in unison. Back on Earth? In Jiangzhong City. A gentle, familiar voice called out, Kai, why did you buy so many expensive supplements? This must have cost an absolute fortune. Kai smiled warmly. Brother, didn't you just have surgery? I was worried your nutrition wouldn't keep up. His brother hesitated. But this, This is far too much for me. His face turned pale as he stared at the mountain of supplies being delivered. Khai bit his lip nervously. Is it really that much? His brother chuckled weakly. It looks like a grain warehouse in here. He let out a long, heavy sigh. You put me in the most expensive hospital. Khai, why keep spending? I'll be discharged soon to find work and ease your financial burden. Giang Khai stood close to him, his voice dropping to a serious tone. There is no need for that. Brother, I still remember your old dream. You wanted to become a transcendent and fight the beast gods for the sake of humanity. Right. After you leave this hospital, I want you to become a true adventurer. His brother froze in total shock. Me, how can I be an adventurer in this state? Besides, travel to Ghost Star is too expensive. You should just go alone. Khai tapped the system, and the screen flickered open, displaying a balance of 419,623 coins. Giang Khai smirked with total confidence. Brother, like I told you, you don't need to worry about money anymore. You'll never have to work another day. His big brother gasped in shock. Khai, where on earth did you get all this money? This is hundreds of millions of credits. Giang Khai spread his arms wide. Brother, I earned every single cent of this through honest, hard-won battles. You've spent years suffering for me and on too. Now that I have the power, you can finally live the life you've always dreamed of. Memories flooded back. He still remembered how his brother, Immortal, had rescued him and Antu from the terrifying beast god battlefield. So, what if his brother were to become a transcendent from this moment forward? Looking directly into his brother's eyes with unwavering resolve, he said, I believe we can save even more people together. His brother remained silent for a long time, before asking softly, can someone like me truly become a transcendent? Looking at his own worn-out body, Giang Khai broke an apple in half and handed him a piece. Brother, you definitely can. Leaving the hospital, Giang Khai breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, his eldest brother could reclaim his lost dreams and find his own path. He planned to celebrate after picking up Antu from school. Suddenly, the screech of tires tore through the air. Startled, Giang Khai turned to see Lu Jun shouting, Giang Khai, get over here and come with us immediately. He walked to the car door and asked, Brother Lu Jun, are you looking for me? I'm busy right now. I have to pick up my little sister from school. Lu Jun and Black God replied in low, heavy tones. Giang Khai, we're here because of your sister. Antu has been in a car accident. The crash site was a scene of utter devastation. With thick plumes of smoke billowing across the road, Giang Khai screamed in panic. Antu. He sprinted across the street, desperately calling her name. Suddenly, a clear, sweet voice called out. Giang Khai froze. Antu was standing on the sidewalk, waving happily at him. Brother, I'm over here. He rushed forward and pulled her into a tight embrace. Antu, are you okay? What happened? She reassured him. I'm fine. My school bus just had an accident. Giang Khai frowned. An accident. Antu pointed to a figure standing just behind her. But luckily, this man saved me. He even said he knew you. Tuong Fong raised a hand in greeting. Giang Khai stood frozen in shock. It was Tuong Fong, the royal transcendent. What was he doing here? Lu Jun stepped forward with a grim expression. Giang Khai, let me be clear about one thing. This crash involving your sister was no accident. Black God added. It was a targeted hit orchestrated by the royal family's secret agents. The two men looked at him with grave intensity. Giang Khai, you've humiliated the royal family too many times. Their hatred for you has reached a boiling point. They've used their influence from the eternal East Island boss victory to force the military to withdraw your protection. They explained that the prestige of the boss kill was too great. Commander Wei had to yield under pressure. But he left one window of opportunity. During the intense negotiations, Commander Wei proposed the upcoming guild competition. If the royals can defeat you there and prove your new class is weak, the military will step aside. Wei Ying hoped Giang Khai would submit this time. If not, he would have no justification to keep protecting him directly. Both sides finally reached a reluctant compromise. This is the absolute limit of what we can do for you. Today was the royal family's way of forcing your hand. If you dare to skip the competition, your family will pay the price. Every word felt like it was draining the life from Giang Kai's body. Lu Jun grit his teeth. I'm sorry, Giang Khai. The royals are too powerful. And the victory at the island swayed the high command. As long as they don't move against you directly, like this threat today, our military forces have no choice but to look the other way. Black God spoke flatly. So, you have two paths before you. First, accept the royal family's wager. Second, join the military immediately to receive formal, official protection. Antu asked with wide eyes. Can the military really keep us safe? Lu Jun nodded. Right now, your new class still holds immense value. Giang Khai, if you join, the commander will have more authority to shield your family. It could solve many of your problems. Khai Mudal, Join the military first. A bloody vision flashed through his mind, Antu and his brother slaughtered, while he knelt in the dirt, screaming until his voice broke. Brother. Antu. A cold, heavy heel crushed his head into the ground. As a heartless voice rang out, Giang Khai. Did you think joining the military would make you safe? You're just a worthless pawn. A total failure. Giang Khai clenched his fists, a storm of conflicting thoughts raging within his mind. No. If I join the military and rely solely on their protection, if my class doesn't develop perfectly, they'll discard me like trash, and the royal family will crush my family even harder. He considered his options carefully. The royals possess infinite wealth, resources, and power. Right now, I simply can't compare to them, but he possessed a secret double talent. The system stated all rewards trigger a double effect, with a 1% chance for a 10 times super double. His betting talent was double. This meant his actual attributes were nearly twice as high as others at his level. In battles against same-level foes, his total attribute points and critical damage gave him the ultimate advantage, even against higher-ranking opponents. He could potentially strike them down if he used the right strategy. Furthermore, since his class was entirely new, the royal family had no idea of his true power. Weren't these his unique advantages? Fine. Instead of hiding and waiting for death, he would risk it all in one desperate gamble. Realization struck Giang Khai. He devised a plan to use the military as his official witnesses. He would force the royals to accept the bet and broadcast it to the world. Everyone in St. Radiance would know. If he defeated them, the military would surely protect his rare new class even more. With the entire public watching his every move, the royals would have to fear public and military pressure before striking, thinking he had succeeded. Lo Tuan patted his shoulder. All right. If you have no more objections, I will prepare your documents to join the army. Suddenly, Giang Khai called out, Big brother Lo Tuan. He looked up. A challenge match requires a team of 5, but I only have 3 members right now. Can I borrow Pillar and Known from the army? Lo Tuan froze. Giang Khai, what are you saying? Giang Khai stood firm. I've decided I will fight. Lo Tuan panitsket. Giang Khai, do not be so reckless. You will be facing the entire mighty royal family. But Giang Khai only smiled. Brother Lo Tuan, stay calm. I am perfectly clear-headed. I appreciate the help. But every man must eventually walk his own path. He opened his hand. The path I choose is to seize my own destiny. Then, his fist clenched tight. Determination blazed in his eyes. I will defeat the royal family in the guild challenge match. Lord Tuan kept trying to persuade him. Giang Khai, you are being too impulsive. I think you should. Just then, a sudden burst of applause shattered the heavy, tense atmosphere of the room. Well said. Kid, you've got guts. I'm starting to like you. Lord Tuan turned around, looking completely flustered. Haktan. The man stepped forward. Do that. And even the royals won't scare me. I'll help you borrow them. Haktan. Give you my word. Dung Fong chimed in, pointing proudly to himself. Giang Khai, I admire your bravery. Besides, I still owe you a huge favor. From now on, I will shield you against the royals. If they dare touch your family, just tell me. Antu stood by, her heart racing with excitement. Brother, I am behind you all the way. Lo Tuan held his head in despair. Are you all children? Why follow him into such madness? Haktan and Tung Fong shared a look, because that is who we are. What about you? Lord Tuan sighed. Fine. I cannot stop you all. Besides, the commander told me to help Giang Khai however I can. So, I will take charge of ensuring your family's safety from now on. Just focus on the challenge. Giang Khai. He instantly felt a surge of hope. Really? He cupped his fist respectfully. Lo Tuan, Tung Fong, Haktan, and the commander as well. I sincerely thank you all for your care today. If you ever need me, I will give my all. A moment later, Antu spoke softly. Brother, are we really seeing a house tonight? Giang Khai held her hand. The royals have shown their faces. You cannot stay in that dangerous slum anymore. They stopped before a lavish mansion. Antu hesitated. Brother, did we go to the wrong place? This villa costs hundreds of millions. We could never afford to pay for this. Giang Khai calmly swiped his card. How could I be wrong? The gates opened. This is our new home. A magnificent, quiet estate appeared. Antu's eyes widened. This is really our new home. She ran around in pure excitement. Brother, look, this swimming pool is so beautiful. Her voice echoed everywhere. The living room is huge. It's almost bigger than our entire old house. Is this a dining hall? How many dishes could we even fit on a table this long? Look, brother, since Big Brother is weak, he can train right here from now on. She suddenly went silent. Antu's voice trembled as she gasped. Brother? Is this really? Is this my room? She screamed with pure joy. Giang Khai gave a gentle smile. Of course it is. Tell me. Antu, do you like your new home? Her eyes grew misty, and her voice choked up with emotion. I love it. I love it so much. Brother, is this a dream? This place is breathtaking. Is it truly our new home? Giang Khai reached out and affectionately patted her head. It's real. Antu, this is our home now. But remember, everything happening right now is just the beginning. I'm here for you now. You and Big Brother never have to worry again. Life for the three of us is only going to get better. She gave a radiant, obedient smile. Yes. Brother, the next day, a worried voice asked, No one. Were we abandoned because we failed to perform? Vien Tru burst into tears. Captain Lai Bu said a new leader would take over. But why so suddenly known? Known choked back her own tears. I'm afraid you're right. She sighed. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Trutu. Known. I've come for you both. Why do you two look so gloomy? Vien Tru and Known shouted in shock. Kai, you're our new captain. Giang Khai stepped forward, radiating confidence. That's right. It's me. Vien Tru emotionally clapped him on the shoulder. Hi. What's going on, Known? Known chimed in. Are you really officially joining the army now? Giang Khai shook his head calmly. No. I'm not joining the military. I've simply borrowed you both to compete in a guild challenge for 1 month. He gave them a brief explanation. The royals are using their achievements on Frost Island to put immense pressure on the military. They're targeting me and even threatened Antu's safety. To help me, Commander Wei Chi-Hue made a massive bet against the royals. If I win, this all ends. This time, we must win and silence those royals forever. He declared, his eyes burning with resolve. Trutu. No one. Are you willing to stand by my side and help me? Of course we will, they shouted. Those royal scumbags actually dared to target little Antu. I've watched her grow up, this is unforgivable. But then, Vien Tru's expression shifted, his face twisting with hesitation. But Kai, do you really want us as your partners? Giang Khai was caught off guard. Why wouldn't I? Vien Tru broke into a cold sweat. The military's evaluation system is incredibly brutal. New recruits are ranked from E to SSS based on their raw combat performance. They reevaluate us constantly. If you're stuck at rank E for 6 months, you're purged from the army. Known is a C rank. But I was so terrified on stage that I got stuck with the lowest grade rank E. They whispered dejectedly. Kai, we're afraid of holding you back. We're just not strong enough. Don't worry. Giang Khai said firmly. We're a team for the next month. I'll make sure you both reach at least rank A. They were still full of doubt. Kai, are you sure? We only recently left the beginner zone. A captain should be at least level 15. Kai, have you even reached level 15 yet? Suddenly, a bold voice rang out. Level 15, that's nothing compared to him. Ho Nyan spoke up proudly. Captain Kai reached level 20 long ago. He's already preparing for his class advancement. Wen Nu nodded in agreement. It's true. Giang Khai turned to his friends. Let me introduce our new comrades. He pointed to the girl. This is Ho Nyan. Her class is Fate Master. She waved with a bright smile. Hello, I've heard so much about you two from Captain Kai. Then, he gestured to the other. And this is Wen Nu, a death ghost. He placed a hand over his heart in a polite greeting. Known and Vien Tru responded cheerfully. It's a pleasure to meet you both. As they exchanged friendly looks, realization hit the duo. Wait. We're only level 9. But Kai is already level 20. Giang Khai waved it off dismissively. It's no big deal. Really. My goal is to get you both to level 20 before the challenge starts. We need to be ready to crush those royal lapdogs. Level 20, if you can really do that. Kai, you're basically a god of power leveling. Ho Nyan playfully threw an arm around her shoulder and gave a knowing wink. I have full faith in our captain. Since we're officially a squad now, should we give ourselves a name? Giang Khai nodded. Known is right. Does anyone have any good suggestions for a team name? Nguyen and Ju stepped forward. How about the Fire God Squad? It symbolizes the explosive power we'll unleash together. Give it your all. Everyone, together Giang Khai cheered. Rest up today and regain your strength. Early the day after tomorrow, our Fire God Squad will march into monster territory. Beneath the lush green canopy, the morale of the 5-man team instantly soared. Understood, they shouted in unison. As the long day ended, they waved goodbye. See you later. Hi, we're heading out first. Giang Khai watched their retreating backs, his heart filled with the conviction that they would surely succeed. The next day, the Fire God Squad ventured deep into the beginner's trial zone. Giang Khai placed a steadying hand on Vien Tru's shoulder. In a few hours, we'll reach our final stop, Holy Radiance City. Once we descend to the Ghost Star again, the real challenge begins. Are you nervous? Giang Khai asked. Vian Tru fell silent before finally replying. It's not exactly nervousness. I'm just worried that I might never be able to awaken my warrior's heart class talent. Giang Khai was puzzled. Why? You've been incredible these past 2 days. Always shielding me and known in battle. Vian Tru clenched his fist tight. Even though I fight with everything I have to protect everyone, there's still a deep-seated fear lurking within me. I only suppress it because I don't want to see any of you get hurt. He opened his palms and continued. But to truly ignite the warrior's heart, I must be completely fearless and believe I am an invincible warrior. He gripped his hands shut again. I can't do it. Giang Khai pondered this. Based on his knowledge, Vian Tru's warrior's heart talent provided a massive bonus to all attributes during class advancements or level ups. Player Vian Tru. Class Martial Apprentice. Level 1. Strength 8. Constitution 8. Furthermore, the warrior's heart grants devastating effects like knockback, armor penetration, shock, and sword chi slash during combat. It was undeniably a top-tier talent. However, he analyzed that these bonus effects fluctuated based on the user's courage and confidence. Since Vian Tru's confidence was currently low, he could only trigger a basic knockback effect when his feet were firmly planted. His primary goal for the next level up was to help Vian Tru find his courage and fully awaken that dormant talent. At the same time, Giang Khai knew he had to seize every chance to bolster his own power. He had already given Honyan and Wennu 55 Eternal Sheets. The remaining 50 could be used to upgrade his Ghost Hand Card Throw and Focused Ghost Eye. He softly summoned his AI brain. Upgrade my 2 skills Ghost Hand Card Throw and Focused Ghost Eye. Understood. She replied. The AI brain announced that level 2 Ghost Hand Card Throw had reached its peak. Now, thrown items carry a 30% armor penetration effect. When using card-type items, the penetration effect surges by 250%, though stamina and mental consumption increase by 110%. Fantastic, Giang Khai exclaimed. With this upgrade, the armor penetration for thrown items had increased by an additional 10%. When specifically using cards, his armor shredding capability had leaped by 50%. Although the cost had risen by 10%, it was well within acceptable limits. The AI brain continued. A gambler is often consumed by the game. Through relentless practice, his hands become preternaturally swift. Congratulations. You have unlocked a substate for Ghost Hand Card Throw. Gambler's Time. Giang Khai's brows furrowed as the digital interface flickered to life, displaying the details of this new state. Once Gambler's Time is activated, hand speed increases by 100% for 10 seconds. External delay effects cannot be applied during this duration. In this state, stamina and mental consumption skyrocket by 220%. Cooldown 60 minutes. Giang Khai let out a thrilled laugh. A 100% increase in hand speed. That was essentially doubling his attack speed. The AI brain continued, informing him that level 2 Focused Ghost Eye had also reached its peak. Visual range and tracking capabilities were boosted by 60%, while mental energy consumption increased by 120%. Giang Khai reviewed the stats. Focused Ghost Eye had indeed leveled up. His vision and tracking were sharper than ever. Despite the higher mental cost, hey, AI brain, he asked, does Focused Ghost Eye have an unlocked substate as well? She replied, in the world of gambling, a true master needs more than quick hands. They must also deceive their opponent, masking their intent through their gaze. The holographic display updated. Cheating state disrupts the opponent's judgment through eye contact. The effectiveness is determined by the difference in mental power between both parties. If the opponent's mental power vastly outweighs the gambler's, the convergence effect drops to 0. But it will never result in a negative value. Duration, 10 seconds. Mental consumption, 240%. Cooldown 60 minutes. She explained, no matter how high the enemy's mental power is, you can still influence them. The higher their power, the smaller the effect, perhaps even negligible. However, no matter the gap, there is 0 risk of a backlash. Giang Khai nodded, satisfied. Even if the effectiveness of this deception state diminishes against high-level foes, it's still an incredible asset. I can't wait to test these 2 newly awakened abilities in a real fight. 2 days later, the Fire God Squad reached a massive river surging through a vast emerald forest. The team signaled their arrival. This was the boundary between Kings Valley and Taiping Mountain Road, the deadly territory of the ironclad Hai Long, perched on a jagged peak. The 5 members looked down at the breathtaking, sprawling landscape below. Vian Tru asked nervously, Kai, is this place crawling with them? Aren't ironclad Hai Long's level 25 monsters? Honyan added, not just a few, there are swarms. They're pack hunters. And at least 100 dwell within this territory. She narrowed her eyes at Vian Tru. And if I recall correctly, There's even a general rank monster over level 50 here. He gasped in shock. A general rank, filled with dread. Vientru noted that general rank monsters were incredibly rare and dangerous encounters. Normally, you'd find 1 or 2 elites among 20 monsters. But a general rank only appears once in 100. Their squad was barely level 20. Would they really have to face a general rank monster head-on? Noan looked timid. Khai, back at Eternal East Island. You defeated the Merman Lord all by yourself. I trust your strength completely. But this time, you're leading all of us. A general rank commands elites at level 35 and regulars at level 25. Isn't this too risky for the group? Giang Khai calmly explained that beyond just gaining experience to level up, the true goal was forging their team's synergy. If battles were too easy, the group would never truly grow. Only by facing true peril could they awaken their hidden potential. Progress is born through the fire of real combat. He added seriously that class advancement materials were usually found in areas guarded by general rank monsters. The white and purple treasure chests dropped by a general rank Hai Long. I have a chance to contain level 20 advancement materials for a holy doctor or a dream ghost drunkard. Black chests can even drop level 20 advancement materials for the martial artist class. General's blood, the group shouted in unison. Level 20 advancement materials. Honyan grinned mischievously. Captain Khai, you look so confident. Do you have a secret move? He turned away mysteriously. A secret move. You could say that. The Fire God Squad's spirit soared. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move. Fueled by excitement, the team plunged deep into the dense, dark forest. Giang Khai whispered a warning. These tracks belong to the ironclad Hai Long. Stay sharp. Everyone. They all nodded. Vientru leaned toward Nguyen Nu and whispered, Brother Nguyen, I heard you weren't even afraid of an elite rank banshee. How did you conquer the fear in your heart? Nguyen Nu blinked. Fear. I didn't feel any fear back then. Vientru's eyes widened. How is that possible? Teach me. Nguyen Nu tossed him 2 small bottles. It just so happens that the liquor we drunkards brew has certain effects. This is a level 2 brew I made after Trang Vin Hang boosted my skills. It should help you. He added generously. But you're a martial artist, our squad's main support. Try not to drink while fighting. Vientru nodded vigorously. Understood, thank you so much. Brother Nguyen. Suddenly, Giang Khai sensed a disturbance. He shouted, Under that rock, something's there. Scatter. Everyone jumped back in alarm. A thunderous roar shook the forest, making the leaves tremble violently. A dark shadow lunged from beneath the boulders, jaws wide to tear them apart. System, ironclad Hai Long. Level 25. Giang Khai landed gracefully. In that split second, he looked up as the ferocious Hai Long charged straight for him. Kai Captain. Look out, the team screamed. Giang Khai stood his ground, sharp claws extending from his hands as he prepared for impact. A thought flashed through his mind. Vientru was too timid to face enemies. Stalling his talent, awakening. This was the perfect chance. He glanced at Vientru. This was just a regular Hai Long. Vientru was level 9, he'd struggle. But he wouldn't die. And Kai could use his void form to phase through any attack. He decided to stand still, intentionally baiting the Hai Long's deadly strike. It's a gamble. But I must show him he isn't weak. The others panicked. Captain. Move, do something. Kai, look out. Suddenly, a figure blurred past. Vientru leaped forward, slamming both hands down. Kai. I've got you. A massive shockwave erupted, earth-shattering stomp. The Hai Long was crushed into the dirt as everyone watched in awe. Giang Khai grinned with pride. Great job. Zuzi. He stared at the battered Hai Long. But the beast suddenly surged back to life. Zuzi screamed, trembling in terror. What? It's lunging already. Someone help me. Suddenly, a whip of fire lashed out, forcing a pained, thunderous roar from the creature. Giang Khai wiped his hands. Zuzi. I only pierced its soft underbelly. I missed the vitals. So finish it off now. The Hai Long glared at Zuzi, making him shake violently. But his hands instinctively summoned his blade, eyes clamped shut. Zuzi stabbed down with all his might. His teammates' voices pulled him back. Zuzi. Open your eyes. It's over. System level 25, armored, Hai Long slain. Zuzi stared at the fallen beast in a daze. Is it really dead? He cursed loudly, his heart still racing from the terrifying jump scare. He nudged Giang Khai boastfully. Khai? Why'd you freeze? If I was a second slower, you'd be monster food. Giang Khai played along. I don't know. My mind just went totally blank for a moment. Besides, you promised to protect me. You wouldn't just watch me get eaten. Right, Zuzi stiffened. Look, Khai, I'm a coward too. Okay, what if? Suddenly, Noan and the others caught up. Zuzi, you were amazing. You never acted this brave back in Captain Li Bu's squad. Hu Yan praised him. I didn't realize your earth-shattering stomp was so devastating. Zuzi blushed. It was nothing, just top-tier talent. Nguyen Nu agreed. A true warrior indeed. Giang Khai urged them on. Move out. We're heading for the general class lizard. Zuzi. Loot the body. He replied energetically as they ventured deeper into the jagged, cliff-ridden mountain range. Monsters lurked everywhere. The system pinged elite armored Hai Long. Level 35. From the peak, the Fire God squad spotted 3 elite Hai Longs prowling the distant stone forest. Giang Khai warned. They're likely guarding the general class armored Tich Long. This forest offers too much cover. Those 3 elites might just be the vanguard. Expect an ambush. Everyone. Stay on high alert. We can't afford mistakes. He recalled the one-time skill used on Yongdong Island. This time, they needed a perfect plan. Giang Khai commanded. Hu Yan. Call down the rain. We need to mask our scent immediately. Can you maintain it for 10 minutes to bypass the Hai Longs? She nodded firmly. My rain dance is leveled up, and my training on the island has made me stronger. 10 minutes is easy. Hu Yan prepared the ritual, while Noen readied her lethal toxins. When Nu took point to guard the girls, Giang Khai turned to Zhu Zi with new orders. Once the rain starts, follow me in. Forget attacking. Just focus on crowd control. Use your stomp to delay them. Leave the killing to me. Zhu Zi nodded. Got it. Lightning tore through the sky as heavy rain began to hammer against the jagged terrain. The Hai Longs looked up in confusion. Go Giang Khai roared. Suddenly, hundreds of red eyes snapped open. Giang Khai shouted through the storm. As I thought, an ambush, Zhu Zi. Cover me while I strike. Disgusting beasts. Zhu Zi spun and slammed the earth, the shockwave launching the monsters into the air. As Giang Khai cleared a path, he calculated his odds. 100% speed boost. Time to test it. Flames erupted from his body as the earth shook. Fire sparks pierced through the charging pack. With a flick of his wrist, the sparks exploded like mini-bombs, shredding the Hai Longs mid-air. The sky cleared. System Elite Armored Hai Long. Level 37. Defeated. Hu Yan and Wen Nu watched in awe as daggers flew like a storm of lethal darts. Seeing Zhu Zi and the captain coordinate like this, their combined power was terrifying. Nuan cheered. We're really on a different level compared to the other rookies. Their armor is incredibly thick. Without exposing their bellies, these beasts are almost impossible to kill. Even Captain Li would struggle to take them down with a single strike like that. Zhu Zi pulled his blade from the corpse. System level 35, elite armored, Hai Long slain. He shouted with pure joy. I leveled up explorer. Yuan Zhu. Class martial artist. Levet and Kai. I finally hit level 10. Giang Khai turned around with calm composure. Zhu. I knew you could do it. Loot notifications, elite armored high, long scale times 64, 65, and 6. The rest of the team rushed over to join them, their faces beaming with excitement. Captain Kai. Zhu, that teamwork was legendary. You're giving the Vulcan squad so much confidence. It was true they had been on the road for less than an hour. Yet Zhu had already climbed from level 9 to level 10. Nuan's eyes sparkled with admiration, even knowing how strong their duo was. This leveling speed was simply mind-blowing. I want to be that strong too. Giang Khai smiled. The elite treasure chest is likely hidden among these rocks or in a nearby crevice. Nuan. Come over here, let's search together. Suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched cry echoed through the air. After the brief skirmish, the Vulcan squad ventured deeper into the stone forest. If their intel was correct, the general tier armored lizard was lurking somewhere ahead. Yuanju looked concerned. Guy, you need a break? You used a lot of energy back there. He shook his head. While his stamina had taken a hit, he wasn't anywhere near his limit yet. Besides, there might be multiple entrances, and the commotion we caused earlier didn't go unnoticed. Maintaining a steady pace, Giang Khai warned. If we stall, it might summon other Hai Longs from different entrances for protection. We must strike while the iron is hot. Let's move. 10 minutes passed. Someone whispered. It's too quiet. Guy, are you sure a general tier armored lizard is actually here? Giang Khai activated his ghost eyes, scanning the terrain. Strangely, the stone surfaces showed no signs of life or disturbance. He pondered. Something was off. It wasn't nerves, it was their position. Was his intuition wrong? Suddenly, Wen Nu asked. Zhu, what's wrong? Are you cold? Yuan Zhu was shivering uncontrollably, a sudden wave of goosebumps washing over his skin for no apparent reason. Hu Yan teased him. Zhu, you're just overthinking it. No one noticed the pebbles tumbling down from the peaks behind them. Then, the realization hit Giang Khai like a bolt of lightning. It wasn't anxiety. It was the ground itself. He roared. Zhu Hu Yan Wen Nu, stop right where you are. Instantly, the rock split open as a massive tail swept through their position. The team scrambled in pure terror as dust erupted everywhere. A system alert blared. General tier scaled armored lizard detected. Level 58. Gasping for air. They realized how close they'd come to death. Its scales perfectly mimicked the jagged rocks, a master of camouflage. I see it. Giang Khai lunged forward into the fray. Nuan Nuan. Give me the data, she replied instantly. On it. She rapidly recited the system's analysis. General tier scaled lizard. Level 58. Also known as the Great White Lizard. 36 years old. Weighing over 2 tons. Yuanzhu turned pale. A mutated variant. Our first general tier is a mutation. Sparks flew as Giang Khai unleashed a critical strike ×1. The beast let out a deafening roar of pure agony. Hu Yan and Yuanzhu's eyes widened. Incredible. He actually landed a direct hit. A single critical hit was devastating. Let alone 2. High-focused. Mutated general tiers were rare and dangerous, yielding better loot and higher tier gear. But their raw power far eclipsed that of any normal general tier beast. 65? As the lizard glared through the smoke, Giang Khai's mind raced with tactical calculations. Its dorsal hide had over 35 defense points, heavily scaled. It was resistant to both extreme heat and corrosion, nearly impenetrable. But that wasn't the worst of it. Its chest was protected by a specialized membrane with 20 defense points, also boasting high heat and acid resistance. The team was stunned. It was that tough without even activating skills. Nuan Nuan continued reading the data aloud, comparing historical data. Its mental power ranges from 100 to 150. Agility is between 150 and 170. Strength 380 to 420. Constitution up to 480. Danger rating extreme. As the warning ended, the lizard lunged with ferocious speed. Giang Khai's expression hardened as system warnings flashed red. Danger, danger, the team screamed in unison. Captain Khai, look out. The beast slammed its massive claws down, shattering the earth and sending clouds of debris skyward. Khai rolled away with perfect agility. I'm fine, he thought. Heat resistance and heavy armor. It's a walking fortress. Even my fire soul strike can only push it back, not break through its defenses. Landing safely. He realized one direct hit from that 400 strength monster would have turned his bones to powder. Fortunately, the secret elixir from the Mermaid Lord's treasure haul had boosted his agility to superhuman levels. My current agility stat should be about 60 points higher than its. He concluded that as long as he stayed focused, he could kite the beast without getting killed. If I can push Zuzi to awaken his class talent and trigger an armor break effect. He glanced at the massive lizard. Even if it failed, he would keep kiting this general-grade armored lizard to buy time for the others to escape. But if successful, Zuzi might finally unlock his full potential. Suddenly, Giang Khai roared. Zuzi, save me. Yuanzhu descended like a meteor from above. Khai, I'm here. He unleashed his skill, earth-shattering stomp. He slammed his foot down with all his might. But the lizard didn't even flinch. It let out a savage, menacing growl. Yuanzhu turned pale. Khai, this isn't working. Giang Khai reacted instantly. Zuzi, run for your life. The lizard lunged, its massive jaws snapping at Yuanzhu. This is terrifying, he screamed. Suddenly, a wall of fire cut the beast off. Giang Khai lunged forward, grabbing Yuanzhu. This general-grade monster was definitely going to focus its rage on the two of them. We have to lure it away first. Suddenly, a blurred figure dashed past them at incredible speed. Giang Khai narrowed his eyes. Who was that, Nuan? Nuan and Hu Yan screamed. Captain Kai Nguyen is drunk. Sigh. Watch out. The saliva of a scaled general-grade lizard can melt equipment and burn through flesh instantly. Giang Kai's face fell. This is bad. If Nguyen actually tries to kiss that thing, he'll be dissolved in seconds. To their shock, Nguyen slammed into the lizard. The impact was so violent that both were sent flying. Nguyen skidded back, a goofy grin on his face. So, you're a scaled lizard. Huh, Giang Khai was stunned. What? Why didn't he mistake it for a beauty this time? I thought he was completely wasted. Hu Yan shouted from the distance. I don't know, but he drank a new batch of level 2 infused wine today. Unbelievably. This new wine had cured his bizarre drunken delusions. Nguyen just giggled like an idiot. A salon male lizard. I've searched far and wide for my soulmate, blushing. He pointed at the terrifying beast. Fate has finally smiled upon me, out of 1,000 lizards. I have finally found you. My love. The lizard froze, its eyes wide with confusion, as Nguyen came sprinting toward it with shameless speed. Darling. Let's not waste another precious second, Nuan gasped. Wait. Does he think he's a lizard too? Massive fireballs streaked through the air at blinding speeds, lighting up the entire battlefield. They slammed into the lizard, making it shriek in agony. Oh. My sweet love. Nguyen suddenly appeared right beside the beast. Babe. No one can ever tear us apart again. Don't be shy now. Tonight is our night. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Watching this, Giang Khai could only grit his teeth. A drunken Nguyen Nu was completely uncontrollable. He was like a force of nature gone wrong. If this continues, my stamina and sanity will hit 0. Meanwhile, Nguyen Nu was still lost in his own world. Basha. Let my powerful chest warm your broken maiden heart, he whispered to the growling monster. He looked around for help. Nguyen Nu had lost it, and fighting both him and an armored lizard was becoming impossible. I have to end this now, Giang Khai realized, turning toward his other teammate with a shout. Zuzi. Move it. Only your class talent's armor break can get us out of this mess. We're counting on you. Yuan Zhu stood there, his jaw dropping at the absolute madness unfolding before him. Is this what it means to be truly fearless? He felt a wave of awe. Big brother Nguyen was like a god. He remembered Nguyen Nu's advice on overcoming fear. Nah, that's not it at all. At that moment, I didn't feel a single ounce of fear. Yuan Zhu had been stunned. No fear. How is that possible? Can you teach me snapping back to reality? Yuan Zhu pulled out a beer and downed it in one go. Fine. I'm in bottoms up, big brother Nguyen. Thanks for the lesson. I finally get it now. Seconds later, Yuan Zhu was completely smashed. His eyes glazed over as a stupid grin spread across his face. System notification. You have entered the status, chaotic cognition. Your understanding of identity and reality has been warped. A severe warning flashed across the system screen. On the other side, the lizard fought like a demon, even as it went berserk. Nguyen Nu kept lunging at it. Nguyen Nguyen. Huyan. And Giang Khai watched in horror. Nguyen Nu, big brother Nguyen. Watch out. Suddenly, Yuan Zhu hurled his beer mug, shattering it. He gripped his sword and charged into the fray. I am Yuan Zhu, the greatest god of war under the heavens, he roared, charging head-on to slash the armored dragon. Giang Khai watched in total shock. Could Nguyen Ngu's brew really empower Zhu to shatter heavy armor in a single strike? It seemed the alcohol had completely clouded Zhu's logic, fueling his confidence to heights no sane man would ever reach. Surprisingly, that blind arrogance actually triggered his hidden class talent, awakening a dormant power deep within his soul. Now, every strike carried a devastating armor-piercing effect, reminiscent of their brutal battles against the Wolf King and Elite Ape. While it didn't wound their flesh directly, it systematically dismantled the impenetrable defensive layers protecting the monster's massive body. His blood boiled with excitement. I am the supreme god of war. Who dares? Before he could finish, the dragon's tail whipped around. The heavy blow slammed into Zhu with terrifying force. Unable to react in time, he took the full brunt of the impact. As Zhu tumbled, the beast prepared another swipe. Thinking fast, Giang Khai unleashed a searing fireball to intercept the monster's momentum. Seizing the moment of distraction, he lunged forward and dragged the dazed warrior away from the immediate danger zone. A smirk played on Giang Kai's lips. Thanks, Zhu. I'll take it from here. With a sudden burst, he leaped high into the air. He rained down a barrage of fireballs, eager for payback. Each explosion tore through the beast's health, dealing 2,000 damage per hit. Watching the life drain from the creature, he grinned with excitement. Perfect, this is it. Without its armor, the dragon was helpless against critical strikes. Hey, Zhu, wake up. This finishing blow belongs to you. Zhu stumbled to his feet, leaning on his blade as he bellowed once more. Behold the supreme god of war, who dares defy me? Gripping his hilt with white-knuckled intensity, the warrior charged forward, unleashing a frenzied flurry of devastating sword strike. He gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into one final blow. Nguyen Nu watched, worried. Is he okay? Giang Khai reassured her. Don't worry. He's just drunk. Besides, the dragon's iron shell is already completely shattered. I've wounded it heavily, so it's safe now. Moments later, Zhu's blade was drenched in the beast's crimson blood. The dragon finally collapsed. Defeated. The system chimed, congratulations, you have slain the level 58 mutated general class armored dragon. Loot acquired general class dragon remains and the legendary general class dragon treasure hoard. Zhu reached level 15 in his martial disciple class. A smug grin plastered across his face as he burst into a triumphant laugh. See, I told you I'm the greatest, but just as he peaked in cool factor, the alcohol won, and he face-planted into the dirt. She chuckled helplessly at the ridiculous sight. He's completely wasted. Isn't he? Giang Khai nodded, passed out cold. Nguyen frowned, deep in thought. Guys, I feel like we're forgetting something really important. I just can't remember what. Giang Khai rubbed his chin. Now that you mention it, I have that same sinking feeling. Huyan's eyes widened. Me too. Silence fell over them as they searched their memories. Suddenly, their faces went pale, and they all screamed in unison. Oh no, Nguyen Nu. Meanwhile, back at the scene, Ngu was clutching the dragon's remains and weeping hysterically. No, my darling wife, my one and only true love is gone. He gritted his teeth, his expression twisting with pure rage. He stormed toward them, shouting in fury. I trusted you guys like family, and yet you murdered my beautiful wife. But after a few steps, he stopped dead. Wait. What's that smell? Disgusting. Then, the booze hit him, and he crumpled to the ground. The others turned to Nuan with judging stares, blushing with embarrassment. The young girl tried to explain herself. Why are you looking at me like that? He thought he was a dragon. He might have attacked us if I didn't act. I just used a little sedative potion I made earlier to make him sleep for a while. It's for the best. Their expressions shifted from judgment to pure admiration. No. We're not mad. We're saying you did a fantastic job. Nuan. Give me some of that potion for when he gets drunk. Hu Yan laughed. Giang Khai added, I definitely need some too. She agreed without hesitation. As night fell, the group gathered around a warm campfire and set up their camp for the evening. The two drunks were still dead to the world, huddled together under a thick, warm blanket in deep slumber. Hu Yan finally lay down to rest after the long day. Nuan pulled out a canteen and offered it to him. Thirsty. Guy. He blinked, turning toward her. Taking the bottle, he smiled. Thanks. Not tired yet, she shook her head. Everything happened so fast. I can't believe Zhu actually managed to shatter that general-class dragon's armor when it mattered most. He gripped the canteen, his eyes still sparkling with the lingering excitement of the hunt. Who knew that level 2 brew of Engus would accidentally trigger Zhu's hidden talent like that? It's absolutely unbelievable. She leaned in shyly and whispered, Do you think Zhu will keep unlocking more of those powerful skills in the coming days? Giang Khai just smirked at her question. Trust me. He admitted. That kid was never actually weak to begin with. Actually, his biggest weakness was a total lack of confidence. This sudden surge of courage was purely liquid luck, a drunken, chaotic haze that accidentally triggered his devastating armor-pierce ability. Beside him, Wennu was still lost in her dreams, mumbling, Wifey, give me a kiss. Even Vientru was grumbling nonsense in his sleep. Impudent. Vientru. Am the greatest god of war under the heavens. Watching this, Giang Khai concluded that the team desperately needed more training. He just hoped his friend would find some genuine self-esteem soon. She beamed at him and cheered. I believe you can definitely do it. But the peace was shattered the next morning by a blood-curdling scream. What Vientru barked, his eyes blazing with newfound intensity. I had no idea I was such a legend yesterday until you guys told me. Meanwhile, Nguyen was dying of embarrassment from the relentless teasing. Nguyen couldn't help but spill the beans, apparently. While his mind was a mess, he actually started hitting on the mutated dragon while forging armor. Ho Nhan let out a playful, excited grin. Now that, she teased, is what I call being a true hero. Those words left Wennu wanting to crawl into a hole. Please. Stop, she pleaded. Just then, a shimmering treasure chest appeared before them. The five of them huddled around the glowing loot. All right. Everyone's here. Someone whispered. It's time to see what's inside this treasure chest. Ho Nhan rested a hand on Giang Kai's shoulder and said, Captain Kai, this is an ultra-rare find. I just did a quick divination, and your luck today is absolute trash. Let no known do it. Just look at her glowing face. She's definitely the lucky charm today. Her eyes went wide with shock. Wait. Me, she gasped. He just nodded with a grin. After all, Ho Nhan is a master diviner. Go for it. Known. The others cheered. Don't be nervous, even if it's empty. Taking down that scaled drake was already a massive win. She hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the heavy responsibility. Okay. Here goes nothing. Known stepped forward and threw open the lid. The second they peered inside, the entire party's jaws hit the floor in unison. In that instant, the system interface flickered to life. Known stood there, dazed, staring at the incredible item in her hands. This is Fopstone Essence. It reinforces weapons with a scaled layer, boosting defense. 10.4 kilos. Worth 500,000 coins. Next, Vientru scored a massive 17-kilogram Earth Core crystal. This high-tier energy source is absolutely vital for the team. It's used for city building and valued at 100,000 coins. Meanwhile, Ho Nan received 48 grams of Blood Essence crystal, worth 300,000. At long last, it was finally Giang Kai's turn to see his loot. He pulled out 3 Heaven's Giftbone fragments, the essential catalyst for ranking up talent. These are worth 210,000 Saint Wine coins. She spotted a glowing red shard, a 0.6-gram mutated blood essence crystal. It's a key ingredient for attribute potions, worth 6 million coins. His jaw dropped. Are you kidding me? 1 gram of this stuff is worth 1 million coins, and it's just one of many ingredients. Known nodded her head vigorously, her excitement reaching a fever pitch. Hearing this, Giang Khai turned pale. Wait. That mermaid elixir I drank earlier? Didn't I just swallow hundreds of millions of coins at once? Before he could recover from the shock, another item was pulled from the chest. It was a body attribute elixir, an incredibly rare treasure, even in the entire Saint Wine realm. Fewer than 20 bottles are produced annually. One bottle grants 10 permanent attribute points. The market price is a staggering 150 million Saint Wine coins. Vientru's eyes were practically sparkling like diamonds. This was the haul of a mutated general, but Giang Khai felt like crying without tears. I basically swallowed an entire luxury villa back then, he lamented. If I'd known, I would have savored every single drop. Next, she pulled out a small vial of shimmering liquid. And this, she announced, is holy purity water. Honyan recognized it as a key material for the level 20 doctor advancement. One promotion requires 5 milliliters and they have 15. Nguyen Nu's eyes turned into dollar signs. If 5 milliliters go for $1 million, then this bottle is worth 3 million Saint Wine coins. Vientru was jumping for joy. I can't believe it, actual doctor advancement materials. No. Your luck is just too good. Even for a mutated general chest. Pulling 3 rare materials at once is practically zero. This girl is a walking lucky charm. Her eyes gleamed with greed as she frantically crunched the numbers in her head. A normal general chest yields 8 million. This means our haul is worth well over 10 million Saint Wine coins. The sight made him chuckle nervously. Honan, he teased. You're starting to look like a total money grubber right now. She shot him a playful smirk. Oh. You think I'm bad. Maybe you should take a good look at Captain Kai's face right now. Sure enough, Giang Khai was in a state of pure bliss. With a thin trail of drool practically leaking from his mouth, combined with the previous loot and the scaled general, their total rewards had definitely surpassed 15 million Saint Wine coins. Seeing him so utterly lost in his greed, the other two were left completely speechless. From that day forward, the mid-tier Fire God Squad became an unstoppable force, clearing out a new scaled drake nest every single day. Sometimes they conquered 2 dens a day. With more battles, Vientru's armor pierce and Giang Kai's deathblow crits became a symphony of destruction. Slapping down armored lizard dragons became routine. But there was one minor drawback. It was expensive. It turns out Yuanzhu's battle spirit only truly ignites once he's had a bit of alcohol. No way. That's impossible. This tower of a man was truly the world's #1 general. 10 days later, the Vulcan squad had nearly wiped out every general rank nest they could find. The system pinged with updates. Adventurer Yuanzhu has reached level 20. And Adventurer Nguyen Nu has also reached level 20. Known reached level 12. While Yuanzhu and Nguyen Nu hit the level 20 milestone, Known climbed from level 9 to 12. After such a long and grueling period of hunting, the group finally decided to light a fire and take a much-needed rest. The 5 of them split the chores efficiently. Honan turned to the leader and asked, Captain Kai, where are we headed next? We've cleared this entire area. I doubt any more general rank monsters will spawn here for quite some time. Suddenly, a notification chimed from her bracelet. The shock was so great that Known immediately dropped the food she was holding. The noise caught their attention. Known. What happened? You look pale. Is everything okay? Did something go wrong? Her voice trembled as she reported, I just received word that a highly capable small-scale guild at Flame Peak met disaster. They were suddenly ambushed by a mutated commander-rank fallen corpse king. The attack was so sudden they couldn't even react in time. The entire squad was annihilated. The team gasped. The 69 Fallen Corpse King, a name that lived up to its reputation as an underworld nightmare, it is a phantom that appears and vanishes without a trace, leaving only death in its wake. A regular commander-rank Fallen Corpse King is usually level 60 or higher, far more terrifying than any mutated general-rank armored lizard dragon. The power of a mutated commander rank was beyond imagination. Known continued softly. However, that monster was also wounded in the fight. It's currently hiding to recover. For that guild to have actually wounded such a mutated boss, they must have been incredibly powerful. Honan's eyes widened. If they could somehow defeat a mutated Fallen Corpse King, the rewards would be astronomical. A tragedy they were wiped out. What a devastating price. Yuanzhu narrowed his eyes and sighed. You're right. It's a real shame. Nguyen Nu spoke with a serious expression. At the very least, they gave it everything they had. Giang Kai's voice cut through the tension. No. Did this news just arrive? Do many people know about this yet? She answered honestly. It's fresh, so it hasn't spread widely. But the major guilds likely have their eyes on it by now. The righteous factions will definitely make their move. Known paused. Hi. Are you thinking what I think? He nodded, his gaze resolute. I remember that while Saint Glory forbids stealing world bosses, that rule only applies to king rank and above. Commander ranks are fair game. Countless hunters must be salivating at the chance to take down a wounded, mutated commander rank Fallen Corpse King. Giang Khai let out a confident smirk and proposed the idea. So, why don't we give it a shot? Without hesitation, she agreed to the plan. We've mastered the lizard dragons here. Even if we can't secure the kill, we can treat it as a new challenge. Nguyen Nu chimed in. If it wasn't for Captain Kai, I never would have dreamed we could beat the lizard dragon. I'm in. Count me in too, she replied. Even the self-obsessed warrior couldn't resist the urge to follow along. How could the Vulcan squad possibly face a challenge without the world's #1 general? Yuanju. Of course I'm going, seeing everyone so united. Giang Khai felt satisfied. Excellent. He threw his arms wide. Then the Vulcan squad's next target is the mutated fallen corpse king. Let's move. They marched until the following day. The harsh weather was relentless, leaving Wennu panting. Suddenly, Yuanju stopped, spotting a very peculiar tree. Known quickly checked her information panel. This is a skyfire tree. It's 20 years old. After 30, it becomes a spirit. Killing it might drop a fire tree heart material for flame effects. Intrigued, Kai turned his head to stare intensely at the ancient trunk. But Yuanju noticed something else unusual. He pointed toward the horizon. Look over there. That's the Azure Dragon Guild. I've crossed paths with them once before. As they neared the destination, more squads appeared. Another group was slowly closing in on their position. Wennu spotted them, gasping for air. He urged, "Everyone who got the news is here. We have to pick up the pace." She frowned. "Even if we traveled fast, we can't compete with the teams already stationed nearby." Giang Khai went silent, contemplating. Ho Nyan was right. There was no telling how many squads were currently converging on the fallen corpse king's lair. Local teams were surely waiting for reinforcements. He turned back, only to see no unknown stumbling, her vision blurring. "I'm exhausted. My stamina is simply no match for the rest of the team. With the boss hunt becoming this intense, I refuse to be a burden while everyone is fighting so hard." Nuanuan's vision began to blur from fatigue when a pair of boots appeared. It was Giang Khai, offering water. "Drink up and rest." Nuanuan. He secretly noted that Juzi, their main combatant, needed level priority. Wennu's base level was already high, so pushing him to level 20 shouldn't take much longer. Hu Yan was already level 29. Only Nuanuan lagged behind at level 12. Yet she never complained. She fought to keep pace. After a moment of hesitation, she forced a weary smile. "I'm fine." "Really?" Jiang Kai marveled at her grit. Despite being a low-level healer with zero combat power, Nuanuan was proving she wasn't nearly as fragile as she appeared to be. He smirked. "Well, I'm the one who's beat. Let's all take a breather for my sake." The others agreed. "True. With so many elite squads around, we should save our strength for the real battle." She hesitated for a moment, but the 5 of them ultimately decided to halt their advance. Jiang Kai turned serious. The Fallen Corpse King's domain in Flame Peak is 5.6 kilometers wide. Monsters here have no sense of territory and roam chaotically. It is a complete mess. With so many teams competing, we won't win on speed or pure stamina alone. Hu Yan asked him directly. "Captain Kai, what are you planning?" "I'm thinking. Besides just resting, what special advantage do we have to find that boss first?" Wennu rubbed his chin, realizing the captain's logic was hard to argue with. Countless experts were hunting. How could the Fire God team beat them? The others shared a knowing glance. Nuanuan clenched her fists. I don't know," she admitted nervously. "Must we rely on pure luck?" Her words suddenly gave Jiang Kai an idea. "Luck." He grinned. "Hu Yan, why don't you cast a divination and find the fallen corpse king?" How could I predict that he rushed toward her, shouting, "Luck, that's it, pure luck." "Hu Yan, you are our team's secret weapon." Her eyes widened in total shock. "Captain, a fortune reading or a rain prayer?" Jiang Kai laughed. "Have you forgotten? Before your class change, you were a feng shui master. The boss is wounded and hiding. Where would a hell-type beast go to heal?" She realized, a place with heavy yin energy. Maybe not the heaviest. He noted, "Being injured, it might settle for any nearby yin spot. We can scan all high yin areas around Flame Ridge and filter them down from there." Hu Yan finally understood the plan. She gave a confident wink. "Feng shui is my true specialty. Go ahead and rest. I'll pinpoint exactly where that corpse king is hiding." "Do it," Jiang Kai cheered. Time passed as he waited with a focused, serious expression. Suddenly, someone slapped his shoulder. Yuanzu stood there, scratching his head. "Did I scare you? What's so serious? You didn't even notice me walking right up to you." Jiang Kai smiled. "Nothing. I just realized Nuanuan already unlocked her level 20 class materials. I have my own formula, but no idea where the items are." Yuanzu nudged him. "You already have the recipe." "Kai, what is it? Something super rare?" Jiang Kai's face fell. "It's not about rarity. I just have no idea what these items are. I found a special level 20 formula in a secret vault under Everwinter Island. After decoding the runes, it said, water of unknown origin, fire from the void, wind that never moves, and drifting mud that never settles, and unstable metal." Yuanzu broke into a sweat. "Wait. Void fire, originless water. Guy, are you sure this is a class formula and not some crazy riddle? Giang Khai sighed. It's the only copy, so it's legit. But it makes absolutely no sense. I thought originless water might be rain. But the rest I'm completely lost. Yuanzhu's jaw dropped in realization. That actually sounds plausible. He muttered. But what about the flames manifesting from thin air? Do you think it might be related to Scorching Flame Ridge? Giang Khai asked. Scorching Flame Ridge, Yuanzhu paused. Searching his memories. That's right. Scorching Flame Ridge. Legend says no fire exists there. Yet the heat is unbearable, like standing inside a natural furnace. Doesn't that strike you as strange? Hearing this, Giang Khai rested his chin on his hand, finding the theory quite compelling. Suddenly, a mocking voice made them jump. Well, if it isn't the lucky dog from Vindong Island, our little arrogant upstart, Giang Khai himself. A group of level 40 knights and level 40 gladiators marched toward them, their presence heavy and intimidating. Fi Tuang stood with his hands on his hips, radiating arrogance. Truly, fate was a cruel mistress. Yuanzhu stood confused by their sudden hostility. Kai, do you have some kind of history with these dangerous-looking guys? Yuanzhu whispered. Sensing the tension, Giang Khai glared at them coldly. He had never met them before, but their provocative behavior screamed of royal family ties. Upon hearing the word royal, Yuanzhu's expression immediately soured with intense disgust. Royal lackeys. In that case, I definitely need to teach these arrogant bastards a lesson they won't forget. Giang Khai calmly held him back. Wait. They aren't low level. Our priority is the mutant fallen corpse king. We can't afford a distraction now. Stepping forward, he asked. I am Giang Khai. What business do you have with me? The leader closed the distance aggressively. Business. You slaughtered my 5th Falcon team members. Then, during the merman hunt, you sneak attacked and murdered young Master Hoang. Fi Tuang let out a maniacal laugh. Giang Khai. Oh, Giang Khai. You've got guts. I'll give you that. Are you truly that eager to die? Hearing the blatant lies, Yuanzhu couldn't help but pick his nose in blatant contempt. It wasn't a sneak attack. Hoang V had brought 4 bodyguards and still lost. At that moment, Fire Lotus finally snapped. She lunged forward, her whip whistling through the air. The captain is talking to Giang Khai. How dare a dog like you bark so loudly? Giang Kai's reflexes kicked in instantly. He reached out and batted the whip aside with his bare hand. Fueling Fire Lotus's rage, Giang Khai frowned in annoyance. He didn't want to escalate, but these people were acting like buzzing flies that just wouldn't leave him alone. Without another word, Fi Tuang unsheathed the massive blade resting on his shoulder. You dare call the Xuanwu Guild flies? I was going to give you a quick death. But now, he glared at them like a predator cornering prey. Now, I'll make sure you both suffer in a hell where death is a mercy. Giang Khai tightened his fist and deployed his claws. These people were out for blood. It seemed this battle was finally inevitable. Just then, Nuanuan and Winnu arrived after receiving the news. Fi Tuang, what do you think you're doing? Are you really planning to start a fight here? Giang Khai was stunned. Did they actually know Nuanuan? The man's eyes widened in shock. Nuanuan, aren't you supposed to be with the military? Why are you with someone like Giang Khai? She stood her ground firmly. I am now a member of the Fire God team. Giang Khai is my captain. If you touch him, I won't just stand by. Nguyen Nugu nodded in firm agreement. That's right. We stand with him. Mactran stepped up and whispered a warning. Captain, listen to me for a moment. Her sister works under the Eagle Guard. Besides, finding the fallen corpse king is our main objective. We shouldn't invite more trouble. Fi Tuang bit his lip, weighing his options. Before finally slamming his sword back into its sheath, consider yourselves lucky today. I'll let this slide. Giang Khai, I see you're still just a pathetic leech, hiding behind women like they're your personal shields. Giang Khai glared back with pure irritation as Fi Tuang spat out one last insult. Oh, right? You love using those little throwing knives, don't you? A coward like you deserves such treacherous weapons. But mark my words carefully, Fi Tuang smirked with pure malice. The next time we meet, I won't just shatter your knives. I'll sever both of your arms. The threat hung in the air, causing Giang Kai's face to darken with a cold, simmering fury. The group walked away, their laughter echoing. Look at his face. How did the 5th Falcon team ever lose to a loser like that? Yuanzhu was shaking with rage, ready to charge. This is too much, but Giang Khai firmly held him back. Now isn't the time. Let them go. He forced himself to remain calm and turned to Nuanyuan for information. Nuanyuan, what can you tell me about that man? Fi Tuang. She didn't hesitate. He's a former military fighter who became a gladiator 6 months ago. His combat power might already be at successor rank. This revelation left both Giang Khai and Winnu completely speechless. Nuanyuan continued. The martial disciple path is highly prestigious in the military, the 4 stages of progression before one truly transcends. Disciple. Gladiator. successor, and ancient warrior. Levels 1 through 20 are classified as the disciple stage. Levels 21 to 40 are fighters. Levels 41 to 60 are inheritors. And those from 61 to 80 are known as ancient martial artists. Giang Khai squinted as he sighed. Realizing Phi Tuong's power already rivaled that of a seasoned inheritor, she nodded a warning to the team, noting his deep ties with the royal family and his legendary, lightning-fast agility. The image of that man's face burned itself into Giang Khai's mind. A powerful intuition told him that fate would bring them together again in the upcoming Guild Challenge tournament. Suddenly, Hu Yan waved them over. Captain Kai, I've found 3 locations that fit our criteria perfectly, spreading out the map. She explained. First is the Twilight Graveyard, northwest of Flame Ridge, right near the Fallen Corpse King's territory. The second spot is Sunam Lake, located directly south of the Liaoyan Ridge. This lake is thick with yin energy and sits closest to the main city's boundaries. Finally, there's an unnamed basin to the west. It's obscure and requires crossing a steep hill to reach. Giang Khai stroked his chin in thought. Yuan Zhu suggested. The Corpse King is wounded, so he'll likely flee back to his nest at the graveyard. But Giang Khai shook his head. No. We're heading for the Nameless Valley. The other 4 stood frozen in sheer disbelief. Giang Khai explained. The graveyard is obvious. Every other team will think the same. And it'll be crawled over by the time we arrive. Even if he is there, we'd likely leave empty-handed amidst the competition. Sunam Lake lacks the raw yin energy he needs. And it isn't nearly as secluded as that valley. The city's proximity will attract crowds. But the valley, most explorers will assume a wounded beast couldn't climb those mountains. And that exact logic is why they will all overlook his perfect hiding spot. It's a gamble. But we're taking it. 2 hours later, they finally reached the valley. This creepy place is it, Yuanzu shivered. I don't need a master to tell me the air here is heavy with death. Wen Nu hesitated. Looking around, it's massive. Finding a wounded Corpse King in this wilderness will be like finding a needle in a haystack. We have to find him and kill him before anyone else discovers this place. The stakes were high. Giang Khai pressed forward, his voice calm and steady. He'll want to heal in total darkness. Keep your eyes peeled for hidden caves or ancient tombs. Yuan pulled out several vials to reassure the group. I brewed these myself during my time in the military. They'll neutralize the toxic miasma emitted by hell-type monsters. The effects last for 12 hours, which should give us the edge we need. Giang Khai regained his focus. Drink up. Then, we sweep the area for any sign of a cave, a desolate grave, or anything suspicious. The team nodded in unison. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the forest into shadow. The group trudged through the darkening woods, their tension rising with every step. Kai, I can't go on, Yuan Zhu groaned. Can we rest? But Giang Khai only urged him forward. Don't fall behind. Zhu, Nuanuan teased. Careful. Zhu. What if the fallen Corpse King suddenly lunges out from the trees? His face went pale instantly. Lunges out, no way. Isn't he supposed to be hiding and recovering? Hu Yan smirked playfully. I said, what if a mutating beast gets hungry while healing? You know, imagine him catching the scent of fresh human prey right about now. Horrific images flashed through Yuan Zhu's mind, sending chills down his spine as he bolted toward the front. Wait for me, he cried, sprinting ahead. Giang Khai sighed helplessly. Hu Yan? Stop scaring him. She shrugged. He's got talent, but he's a coward. He needs this pressure to grow. Suddenly, Yuan Zhu tripped over a massive stone and crashed face first into the dirt. The team rushed over to help. Zhu, you okay? But they stopped dead when they saw his terrified expression. He scrambled backward, his trembling finger pointing into the gloom ahead. Look. Over there. What is that? Before them lay a desolate, half-ruined ancient tomb. Hu Yan gasped in hook. A hidden grave. It's so well concealed. We almost walked right past it. Nguyen Nu squinted, skeptical. It's so small. Could a commander-level Corpse King actually fit in there? Suddenly, the tombstone shattered, stone crumbling before their eyes as a sinister aura filled the air. They gasped, shouting, Get back, it's here, Hu Yan. Wen and Juji. Known, retreat now. The team scrambled back instantly. Got it, Giang Khai leaped high, calling out his plan. Yuan Zhu. I'll take it head on. You stay hidden and strike from the shadows. On it, Yuan Zhu barked back. Suddenly, the earth beneath the gravestone began to writhe unnaturally. If you can't hold, run, Giang Khai warned. Don't force it. I'll use Lifeseeker to bind it if things get ugly. Understood, as he replied. A rotting hand clawed its way out of the dirt. Despite his training, Yuan Zhu froze in pure terror. The crushing aura was suffocating as the beast fully emerged. What a monster. A level 65 mutant commander, the fallen Corpse King. It hauled its massive frame up and let out a bone-chilling roar, The entire team stared in absolute horror at the nightmare before them. It was moving. The Corpse King's deathly gaze locked onto Yuanzhu. His face drained of color as he screamed internally for it to stay away. This thing was pure nightmare fuel. Sensing his fear, it unleashed a shockwave that sent Yuanzhu flying. Damn it, the king's ghastly screeches sent ice through his veins. This was bad, he was reaching his limit already. Chugging his usual brew, Yuanzhu smashed the empty mug aside, gripping his blade with both hands. He roared, "Demon or ghost? I don't care." He threw himself into a suicidal charge. Behold the world's greatest god of war, Yuanzhu, conquering his fear. He delivered a massive blow aimed for the neck. But instead of a kill, his blade got stuck. The world went deathly silent. Yuanzhu froze, paralyzed with shock, enraged. The Corpse King let out a guttural growl and glared down at him, hiding behind a tree. Nguyenengu trembled. "We're doomed." Yuanzhu's sword is caught in its flesh. Giang Khai blurred into motion. "Run!" Yuanzhu move. The king's roar shook the very foundations of the earth. Yuanzhu stumbled and fell hard. The beast raised its claws to crush him. But Giang Khai intercepted just in time. "What's the rush? Don't forget I'm your opponent too." Giang Khai unleashed a barrage of devastating strikes, triggering a massive explosion. The girls quickly dragged the wounded Yuanzhu to safety. Once safe, she called out to Known. "Known, I'm back. This is our lucky day." That Corpse King was already wounded. With Captain Kai here, it'll be reduced to ash in no time. "I'm not so sure," he countered. Yuanzhu couldn't even leave a scratch. This thing is on a whole different level. Hu Yan noticed Known's face had turned pale. Known, what's wrong?" She spun around and gasped in horror. Hu Yan's eyes widened as she stammered. "What is that? Was this monster Immortal nearby?" The life and death struggle against the king raged on. Boss skill, Undead Resurrection. Upon taking fatal damage, its soul power activates, slashing damage received and accelerating its regeneration. To their horror, the massive gash on its chest began to knit itself shut. The king slammed its fist down, shattering the earth and throwing Giang Khai backward like a ragdoll. Unbelievable, Kai thought. Even with its armor broken and heavily wounded, it still won't go down. What terrifying power! Suddenly, she screamed. "Kai, you have to pierce the heart of this mutant king. If you don't, it will just keep regenerating no matter how much damage you deal." A realization hit Kai. So that's the trick. No wonder it wouldn't die. I have to destroy its heart. But Known's shout drew the beast's attention. It turned toward her, growling with murderous intent. Step by step, the king stalked toward her, emitting a piercing screech. Kai's heart skipped a beat as he yelled out, Known. Suddenly, the king froze, and a colossal surge of energy erupted from its claws. Kai skidded to a halt. What now? Out of nowhere, a hand wreathed in eerie green mist burst from the ground. Before he could react, the long, spectral hand snatched him. It crushed Kai in a vice-like grip, making his bones creak and pop. This monster was cunning. It had lured him into a trap. A classic feint. Kai was completely pinned, trapped within the Corpse King's massive grasp. The king unhinged its jaws, ready to swallow Kai whole. Hu Yan screamed in desperation. Captain Kai. At that critical moment, Yuanzhu charged forward, his hand tightening around his hilt. With eyes blazing with fury, he roared, "You filthy beast, how dare you lay a finger on my comrade?" Suddenly, the monster exhaled a dense, purple fog to block his path, cowering behind a tree. Known coughed. "Watch out, it's toxic mist." "Juto!" "Watch out," she cried. Memories of this lethal toxin quickly flooded her mind. Poison fog was the signature technique of the fallen Corpse King. And the darker the haze, the more fatal the venom. Usually, a commander-level king emits a deep green miasma, which possesses an incredibly powerful level of toxicity. Within a single minute, it can completely melt an adventurer's skin. However, a boss-level's mist is pitch black. One touch means instant death. Despite its heavy wounds, this mutated commander-level beast unleashed a terrifying violet-black fog. Caught between those two deadly tears, while it was not an instant kill, the level of toxicity was undoubtedly bone-chilling and dangerous. The meager medical supplies she had prepared for the team were now like a mere drop in the ocean. Known stood frozen like a statue, helplessly watching the nightmare unfold before her eyes. It made sense now why it could annihilate an elite squad even while wounded. She watched Chutu fight, her heart heavy with dread. Though Chutu stood his ground against the fallen king, the gap in their raw power was simply too vast. He certainly wouldn't last much longer. Before she could finish that thought, a sudden voice startled Known. "If anyone dares touch Captain Kai, I'll be the first to object." She whirled around in shock. That was Nuanu's voice. He raised his shield, preparing to charge in and support Chutu. "I am Wennu, and I refuse to be second to anyone." Known cried out to him in worry. But the warrior did not even look back as he rushed forward. Suddenly, Honyan grabbed her hand from behind. No one. Don't be reckless. Stay here. That purple fog is far too dangerous. You are our medic. You might be the very last beacon of hope we have left. No one, stammered in protest. But before she could speak, Honyan flashed a confident smile. So? You must protect yourself well. With those words, Honyan turned and departed, leaving no one stunned and struggling to understand the warning. Honan. Wait, what are you doing, Noan? Noan shouted again. But only a distant reminder answered her. Don't come closer, the toxic range is too wide. I have to get near to summon a storm and wash it away. Noan stood there like a lost soul, watching her comrades march into the jaws of death, one by one. They were all risking their lives while she stood there trembling. She bit her lip hard, fighting back a flood of tears. But why? She wondered in her heart. Why am I a doctor if I can't do anything to help them? Since childhood, her sister had always shielded her from every danger. She had grown used to relying on that protective embrace. But then the demon star descended, and divine beasts began to overrun the entire world. Only the awakened who survived the star's trials could stand against the monsters invading their reality. When her father fell in battle due to a lack of medical support during the calamity, her world shattered. She matured in a single night, vowing to join the military and become a pillar of support for her comrades. In those lonely early days under the demon star, she met Chu and Kai. They became an inseparable trio. Guided by Kai's leadership, their exceptional performance as rookies earned them a place in the military ranks. At last, she followed in her sister's footsteps, finally fulfilling her dream of serving her country. Back then, she truly believed she had finally grasped the beginning of her destiny. But after truly enlisting, she finally realized the massive chasm between her skills and the true elites. No matter how hard she struggled, her ranking remained low. She even found herself trying to console Chu. He also had poor results. But her own sense of failure ran even deeper. Could she really become a great doctor? Haunted by these memories, she questioned if she truly had the right to protect everyone. From the battlefield, the cries of Chu and Wennu echoed. The fallen corpse king looked truly monstrous. How could I, the great Wennu, miss this? Come on. Let's act fast before anyone ruins the plan. I am Chu, the world's #1 god of war. Die. You monster. Their bravery only made her feel more inferior. Once again, she was just watching her friends bleed while she hid in the shadows. Just as she did with her sister, overcome with despair. Noan collapsed to her knees on the cold ground. She even began to doubt if she had chosen the wrong path by trying to become a medic. The king continued to roar, spewing another wave of that lethal, corruptive mist. While Chu and Wennu struggled to hold on, Giang Khai reached his limit, his face pale from exhaustion. Hearing his strained voice snapped her back to reality. Trembling, she moved toward them. That was Captain Kai's voice. Arriving at the scene, her heart sank at the sight of her comrades being brutally suppressed by the zombie king. Witnessing the carnage, Nuanyuan rushed forward without a second thought. Juzi Big Brother Wen. She dropped to her knees, her eyes darting across their wounds. They had barely been in that toxic mist for a minute, yet the corrosion was already eating them alive. Stay calm, Nuanyuan. Focus on saving them. Every second counted. As she channeled her healing magic into her fallen allies, she fought to keep her own hands from trembling. Slowly, Yuanju and Wennu's strength returned as their jagged wounds began to seal. At that exact moment, the deadly toxic fog finally started to thin. Suddenly, rain began to pour from the heaven. Nuanyuan looked up, her face lighting up with unmistakable joy. It is Huyan. Under the heavy downpour summoned by Huyan's power, the lethal poison was finally being washed away. The zombie king stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden deluge. Meanwhile, hidden behind a tree, Huyan poured every ounce of her mana into sustaining the storm. The beast tightened its grip on him and let out a deafening roar. Giang Khai was at his limit. His body was a map of agony. And even drawing breath felt like a losing battle. Was I really just overestimating myself this whole time? His face grew deathly pale. He thought back to Eternal Winter Island. Without that specific support skill, he wouldn't have stood a chance against the mermaid boss. All his past struggles flashed before his eyes in a bitter montage of memories. This commander-tier fallen zombie king was a variable he had not prepared for. He was the one who led his team into this death trap. The weight of failing to protect them crushed his spirit. Nearby, an exhausted Huyan coughed weakly, a desperate cry escaping her lips as her strength failed. She collapsed into unconsciousness. Nuanyuan rushed to her side in a panic. Meanwhile, Giang Khai remained spiraling in guilt. Had he truly been so recklessly wrong? Could I really let them pay the ultimate price for my mistakes? His expression darkened, teetering on the edge of despair. But just as he was about to give up, Yuanzu and Wennu threw themselves into the fray. I am Yuanzu, the greatest god of war, who dares lay a hand on my friends while I am still standing. Caught off guard by their sudden assault, The zombie king reflexively raised its arm to block Wennu's strike. In that split second, Giang Khai finally broke free from its iron grip. He gritted his teeth, forcing his spirit to ignite. No. There was no way he could just accept defeat here. Big Brother and Yingzi were still waiting for him to return home. Seeing his comrades risk everything to save him fueled a fire deep within his chest. Everyone was still pouring their souls into this fight for Team Fire God. They were going to see this through until the very end. Giang Khai slammed into the ground, coughing violently as he struggled to find his footing. He pressed his palms into the dirt, but his body was trembling so violently he could not stand. Nuanyuan rushed to him, her voice trembling. Gai. What do we do? Zuzi. Huyan. Big Brother Nguyen. They're all... Nuanyuan. Stay with me, Huyan is down. And this rain won't hold out much longer. Giang Khai tried to steady his voice to reassure her. It feels like every bone in my body is shattered right now, but we have to end that monster now. Is there any way for me to recover my strength immediately? He looked at Nuanyuan with a desperate, pleading gaze. Seeing him in such a state, tears began to well in her eyes. Seeing Kai's resolve, Nuanyuan squeezed his hand tight. All right. I understand. In that brief distraction, the zombie king's tongue lashed out like a whip, ensnaring Yuanju and Nguyen Ngu. Without a moment of hesitation, the monster prepared to toss them both into its gaping maw to finish them. But before it could swallow, Giang Kai's fist collided with its face. You bastard, let go of my comrades. He launched himself into the air, gathering momentum for a strike. With a powerful kick aimed straight at its jaw, he forced the beast to spit out his friends. Seeing the two hit the ground hard, Nuanyuan's heart raced with concern. Zhuzi Brother Nguyen. Giang Khai glanced back over his shoulder, a defiant smirk playing on his lips. Nuanyuan. Take care of them for me. The zombie king lunged, its massive fist smashing into the spot where Kai had just stood. Nuanyuan pulled out an orange vial, her expression turning deadly serious. Kai, my healing magic alone isn't enough to bring you back to full strength right now, but I have this lesser phoenix tears. It's a rare item I found during my military training. For any adventurer under level 20, no matter how severe the wounds might be, it will restore you to peak condition for exactly 60 seconds. But the side effect is absolute. You will fall into a deep coma the moment that minute is up. Kai, are you absolutely sure you want to do this? Without a second of hesitation, Giang Khai snatched the vial. A confident smile crossed his face despite the pain. 1 minute is all I need. Power exploded from Giang Khai as he charged, his newfound ferocity forcing the zombie king onto the defensive. He leaped back, throwing out a mocking taunt. Come on, you brainless freak, catch me if you can. With a roar of pure rage, the beast lunged after him. Giang Khai sprinted ahead, gritting his teeth to buy every precious second. Good. The storm is finally starting to clear up. He lured the zombie king deep into the heart of the forest, creating a safe distance between the monster and his fallen friends. Standing firm, he waited. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to churn and heave as if something monstrous moved below. The corpse king's fist erupted from the earth, striking exactly where Giang Khai had just been standing, dodging easily. He smirked, his grip tightening on his weapon. Did you think I'd fall for the same trick twice? Enraged, the beast roared, spewing thick, toxic clouds. But suddenly, 3 arrows streaked through the haze toward the monster. Its eyes widened in shock as it saw the projectiles closing in. Recovering, the corpse king leaped high in counterattack. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire forest to its core. Deep within the thick smoke, the monster frantically searched for its target. Suddenly, a glowing arrow surged from the distance. The monster twisted midair, barely managing to dodge the strike. Furiously, it hunted for Giang Khai, spotting a pit ahead. It focused there only for the boy to appear behind it. Gathering his strength, Giang Khai unleashed 3 arrows with overwhelming power. I'm right here, you're too slow. The corpse king roared in fury and lunged at him. The arrows pierced its arm with terrifying speed. As the monster screamed, its massive hand suddenly clamped onto Giang Khai's body. The corpse king pulled him close. Its wicked tongue flickered as it bared sharp fangs. Nearby, no one watched in terror, tears streaming down her face. But in that instant, the monster's pupils suddenly contracted, struggling. Giang Khai gasped. You rotting corpse. Did you really think you could catch me a second time? A sharp blade had already pierced its heart. I only let you catch me to lure you in. Golden aura flared from Giang Khai's hand, screaming in agony. The corpse king released its grip. He hit the ground hard but kept his eyes on the beast. It seems my gamble paid off. Green ichor slowly leaked from the monster's heart. 1 minute. That potion's effect was far too short. The massive beast collapsed. Seeing him fall, no one rushed over in a panic. Kai, His vision blurred, and the last thing he saw was her running toward him. No. It's up to you now. She desperately cast healing magic, remembering those 3 arrows. Those arrows in the tree. I thought he missed, but they were a trap for this final blow. Through the intense pain, Giang Khai struggled to move his arm. Golden light erupted from the monster's chest. Was this all part of your plan? Suddenly, it roared again, trembling. No one stood up and approached. The monster was still clinging to life. Recalling his last words, she bit her lip. Her eyes steeled as she gripped her dagger tight. She crept toward the creature. Come on. No one. Your friends are counting on you. Drenched in sweat, she raised her blade. Suddenly, the monster's eyes flared with a murderous light. With a final roar, it lunged Known. Known closed her eyes and struck, bracing herself. Blood splattered across the ground. Despite the aching in her arms, a small smile formed. Did you think you could escape? She whispered coldly, blood still staining the corner of her mouth. How dare you hurt my friends? With a defiant cry, she threw herself forward for the finish. Her blade drove straight through its heart. The Corpse King's final scream echoed through the deep forest. The next day, beneath a massive tree, the group sat together, sharing a quiet, tired smile. Known frowned deeply while carefully bandaging Giang Khai's wounds. Don't move. Rest and take my medicine. You'll recover in 3 days. He smiled, watching her intently. What, is there something on my face? He shook his head, looking toward the mountains. No. I just feel you've grown so much. You're becoming a truly great adventurer. Grate me? She asked. Giang Khai nodded, blushing. She quickly looked away. But during the fight, I was just a doctor. I always have to rely on everyone else. I feel like I'm holding the team back. Giang Khai looked at the sky and laughed. You're far too hard on yourself. I remember how you fought. Even when you were exhausted, I've been helping the others level up. But you've grown the most. Not only did you never complain, you pushed through the exhaustion just to keep pace. Then, you bravely stepped forward to shield us all, facing the falcon hunting team's provocations. You knew you were outmatched, yet you still stood your ground with incredible courage. I can still see you fighting the zombie king with that dagger. After the fallen queen wounded me, you were the one who dealt the final blow, securing my level up and desperately treating our comrades who were at death's door. Giang Khai turned toward her, his eyes filled with a gentle warmth. Known. You are a doctor with almost no combat power, yet I know you never once considered retreating. You have done so much for us. You might think your efforts are small, but the truth is, every single one of us has seen your strength clearly. You have been amazing on this journey. We all care for you and truly need you. Hearing his words, her eyes blurred with tears of joy. Unbeknownst to them, Vian Tru and the others had been standing right behind them for a while. That is right. If it wasn't for your selfless healing, how could we be jumping around as energetically as we are now? Giang Kai's face twisted in surprise. Hey, since when did you guys get here? Wengu, his arm still bandaged, flashed a grin. Exactly. Thanks to Known, we can all charge ahead without a single worry. Honyan rushed over. She is right, without you, I probably would have kicked the bucket long ago. Surrounded by their warmth, her tears flowed uncontrollably, letting the tears fall freely. Known felt a profound sense of happiness blooming within her heart. I love you all too. I need you just as much. After their heart-to-heart, 2 hours passed by in a flash. Giang Khai stood ready with a serious expression. Is everyone prepared? Their faces were alight with excitement. All 4 synchronized their devices. Suddenly, a treasure chest materialized at the center. He stepped forward and reached out. All right. I am opening it now. As the lid creaked open, a radiant pillar of light instantly erupted from the chest. It is said that the fallen zombie king's chests mostly contain gear, especially rare, top-tier equipment. Since this one was a mutant class, the expectations were sky-high. A mountain of shimmering treasures appeared, leaving everyone breathless. Inspecting the item in Giang Khai's hand, she moved closer. The flame blade, a level 80 executioner weapon. Only 2 existed in all of Saint Light. This is the 3rd one, worth an estimated 350,000 ghost crystals. Vian Tru's jaw dropped in sheer shock. 350,000 ghost crystals. That is over 3 million Saint Light coins. Honyan simply shrugged at the figure. Why are you so surprised? This is a legendary level 80 weapon. After all, he sighed. Unfortunately, we do not have an executioner in our squad. His eyes sparkled regardless. Well, at least we can trade it for a fortune. Giang Khai then picked up a set of armor. Known. What is this? She checked the system interface but looked completely puzzled. This is strange. There are no records of this item anywhere. Wenwu gasped in disbelief. No records? Does that mean this legendary gear has never been discovered before? Known smiled and pulled out a special item. Luckily, I brought along an identification card just in case. Back when True and I were in the military, we occasionally found gear that the standard system couldn't read. So I kept these handy. The moment she applied the card, the armor began to glow with an eerie, majestic light. The system revealed the stats Necro Outer Armor. Level 60. It grants 24 Strength, 27 Defense, 33 Agility, and 71 Spirit. Special Effect 1. Death. Pardon. This incredible perk can reduce the level requirement by up to 40 levels. Special Effect 2. Necro State grants immunity to nervous system attacks for 3 seconds. 10-minute cooldown. Special Effect 3. Death Torture. It unleashes a psychic assault, forcing the enemy to endure the agonizing mental trauma of approaching death. This only triggers when the target is heavily wounded and lasts until the user's spirit energy is completely depleted. After reading the description, Vien Tru stood frozen, his mouth hanging wide open in pure amazement. What in the world? These stat boosts are insane, especially that spirit attribute. I can't believe it reaches 71 points. Giang Khai grew more excited as he spoke. Not just the stats. These special effects are absolutely game-changing. Death. Pardon means that even though this is level 60 gear, level 20 explorers like us can actually wear it, he continued explaining. Furthermore, the Necro State effect is the true masterpiece of this Necro Outer Armor. Even if the immunity to neural attacks only lasts a few seconds, it is a literal lifesaver. If we ever face sonic attacks or deadly neurotoxins, this gives us the perfect window to recover and strike back. Giang Khai gripped the armor tightly, unwilling to let go. As for the death torture effect, while it requires the enemy to be wounded, it may not be for direct combat, but it is a terrifying psychological tool to break an opponent's will when it matters most. 25 minutes later, she pointed back into the chest. So far, almost everything we have found consists of weapons and heavy armor. Its rank is high, but it's useless to us. We'll just have to sell it for class advancement materials. A shimmering ring lay hidden among the loot. Curious, he leaned down to investigate. What is this glowing pillar? As he picked it up, the group's eyes widened. An accessory. While the others chatted, he focused on the object's base. This ring looked high tier. No on. Try appraising this. She nodded quickly. Meanwhile, Kai leaned down to inspect a card. As he touched it, the system chimed, "Congratulations, you've obtained the gambler's unique weapon, the Death God card." Stunned, he stared at AI Brain and whispered the name, Death God. AI Brain began its explanation. The Death God card, the gambler's unique weapon with no level requirement. One of 9 cards. Once he becomes a transcendent or an eerie being, he can manifest it in reality. Kai stood frozen for a moment before shouting out loud. Unique. Does that mean only one set exists in all of Ghost Star? A private, levelless weapon. Is this item tailor-made specifically for me? He muttered to himself in disbelief. My Phantom Hand Throw skill boosts accuracy by 40% when tossing ordinary items and penetration by 30%. But with card items, accuracy jumps 120%. Suddenly, it hit him. If he used this specific Death God card, his lethality would dwarf any standard weapon. Still, he wondered, what exactly is an eerie being? Transcendent signifies a level 80 master. An eerie being must be a rank of similar power. Whatever. I'll research it later. AI Brain flashed a new notification window. The card boosts base stats by 20%, adds 50 penetration, and massive critical damage. Kai was left speechless. Its power scales by percentage. The stronger I grow, the more devastating this card becomes. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. He couldn't wait to see its unique special effects. Ignoring his excitement, she continued. Now, let me introduce the Death God's special effects. Effect 1, the time has not come. This active ability requires manual activation. The card strikes targets 50 times automatically. Though it drains massive spirit power, the target takes 50% extra damage, but cannot die during the onslaught. Kai gasped. I've heard of if I want you dead. You're dead. But this is if I don't let you die. You're not allowed to, AI continued. Special effect 2, the Wrath of the Gods. Once activated, the card spins at blistering speeds, dealing relentless damage to its target. If the victim can't escape, its penetration power will continue to climb indefinitely. It drains both stamina and spirit. Kai winced. Trapped enemies would face an escalating nightmare. Paired with the first effect, no wonder they call this the Death God card. AI Brain then revealed the final, ultimate effect. Effect 3, Divine Resonance. The card is indestructible and controlled entirely by your thoughts. This is perfect, indestructible and telepathically controlled. He grinned broadly. Even cunning foes like the Royals won't be able to predict my true ace. Kai raised the card high in triumph. He'd found a legendary weapon, even without class materials. Suddenly, a shadow of doubt crossed his mind as he studied the card. What is a master card? Exactly. And where are the other 8 hidden in this world? 79. Suddenly, A thunderous explosion erupted behind him. Kai snapped into combat stance, activating his ghost eye focus to scan the dark woods. A high-level team is closing in, damn it. We're in no condition for another fight. If they realize we took down the mutated fallen corpse king and claimed the treasure chest, they'll definitely try to seize our hard-earned spoils. He quickly alerted the group. This was urgent, they had to leave immediately. Everyone shouted in agreement. The scene shifts to the Wei Ying base in Jiangzhong. He stood by the window, gazing into the distance, until a sudden knock broke the silence. Wei Ying turned with a stern expression. Lam Lam stepped inside, her face clouded with visible concern. Commandé. Another nation has discovered a linked teleportation array. He fell silent, his eyes drifting back to the horizon. Another one. Wei Ying frowned slightly. His lips moved, but no words came out as he sank deep into a sea of thought. Because the exploration of the demon crystals remained low, the various national zones were not yet connected. Aside from specific classes using special methods to enter other newbie zones, national territories remained strictly separated. The scene flashes back to a year ago. When Wei Ying first encountered him, he recalled that frantic moment. Wei Ying remembered it clearly. Every nation was under siege as lost land arrays appeared one after another. Space gates to the lost lands were surfacing everywhere, appearing in multiple locations simultaneously, scattered across the Demon Star. These arrays all linked to a single public zone known as the Lost Lands. The Lost Lands were eerie. Beneath a suffocating gray sky, a lone teleportation gate floated ominously. First, the territory was vast and ever-changing, shifting its entire location every 6 months. Even deep within ancient forests, gates would manifest. Second, this realm held mysterious, uncharted lost ruins. Hidden within were rare treasures and legendary materials for powerful new class advancements. When the gates first opened, they revealed a grim sight, fields of corpses stretching across the horizon. Yet, one rule troubled Wei Ying most. Only adventurers below level 60 could enter the level 60 Lost Lands. Even more surprising, the moment humans set foot inside, the AI brain would broadcast the competition details. A holographic notice from the AI brain beamed down, "Welcome to the primary Lost Lands tournament." Teams were required to have 5 members, all restricted to ranks below level 60. Once 80 nations entered, the war would officially begin. She gave a knowing, predatory smirk. Every adventurer would compete for dominance. In the end, only the teams taking first, second, and third would be rewarded. They would receive secret keys to the Lost Lands, granting them the right to hunt for rare treasures in the ruins. Each person could only compete in their level bracket once. Back in the present, she spoke up urgently. 49 nations have already discovered their teleportation arrays worldwide. Once that number hits 80, the battle starts. But our Saint Radiance has yet to find a single gate. He lit a cigarette as Lam Lam continued. Only those who rank in the competition can explore the lost ruins. And the treasures within those ruins, they possess the power to alter a nation's very destiny. Seeing no reaction, she called out tentatively, "Commander Y, are you listening?" He took a long drag before turning. After crushing his cigarette, he walked past her, ordering a national assembly of all guild representatives. She nodded in understanding. The scene shifts to a quiet corner of the town. 3 days later, he stepped out of a building, hands tucked coolly in his pockets. Vientru's group rushed over the moment they saw Giang Khai. "Kai, did the loot sell?" He nodded, pulling out 3 glowing blue vials. "I put them on the trade market, and private buyers snapped them up instantly. I also bought the advancement materials you all needed. These are pre-mixed. 1 drink and your class advancement is complete." Honan's eyes sparkled at the sight. Our haul this time was top-tier stuff. The prices were sky-high, yet they sold in a heartbeat. He grinned. It seems the world is full of wealthy power players these days. No one remained calm. I heard the military held a global guild summit a few days ago. Immediately after, procurement departments started hoarding rare resources. It must be related to that. Giang Khai noticed 2 people behind them gossiping as they walked by. "Hey, this year's guild challenge is starting soon. Some powerhouse guilds are making moves. It's going to be a bloodbath. Word is the Xuanwu Guild is going all in. They're already claiming that first place is practically theirs." Vientru pumped his fist, his spirit igniting. "Xuanwu is as arrogant as ever. Don't worry, Kai. I'll crush them for you." Wen Nu cheered in agreement. Giang Khai nodded. "Fine. But first, let's head to the guild district." His eyes sharpened with resolve. It was time. If we're going to compete in the guild challenge, we need to find a team to call home first. She said, "Kai, have you found one yet? You mentioned before that the royal family blacklisted you, so no guild would dare take you in. I thought we were in for a real struggle." She chimed in. "Exactly. Captain Kai, which guild did you actually find?" Hearing this, he only offered a mysterious, secret-filled smirk. The scene shifts to the bustling guild district. teeming with life. Giang Khai leads the group through the crowd and stops. We've arrived. Yuanju's face instantly twists in disbelief. Khai, is this really the guild you found for us to join? He gestures toward a desolate, empty gate without a single soul in sight. Why does this place look so pathetic? The location is completely isolated. Not only is it ghost quiet, but there isn't even a guild nameplate hanging up. Nuo's eyes widen as if she's discovered something incredibly bizarre. She watches Giang Khai approach the door with a look of pure doubt. Wait a second. Khai. You aren't planning to start your own guild, are you? He doesn't answer, silently scanning his identification card. The moment Giang Khai finishes the scan, text flashes across the Terminal God Guild headquarters. Sector Chi. Number 319. It was true. As the gates slowly creak open, the entire group freezes in sheer shock. Their eyes look like they're about to pop right out. Before them stands a magnificent structure of breathtaking grandeur. This house is absolutely stunning. He stands before everyone with open arms and says, "Welcome to the team. Everyone." A scene of shimmering lakes and misty mountains slowly unfolds. God Guild member Yuanzu snaps out of it and pats Giang Kai's shoulder. "Hey Kai, since when did you establish a guild? You didn't say a word. I can't believe you hit a trump card like this." Hu Yan stands there staring in total awe. "Seriously, Captain Kai, I'll be honest. I never dreamed a stingy guy like you would actually spend the gold for such a beautiful place. Being called a cheapskate makes him want to find a hole to hide in." Ruan Yu speaks up. "Exactly. Just how much money did this cost? It had to be at least 100 million sacred glow coins." "Right." Giang Khai is speechless. His image as a miser is clearly permanent in their eyes. He taps his wrist device, and the system screen flares to life. Giang Khai clears his throat, regaining his handsome and cool composure before speaking. "Actually, I've had this in mind for a long time. When I bought your class change materials today, I also applied for guild registration." He recalls the moment he first arrived at Planet Ghost when everyone rejected him. "I remember being a newcomer here. Every guild shut me out for fear of the royals." Returning to the present, a mischievous and clever smile plays on Giang Kai's lips. "Fine then. Instead of relying on fate or the heavens, I'll rely on myself and build my own legacy." Notifications begin scrolling across the system screen. The God Guild headquarters is currently undergoing the identification process. Identification successful. Guild data is now being synchronized. Once complete, he says, even though the God Guild is only just beginning. Just as he speaks, the mechanical chime of the system rings out. The God Guild is officially established. The group erupts into wild excitement. At long last, we have a place to call home on Planet Ghost. This is absolutely wonderful. The scene shifts to the next morning. Yuanzu comes sprinting in. My class change was a success. His cheeks are flushed with pure joy as he opens his menu. "Guy, I've officially become a gladiator adventurer, Yuanju. Gladiator class. Level 21. He clenches his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with intense excitement and power. "I've awakened my second talent now. And the attributes are incredibly strong," Kai asks. "What talent is it?" Yuanju laughs, giving a proud thumbs up. "It's called the Almighty Gladiator. It boosts my attributes by 10% more than any other second-tier class. On top of that, every time I level up, I receive 7 attribute points." Hearing this, Kai feels a surge of happiness for his friend. "That's amazing." Hu Yan stands nearby, looking completely envious. The growth of this martial artist path is all about stacking attributes. It's so powerful. Truly a top-tier class in Sacred Glow. I'm so jealous. Yuanju plants his hands on his hips, spins around, and flashes a confident peace sign. That's not all. He begins explaining his new power. "In battle, I can reallocate all my attributes freely to reach peak agility, or switch to maximum attack power instantly. Once the battle ends, my stats automatically return to their original state. Plus, while I'm learning combat skills, this talent has a chance to help me spontaneously awaken entirely new moves." A look of shock and a smile cross Giang Kai's face. Beside him, she can't hide her growing curiosity. You can freely redistribute your core attributes. If used correctly, this power could easily crush any opponent at the same level. Moreover, that move awakening feature is almost like getting legendary skills for free. He walks over and claps Yuanju's shoulder. "Zul, you're likely to become the most versatile martial artist ever." He replies bashfully. "Kai, I told you. I'll be the one protecting you from now on." Hu Yan says through comical tears. "I'm tired of saying how jealous I am." Just as they were talking, the door creaked open. Wennu walked in, his face masked in a deep, soul-crushing despair. The 3 friends turned toward him in shock. "Hey, Brother Nu, what is with that long face?" Giang Khai asked with concern. "Did your job advancement fail? What happened?" Tears began to well up as he spoke. The advancement was a success. But I became a drunkard. My unique talent is called Drinking for Merriment. Adventurer Win New. Class Drunkard. Level 21. His strength and agility each gained 2 points. But his physical growth rate plummeted from 3 to 2. Seeing his misery, Giang Khai stepped in to explain. Normal classes past level 20 gain 20 attribute points per level, unless they are a special class like a martial disciple. While soldiers can gain other stats, it is rare for most others to receive any at all. Your class grants 3 extra attribute points, which is actually incredibly rare. Hearing this, Wen Wu's expression finally began to brighten. Is that true? A giant question mark seemed to hover over his head. I suppose it is rare, but I am still curious about this. Drinking for merriment skill. Just what kind of merriment are we talking about here? He scratched his head. Thinking deeply, it triggers my subconscious, putting me in a micro-drunk state floating perfectly between being wasted and completely sober. In short, I feel like it might be quite. His words trailed off, leaving the other 3 burning with curiosity. Quite what. He scratched his head and gave a radiant, flowery smile. It feels quite free-spirited. The 3 of them stood frozen, looking like they had just swallowed flies. Half an hour passed, yet the door remained shut and silent. Vientru's eyes were glued to the door. 30 minutes already. Why has known not come out yet? Could something have gone wrong during the process? Honyan closed her eyes and crossed her arms. Be patient. Job advancement is a grueling ordeal, but I know she can do it. Suddenly, the door creaked. As she stepped out, her entire body was trembling. Panicked, Vientru rushed forward. Was the result not what you hoped for? It is okay. If it did not work out, we can just try again next time. She nodded in agreement. He is right. My own first advancement was a total disaster. Wen Nu chimed in. Do not lose heart. Known. We are all in this together. Despite the tension, Giang Khai remained calm. Everyone, settle down. I think she has something to say. Her lips quivered as she struggled to find words. Just as she was about to cry from the support, a sharp system notification shattered the silence. Adventurer known. Class Physician. Level 21. Unbelievable. She obtained a top-tier talent, toxin analysis. The odds of this are less than 1 in 1,000. For a heartbeat? Everyone was stunned. Then they erupted into a thunderous, joyful cheer. What? With an intrigued look, she explained, this talent boosts the activation speed of my healing medicines by 10%, and it accelerates the effectiveness of lethal poisons by 50%. Plus, it increases my toxin detection by 30%. Her eyes sparkled with pure excitement. This is incredible. Noan. Do you plan on becoming a poison master? She shook her head with a gentle smile. Not necessarily. All medicine contains a bit of poison. I can use this talent to purify my concoctions by stripping away the toxins. That way, I can maximize the medicine's potency. The trio stood there, mouths agape. Giang Kai's expression then shifted to serious. Great work. Our advancements were a success, but we are about to face some terrifyingly powerful opponents. The major guilds have been gatekeeping their members' levels specifically for this tournament. They are hunting for the top rankings. So we cannot afford a single moment of carelessness. A fierce light ignited in Giang Kai's eyes. In the days leading up to the guild challenge, we must grind relentlessly. Everyone nodded in unison, their spirits high. Understood. 7 days passed in the deep forest. System collected 180 elite forest wolf carcasses and 2 battlefield-grade carcasses. His eyes burned with determination as he clenched his fists. After 7 days of non-stop combat, I can feel my power growing. The system screen flickered. Adventurer Vientru, level 25 fighter. Adventurer known level 24 physician. Elsewhere, the rest of the team also received their level up notifications. Adventurer Honyan, class diviner, level 31. She laughed with excitement. My rainmaking skill is becoming second nature now. Adventurer Nguyen, class drunkard, level 25. Giang Khai approached as they shared a laugh. He tapped his watch, and a holographic screen projected the guild challenge brackets. Lord God Guild Team Fire God. Tournament details levels 21 to 40 division. 32 competing teams. The tournament rules were set 1 match per day. Your first day opponents are the Shunsa squad from the Black Tortoise Guild, led by Captain Huang Da. Be at the St. Brilliant City West Arena tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp. Don't be late for the showdown. Take note, the only way to claim victory in this match is the total elimination of the entire opposing team. Nguyen eyes widened in disbelief. Huang Da, how could it be such a coincidence, she stammered. Their first match was against the Black Tortoise Guild, and their leader was Huang Da, the man with a bitter grudge against Kai. Hu Yan frowned, leaning forward as he whispered. The previous guild challenges were never this lethal, but now, killing is the only path to victory. It seems the royals are pulling strings to get their revenge. Enraged, Yuan Zhu looked ready to storm out. I'm going to the military. I'll find out if the royals are rigging this. Winnu grabbed his arm to settle him down. Zhu, please. Stay calm. Giang Khai remained composed. There is no need. Whether it's fate or a trap, I've been looking for a chance to face Huang Da in the arena anyway. The girls watched him with hearts full of worry, while the image of that man's arrogant, mocking smirk burned in Kai's mind. Huang Da. Fine. I'll take this chance to settle everything the royal family owes me. With interest. The scene shifts to the arena the next morning. The roar of the crowd was deafening as they cheered from the stands. Wu Wei raised her microphone, her voice echoing across the stadium. The level 21 to 40 tournament starts in 15 minutes. Please stay in your seats. Today's match is Shunsa squad from Black Tortoise against the Fire God squad of the Master God Guild. Both teams may now take the stage. The crowd erupted as the screens flashed the words, Shunsa takes the field. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Huang Da's squad marched out. Today, Shunsa is surely going to make history. Black Tortoise is invincible, the fans screamed. Bai Yan watched the scene with a hint of mockery in his voice. You girls are lucky to have arrived for the annual guild challenge. Since you're here, I'll show you what real power looks like. Your group ranked well in the rookie trials. But don't get cocky. Watch these veterans and learn how a real squad operates. She gave a cold huff, her expression like ice. What's so interesting about watching a bunch of low-tier prelims? Only the final rounds are worth my time. He smirked, offering a gentle reminder. Hong Jiang, don't be so arrogant. You might have topped the rookie trials. But among today's fighters, there is someone who shattered a 30-year rookie record. Her eyes sparkled as the crowd whispered the name Giang Khai. Huang Da smirked with insufferable pride. Where is Giang Khai? Has the little rat not shown up yet? Don't tell me he's too scared to face me. Xiong Hai laughed. That's natural. Everyone knows your legendary reputation. Boss, that punk Giang Khai touched your brother. But does he really have the guts to stand against you? The captain laughed loudly, his eyes full of disdain. Giang Khai, where's all that talk now? Don't turn into a coward. His followers joined in the jeering. Exactly, Fire God Squad. More like the cowardly Flame Squad. What a joke. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, making the arrogant captain snap his head around. Hey there, big doll. Jiang Kai's squad appeared at the gates. Yuan Zhu barked back. What are you yapping about over here? Hu Yan stood with her hands on her hips, her gaze full of contempt. Who are you calling cowards? Let's settle this on the field. He huffed defiantly. That's right. On the massive monitors in the control room, Jiang Kai's team was now the center of attention. He sat back with his legs crossed, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. System diagnostics complete. We can monitor Nuanuan and Yuanzhu's performance metrics at any moment. Lu Jun sat nearby, gesturing to the screens. Good. But Professor Li, I'll need you to track one more person. The professor raised an eyebrow, confused. I thought we were only evaluating Yuanzhu and Nuanuan. Lam Lam turned back with a smile. Commander Wei wants the results for one more person. Professor Li's eyes lit up. I say. One more is no problem. But who is it? He didn't answer. His eyes locked on the screen. The captain of the Fire God Squad. The camera cuts to the arena, where Huang Da was glaring intensely at the young man. He hissed the name Giang Khai through grit teeth. Inside the control room, the staff stared at the monitors in absolute shock. This is impossible. Adventurer Yuan Zhu. Class fighter. Current level 25. Adventurer Nuanuan. Class healer. Level 24. Professor Li stood frozen, sweat trickling down his brow. In such a short time, they hadn't just reached level 20 for their class change, they had skyrocketed far beyond it. She gasped in shock. What? Lam Lam jumped up, clutching her tablet as she stared at the screen. Scarcely 20 days ago, they hadn't even reached level 10 upon leaving the military. How does everyone following Jiang Khai evolve so rapidly? Lu Jun wore a cryptic smile, his gaze brimming with intrigue. It was no mystery. Jiang Khai was simply a fascinating individual. The scene shifts back to the arena, where Wu Wei raises her hand high, shouting to the crowd to command the fighter's attention. Two massive magic circles manifest instantly as she finishes. Once the duel commences, neither team is permitted to leave the stage. Admission of defeat, total surrender, or the absolute elimination of the opposing team are the only paths to a certain victory. Is that understood? The squad replied in unison with stone-cold expressions. Understood. She couldn't suppress her growing excitement for the clash. With that, the battle officially begins. Huang Da, fueled by a burning fighting spirit, immediately barks orders to his men. All of you, listen up, kill them for me. Upon his command, they charge forward in a synchronized, lethal wave. Jiang Khai takes a wide combat stance and begins delegating. Pillar and I are the vanguard. Wen and Nu. Protect Honan and Non. A chilling glint flickers in his eyes. Non. Monitor the battlefield constantly. Provide immediate healing whenever we take a hit. Following Giang Khai's decisive orders, the entire team moves as one, acknowledging the plan with absolute focus. Hung Hai sneers with arrogant eyes. I've been itching to tear you all to pieces. Yuan Zhu hesitates briefly before stepping back. Gai. They're coming. On the stands, Giang Khai's allies roar. Pilar. Don't be a coward. Your power rivals anyone else's here. Pilar. If you fail to show any progress during this fight, not even the captain can keep you on the team. Wake up. Li Bu watches closely, knowing Pilar's greatest weakness is his timidity. Can he truly overcome his fear this time? Suddenly, Li Bu's eyes widen in utter confusion at the sight before him. Pilar? What are you doing? The crowd watches as Yuan Zhu uncaps a wine jug and gulps it down until his face flushes red. He lets out a loud burp, then shatters the bottle against the ground as the audience erupts into confused murmurs. What's this? Is he seriously drinking now? In the middle of a fight, is this guy a hopeless alcoholic or what? Holding his sword low, Yuan Zhu strikes a pose, looking like an unstoppable warrior reborn from the legends. I am Yuan Zhu, the world's greatest god of war. You trash dare provoke Kai, Giang Khai sighs. Seeing his comrades' helpless, drunken state, Huang Dat's team stands frozen in shock. Seizing the moment, Pilar strikes with lightning speed. Finish them before they can react. Hung Hai's eyes bulge in pure terror as he feels Yuan Zhu's power level skyrocketing beyond anything he expected. Wasn't this kid a coward? A mere rank E in the army. What the hell is happening to him right now? Van Vu shakes his head in disbelief. I don't know. He's like a crazed drunkard. Pilar charges in, eyes glowing with battle lust. Come, it is I. Yuan, who dares challenge my blade? Giang Khai sighs quietly, realizing there is no stopping the drunken Pilar now. At least Inwen Nu is still. Before he can finish, a shadow blurs past him at a terrifying speed. No one known and Ho Nian scream in panic. Brother Nguyen Nu, completely wasted, charges forward while clutching another bottle. I am Nguyen Nu, and I'll be damned if I'm weaker than anyone. You dare mock the Vulcan squad in my presence. I'll be the first to teach you a lesson. Seeing him charge, the enemy grimaces. Blast. Another drunkard. Kill him first. A strange light flickers in Nguyen Nu's eyes as a collective gasp echoes through the stadium. Hearts appear in Nguyen Nu's eyes as he lunges. Such a beauty, sweetheart. Let me give you some love. The bald enemy breaks into a cold sweat. What the hell are you doing? Moments later, a massive explosion rocks the arena, sending shockwaves through the air. He lunges for a kiss, but the panicked bald man kicks him away. Nguyen Nu tumbles back, landing right at Giang Khai's feet. Nguyen Nu pushes himself up from the dirt, his eyes still brimming with that same bizarre, drunken desire. He charges again, shouting, I love a feisty woman. The three members of Huang Dat's team are now visibly trembling. Is this Vulcan squad just a bunch of lunatics? Hong Duong frowns, unable to process the absurdity. Boss. These guys are total creeps. Both Ho Nan and No Non turn pale with embarrassment as they watch their teammates' disgraceful behavior. The audience will think we're a squad of perverts, but they can only trigger their hidden powers while completely drunk. They're doing this to protect us. After all, Giang Khai sighs, opening his system to assess the chaotic situation, activating Ghost Eye focus. He realizes both Pilar and Yuan Nu are out of it. He must now give his absolute all. Yuan Zhu leaps high and descends with a devastating ground-shattering kick. The impact of his blade triggers a thunderous explosion. Hung Hai barely dodges, gasping in relief. That was too close. Luckily, I'm fast. He regains his composure and lunges back in. D. You lunatic. Giang Khai intervenes instantly, launching his flying daggers with lethal precision toward the target. Pilar. Look out, Hung Hai jumps, conjuring a protective barrier just in time. The shield clangs loudly as it intercepts the daggers, locked in a silent stare after the clash. Hung Hai let a sinister smirk creep across his face. This custom-made shield was invincible. As long as its defense held, even the deadliest critical hit was useless. Sensing an opening, Van Vu lunged toward the girls, a healer and a fortune teller. Neither possessed any real combat strength. I'll take care of these two weaklings first. Stepping forward to shield her friend, she shouted, Noan, Noan. Get behind me. Invincible silver, frost art. Look. A hailstorm, razor-sharp ice shards streaked through the air, raining down upon their unsuspecting foe. Damn it, how can a mere fortune teller control the elements? Ho Nian met his shock with a cold, piercing smile. I've spent days mastering the mystic ice jade Captain Kai gave me just for this moment. To weave a storm that shatters the enemy's rhythm. System Mystic Ice Jade rank B equipped, frost effect active. The freezing chill would paralyze the opponent's reflexes. The results were even better than she had imagined. Suddenly, Winthan's blade roared forth, shattering her ice. His relentless strikes began to overwhelm Ho Nan. As she stumbled back, she barely managed to steady her. Scotty. Beaten by a fortune teller. How pathetic. Nguyen then spat, Don't you dare call yourselves our teammates after this, Van Vu screamed, his fury reaching a boiling point. Shut your mouth. That woman belongs to me. I'll carve the life out of her myself. Where do you think you're going? Vien Tru roared. Striking from above. The world's greatest war. God is your opponent. His blade struck with such force that the earth trembled. The two barely dodged the devastating shockwave stomp. Curse this madman, he's like a persistent fly. Hung Hai crouched low. Now let's tear this bastard to pieces. With a cold grunt, they formed a united front. Yet, Vien Tru's battle spirit only burned more fiercely. Meanwhile, Wen Nu was busy blowing kisses with a terrifying, obsessive passion toward his opponent. Darling, let me seal our love on those cherry lips of yours. The bald man felt his blood pressure skyrocket. You want to die? Who is your wife? He roared, his eyes darting back to the massive shield Wen Nu held. The bald fighter gripped his dagger, teeth gritted in calculation. This was no ordinary opponent. That freak's shield is impenetrable. I have to strike the gaps where his defense cannot reach. With a burst of speed, he lunged at Wen Nu, aiming for the kill. But the flamboyant warrior danced away effortlessly. Oh, darling, don't be so shy. I'm right here. His strike hit nothing but air. Driven to madness, the bald man hurled his daggers. You repulsive brat. Suddenly, a flurry of throwing stars intercepted the blades. A sharp, worried voice echoed through the chaos. Wen Nu. Watch out, it was Giang Khai. His hand still glowed with the residue of that perfect throw. Fall back, Giang Khai commanded. Seeing this, the bald man smirked and alerted his captain. Hoangdet. Captain. He has already exhausted 8 of his throwing stars, Hoangdat chuckled, purple energy swirling in his palm. Excellent. Hoangdat's grin turned predatory as he manifested a sinister gem, the supermagnetic crystal. He raised the crystal high. Its eerie, pulsating light, casting a terrifying shadow over the entire battlefield. What is this? Honan gasped, staring at her compass in horror. My compass is completely unresponsive. Me dagger. It is being pulled away. No one cried. Even Vien Tru's sword was being dragged by an invisible force. Giang Khai felt the tremors in his own hand. I cannot summon the Star Chaser darts, he realized with a jolt. Hoangdat advanced slowly, the supermagnetic crystal still glowing with a dominant, overwhelming power. He stopped a few paces away, his face twisted in a mocking sneer. Did you really think we came unprepared? Giang Khai. He glanced at the pulsing gem in his hand, his voice dripping with arrogant satisfaction. This crystal was forged from a high-grade magnetic core. It was designed specifically to render your darts useless. His eyes gleamed with malice. You have only 1 dart left. Tell me, what hope do you have now? Giang Khai did not flinch. Instead, a calm, knowing smile played upon his lips. Devoid of any fear, he drew his final weapon, tilting his head slightly. Hoangdat. I am afraid you have celebrated far too early. Hoangdat froze in shock. How? Why is that dart not reacting to the supermagnetic crystal? He quickly shook off the doubt, his face hardening as he conjured a thick, reinforced shield. It does not matter, Hoangdat roared, gripping his defense tight. No matter what, you are a dead man. Crouching behind his shield, his eyes flashed with a manic light. Giang Khai. Hey, he sit. Do you see this shield? Today, I'll make you taste true despair. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Lu Jun watched the screen, muttering in disbelief. Giang Khai is finished. That's the Titan Colossal Shield. Even though it's been downgraded for the match, its defense is still 72. It's monstrous. He bit his lip, his expression darkening, as he whispered to himself, on planet Ghost. Higher tier weapons usually require high-level users, but by force downgrading them, even low-level hunters can wield these legendary relics. Though it damages the weapon and lowers its stats, their raw power still dwarfs any ordinary gear. Standing nearby, Huo Lian frowned as she watched. She couldn't believe Xuan Wu would downgrade a superhuman's personal weapon like that. Lu Jun's eyes widened as he added, and that's not even everything. That hypermagnetic crystal and the previous warrior shield are all top-tier downgraded gear. They went to extreme lengths to counter Giang Khai. Lam's eyes went wide with fear as she asked, then, is Noan's death already set in stone? On the other side of the battlefield, Hoangdat bared his teeth in a savage grin. Instant kill squad. Hear my command. The 4 members of the squad smirked with bloodthirsty intent, listening as their leader barked orders to annihilate every member of the Fire God squad. Hoangdat paused, letting out a chilling laugh before adding, oh, and one more thing. Kill them slowly. I want them to suffer for touching someone they shouldn't. The group lunged forward in a coordinated strike. Xiang Hai led the charge with a roar. While their weapons are useless against our magnetic field, let's finish these 3 off first. No and Ho Nan cried out in panic. This is bad. Simultaneously, The bald warrior swung a massive fist toward Nguyen Gu. D. You filthy little creep. Li Bu watched the carnage, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. The gear gap is just too wide. It's truly hopeless now. Beside him, Sister Hoa also Saihil, Zhu Zi finally found a way to conquer his cowardice. But he won't get a chance to show it. Ha Dao crossed her arms, unable to believe her eyes. Giang Khai. Is he really going to lose this time? Hang Shuang turned away in disdain. What a joke. I guess Giang Khai wasn't that strong after all. Hoang Dat continued to gloat loudly. My instant kill squad is equipped with Black Rhino inner armor. These suits are immune to the hypermagnetic field. No matter how hard you struggle, you're just pigs waiting for the slaughter. He slowly raised the magnetic crystal, his voice dripping with malice. And now, as he spoke, Noan's sword flew from her hand. Honyan watched in horror as her own compass was ripped away by the magnetic force. Hoang Dat gathered the stolen weapons around him, his voice turning cold. Giang Khai, I'll see you in hell. Every insult against the royals will be returned 100-fold. I'll make you realize how pathetic you are, kneel and beg for mercy. Ignoring Hong Dat's arrogant declaration, Giang Khai focused every ounce of energy into his darts. His eyes were icy as he growled. I refuse to let fate decide my end. He stood as tall and unyielding as a bamboo stalk, his grip tightening on the lethal projectiles in his hands. Hoang Dat scoffed, still struggling. You really think those pathetic little darts can stop me? Don't even dream about it. As he spoke, a strange, surging energy erupted from Giang Kai's palm. A single card manifested, shimmering as it transformed. Hoang Dat recoiled in shock. What is that? Ha Dao's eyes widened as she gasped. Wait. What just happened? Lam Lam was equally stunned, her mouth hanging open. What's going on? Why did Giang Kai's Soulslayer dart suddenly turn into a playing card? Lu Yun stammered, overwhelmed by the pressure. That killing intent. Is that a weapon with its own domain? Giang Khai only smiled calmly. Of course, he thought. This isn't the Soulslayer. This is the gambler's ultimate weapon, the God card. He remembered his meeting with Eyebrain, and how she had explained it with such chilling calm. Most gear on Planet Ghost is ranked from F to S. She had shown him various items to illustrate the scale, holding a card identical to his. She explained that beyond S rank, there were legendary SS and SSS tiers. The God card is a triple S rank artifact. Giang Khai had been breathless. A triple S rank weapon. Eyebrain nodded slightly. Furthermore, the God card possesses a unique deck effect that defies logic, a deck effect he had repeated, brow furrowing in curiosity. She explained clearly. Each additional God card increases the base stats of your entire hand by 10% and adds 50% armor penetration. Eyebrain paused, his voice dropping into a deadly serious tone. Behold, the second special effect of the Death God's deck, Devouring Mimicry. It can consume any projectile weapon and inherit every single one of its lethal attributes. This transformation never compromises the card's original power. Back in reality, Giang Khai let out a chilling, triumphant laugh. Squinting, he explained. Long ago, this card used Devouring Mimicry to disguise itself as the Soul Chaser. Since it isn't magnetic, your supermagnetic crystal is completely useless against it. He glanced at the card in his hand, his voice dropping to a frigid whisper. Guangda. Next, you're the one who'll be kneeling and begging for mercy. Murderous intent flared in his eyes. Like a demon, he growled. But you won't beg for life, you'll beg me to end it. Huang Da's soul nearly left his body as cold sweat poured down. Wait. What is he doing? Suddenly, Giang Khai roared. Wrath of the gods. He swung his arm, unleashing a devastating wave of raw power. It tore toward Huang Da's shield, gritting his teeth in terror. He struggled to brace himself. What? What is this? My Titan shield can withstand superhuman attacks. How can a mere card pierce through it? Before he could finish the thought, Giang Kai's energy spiraled right through that unbreakable defense. Boom! The shield shattered into 1,000 pieces, sending Huang Da flying as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He slammed into the barrier, groaning in agony before collapsing. The magnetic crystal slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a thud. As the crystal fell, the sword and compass it had trapped were instantly released. Nearby, Yuan Zhu gripped his sword tight. Startled by the sudden sound of the items hitting the floor, Hu Yan shouted a warning. The magnetic field is gone. Now is our chance. Go. Instantly, Yuan Zhu swung his blade, parrying the trio of assassins. Xiong Hai watched in pure, wide-eyed disbelief. What? On the other side, the bald attacker relentlessly struck at Ruan Yu, who stubbornly held his ground with his shield. A moment later, Ruan Yu teased playfully. Honey, why are you attacking family? That's very naughty of you. The bald man's face froze in terror, as if he were staring at a literal monster. In the observation room, The audience watched the screens in a cold sweat. Was this some kind of joke? How could a thin card pierce a shield that seemed invincible? Just what kind of attack was Giang Khai using? How could his power be so terrifying? Outside, Huang Da slumped on the ground, hissing through gritted teeth. How? This is impossible. How could I lose to a piece of trash like him? Damn it. I can't even stand up. Yuan Shen cried out in panic. Boss Wenwu frowned and shouted, "This is bad, we have to help him." But before they could move, Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu lunged forward, cutting off their path. Yuan Zhu's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Your opponent is me." Ruan Yu grinned awkwardly, giving a thumbs up. "Where are you going? The more you run, the more excited I get." Huang Da trembled, watching Giang Khai slowly and menacingly approach him. With a flick of his wrist, the card from the shattered shield flew back into Giang Kai's hand. He gripped the card, his eyes burning with lethal intent as he whispered, "Huang Da, the real fun starts now. We have plenty of time." Huang Da's eyes widened in horror at those icy words. Right then, Giang Khai unleashed a razor-sharp strike. Blood sprayed everywhere as a bone-chilling scream tore through the air. Lam Lam watched with her hands on her hips, breathless with awe. So fast, the human eye can't even track it. Giang Khai continued his relentless assault, carving into Huang Da's body. Stop, stop. You bastard, I'll kill you." His eyes flashed with pure bloodlust as he leaned in and whispered, "Still unrepentant. Ise. But if you think this is the end, you are dead wrong." Then, Eyebrain's voice announced, "Special effect. One of the death card, the time has not come. Activate." The card strikes its target 50 times. During this, the victim suffers 50% more damage and is forbidden from dying. Immediately, the gashes on Huang Da's body were ripped open again. Blood erupted in a violent spray. The repeated strikes shredded his flesh, forcing Huang Da to howl in absolute, mindless agony. Those agonizing screams echoed through the arena, reaching the ears of everyone watching from beyond the barrier. The onlookers were struck with horror, as if lightning had hit them. Inside, Giang Khai kept his head low, his voice a chilling whisper that cut through the air. "Hoang Dat. Killing is just a game to you, isn't it? Since you care nothing for the lives of others, I will make you experience true terror before death finally claims your soul." Absolute horror seized Huang Dat as his pupils shrank. He could only stammer in a broken voice, "No. Please. Stop." But his desperate pleas fell on deaf ears. The third special effect of the necro armor began to resonate. Death's Torment, a spiritual strike that forces the enemy to endure agonizing mental torture before their final breath, triggered only when the foe is heavily wounded. This technique persists until the caster's spiritual energy is completely drained. Cold killing intent flooded Giang Kai's eyes as he hissed the word death. Huang Dat's eyes bulged, his body trembling in pure shock. Unmoved, Giang Khai maintained a frozen expression, emphasizing every heavy syllable of the word torment. With those words, his gaze turned lethal. He focused his power on the man before him. And then, a savage, razor-sharp strike tore through Huang Dat's abdomen. His face stiffened as he groaned. "It hurts." "Who is cutting me?" Throwing his head back in agony, Huang Dat's bloodshot eyes rolled back as he gasped for air. It felt like his core was being hollowed out by unseen teeth. Blood sprayed violently from his body as he trembled and begged for mercy. "Help me, I am being minced alive, as if pierced by 1,000 blades." He slumped over, screaming in unbearable pain. His eyes were blood-red and bulging with despair as he questioned his reality. Why? Why will I not die, unable to endure the endless spectral slashes? He whimpered, "I can't take this anymore, please." But Giang Khai remained heartless. His dark eyes narrowed as he sneered, "Giving up already? Is that all you can handle? The agony you feel now is not even a fraction of what those innocent victims suffered by your hands." Hoang Dat snapped, clutching his head in a total frenzy. "Just kill me, please. Just end my life now." Giang Khai smirked, realizing the synergy between his death card and the necro armor's torment was truly devastating. He watched the suffering with icy indifference, calmly analyzing the brutal efficiency of his combined powers. Physical trauma merged with mental agony, the result was perfection. Nearby, Huang Dat continued his frantic cries. "Someone help, just kill me." Inside the observation room, Lam Lam watched in confusion. Why is Huang Dat still alive after all that? Those wounds should have been fatal. Lu Tuan muttered, shaking his head. "I don't know how, but he is being utterly ruined." He stroked his chin while deep in thought, his eyes flashing with a sharp, calculating glint. What is Giang Kai's secret weapon? Even I cannot see through the mystery of his methods. Hoang Dat crawled forward, grabbing Giang Kai's leg as he sobbed. "I swear I will never touch your family again. I was wrong, I'm begging you," covered in gore. He looked up with a desperate, pathetic plea, "Kill me." Giang Khai looked down with icy indifference, scoffing internally. Why would I let you off so easily after everything? He snorted and glanced toward the stands, thinking, that old man must be reaching his limit by now. Giang Khai slowly raised his gaze toward the VIP seats where Hong Thong watched the horror unfold. Huang Thong could no longer stay seated. He gnashed his teeth, trembling with rage that despite his preparations, Giang Khai lived. That brat is keeping Xiao Dad alive just to force me out of the shadows and into the light. Standing abruptly, Hong Thong marched forward and shouted, Giang Khai, knowing he had won, the youth looked up with a mockery. The Black Tortoise Guild leader himself. What brings you out? Hong Thong did not hesitate, glaring down in fury. Giang Khai, I know your game. Finish him now. And I promise he will never bother your family again. Standing calm with crossed arms, the boy asked in a slow, deliberate tone that echoed through the arena. Why should I trust your word? And even if he stops, what about the rest of your guild members? Enraged by the defiance, Huang Thong roared at the top of his lungs. Don't you dare push your luck, boy. Giang Khai simply shrugged. Suit yourself. Behind him, Hong Dat wailed for death. In the stands, the guild leader's mind raced desperately. I can't let this happen. Xiao Wei is already broken. If this continues, Xiao Dat will be crippled forever. Finally, before the entire crowd, he took a deep breath and declared, Giang Khai, listen to me. I hereby pledge the honor of the Black Tortoise Guild to guarantee the absolute safety of your family. If my word is not enough, we will formalize this agreement before the military, after this duel ends. Finally satisfied, Giang Khai nodded. Fair enough. He raised 2 fingers, gathering his power as he gave a stern warning. Remember your words. From this day on, if any of you lay a finger on my family, be it the Huang clan or your guild, I will end you. With those words, Giang Khai tightened his fist, his voice dripping with cold determination. I will pull every last one of you out by the roots. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut the air as Huang Dat's head was severed from his shoulders, blood erupting in a violent crimson spray, reclaiming his card with a flick of his wrist. Giang Khai looked down at the lifeless body before locking eyes with Huang Tong. Do you understand now? The old man could do nothing but grit his teeth, swallowing his burning rage in silence. A soldier behind him stammered in terror, but guild leader Huang Tong turned back with a furious roar. You idiot, why are you just standing there? Log off immediately and find the best psychiatrist to check on Huang Dat's condition. Yes, sir. The man scrambled away. Meanwhile, Huang Tong stared at Giang Khai, his eyes clouded with murderous intent. Giang Khai, you'll pay for this. Below, Giang Khai remained composed, crossing his arms with a defiant, provocative gaze. Suddenly, a sharp pang of agony shot through his body, turning his face deathly pale as he trembled. Bracing himself with his hands on his knees, he let out a shaky breath. That was too close. He thought. He could barely stay upright. After spamming devouring form and wrath of the gods, his mental energy was almost completely depleted. His eyes sharpened with renewed grit as he forced himself to stay focused. Huang Dat was finished. But 4 level 40 fighters remained. He couldn't afford to collapse now. A terrifying aura flared around him as he calculated his next move. As long as he stood tall, they wouldn't dare to strike. As the battle reached a fever pitch, one man stood out, fueled by a sudden surge of power. Yuan Zhu charged forward with his blade held high. You cowardly lot, who among you dares to face the great Yuan? With a resounding crash, Yuan Zhu's blade slammed into Kan Hai's shield. His eyes blazed with an unquenchable thirst for battle. Unable to withstand the sheer force, Giang Hai was sent skidding back, groaning in sheer agony, gasping for air. He stared in disbelief. How did his strength multiply so fast? Hu Yan and Nuanwen cheered in excitement. It's his talent. The all-around gladiator, by shifting all his attributes into pure strength, Yuan Zhu was now overpowering even level 40 warriors. Seeing the threat, when Wu and Yuan Shen lunged at him, watch your flanks. Yuan Zhu the others shouted in warning. The duo swung their swords in a coordinated strike, but Yuan Zhu moved like a shadow, effortlessly dodging their blades. Their eyes widened in shock. He is too fast. Yuan Shen gasped. Yuan Zhu laughed manically as he retaliated. I told you, you are all nothing but trash. Li Biao stood up in shock, wondering if this was truly the same man. Even Sister Hua marveled at his newfound agility and power. Liang Wen nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is a true gatekeeper. Unbreakable. Elsewhere, Wen Nu was still playfully chasing the bald fighter. Hubby, let us get closer. Liang Wen could only shake his head and sigh at the ridiculous sight. I never thought I would see a drunkard chasing a level 40 fighter around the arena. What a day. The bald man finally snapped. Get away from me. You creep. He was fuming internally. Damn it. This weirdo's shield defense is insane. He glanced toward the stationary Giang Khai, trying to read the situation. If Giang Khai joined the fray, he could focus, but the young man was just standing there, motionless. A sudden realization hit him. Wait. Why has he not moved an inch? Meanwhile, Yuan Zhu continued his assault on Giang Khai. Is this all you have got? You are a disgrace to all gladiators? Wen Wu and Yuan Shen also noticed something felt off. Something is wrong. Wen Wu whispered. Giang Khai has the power to end us. So why is he stalling? Dragging this out serves him no purpose. Yuan Shen's eyes narrowed as the truth dawned on him. Hold on. We missed something. Giang Kai's level is low. He used so many high-tier skills earlier. Could it be? A sinister grin spread across their faces. He is out of fuel, Yuan Shen hissed. He cannot fight anymore. Back in the observation room, the analysts marveled at Yuan Zhu's skyrocketing combat data. This Yuan Zhu kid is actually a monster. Lan Lan watched with wide eyes. Her heart racing. What kind of magic does the Vulcan squad possess? A level 20 Giang Khai defeated a level 40. And even the timid Yuan Zhu was now dominating the field. She let out a long sigh of relief, clutching her chest. At least the Vulcan squad might win, and Nuan Yuan will be safe. But Lu Jun cut her off with a grim tone. Do not celebrate just yet. He leaned on his hand, eyes narrowing as he coolly analyzed the scene. With Huang Da dead, the Xunsha team's morale had crumbled. Yet they remained dangerous prey in this life-or-death struggle. They wouldn't surrender easily, mostly fearing Giang Kai's power. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Nuan watched him with growing anxiety. Lu Jun pointed out that Giang Khai hadn't moved since killing Huang Da. Seeing this, Lan Lan's expression turned grim. Nuan's heart raced with worry. Lu Jun spoke plainly, suggesting that despite his intimidating aura, couldn't she see the possibility that he was actually completely out of energy? His gaze sharpened. The worst-case scenario was unfolding. The Xunsha team sensed his weakness and launched a full-scale assault. On the field, Yuan Shen gripped his blade and charged straight toward the pillar. If Giang Khai just stands there while his comrade fights alone, then our suspicions are definitely correct. Wen Wu lunged forward, blade in hand. Right? Better to die fighting than give up. Elsewhere, the bald fighter threw a dagger at Wen Nu, laughing. Fine. Let's bet it all. 2 minutes later, a heavy blade slammed violently into the earth. The impact sent dust swirling everywhere. The pillar's body trembled, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he roared in fury. Damn you. Elsewhere, Giang Khai spoke with a chilling tone. Wait. Have you noticed it too? This pillar guy's strength. It seems to be fluctuating wildly. Doesn't it? Wen Wu nodded grimly. True. Whenever his power surges, his speed drops significantly. Giang Khai raised his sword, eyes narrowing in realization. With a resolute gaze, he declared firmly, I've figured it out. He likely has a transfer attribute. It looks powerful, but a single mistake makes it a fatal weakness. Yuan Shen dropped into a combat stance, his voice dripping with arrogance. We just need to strike when he can't switch attributes. Then, he's a dead man, he sneered. And that Giang Khai still hasn't moved. His mental energy must be completely bone dry. Hearing this, their fighting spirit ignited. Wen Wu and Shanghai charged together. Then, what are we waiting for? Let's end this. Wen Wu taunted. Weren't you going to fight us for 300 rounds? Come on then. The pillar's rage finally boiled over. He reversed his grip and let out a primal scream. You losers, talk too much. Just die already. Yuan Shen launched a sudden sneak attack, his voice mocking. Perfect. Once you're out of the way, Giang Khai is next, die watching from the sidelines. Li Biao and Sister Hua were frantic. This is bad. They changed tactics. The pillar is done for. Just then, a powerful, commanding voice echoed through the arena. You sure talk big. Giang Khai descended from above like a hawk, raining down sharp blades upon his enemies with a furious roar. You think mere words are enough to take down my fire god squad? What, the enemies gasped? Before they could react, the weapons exploded, a devastating blast sweeping through their ranks. As the smoke cleared, Giang Khai emerged, charging forward with terrifying, godlike speed. Giang Khai collapsed, trembling in disbelief. Giang Khai Wen Wu was equally stunned. How are you doing this? Giang Khai smirked at them, curious. It all started the night before this challenge began. While Giang Khai stood by a fountain, Nuan approached him quietly. She asked if something was bothering him. Noting his silence during dinner, Giang Khai stared into the distance, his voice laced with concern. The guild challenge is tomorrow. Huang Da despises me. He'll definitely use every dirty trick to crush us. I don't know his plan yet, but he knows I rely on chasing fate. He'll likely target my weapon first. Nuan gasped in alarm. Gai? Do you have a countermeasure? He looked at her, his voice steady. Remember that mysterious card from the Fallen Corpse King's treasure chest? With that card, I'm over 90% sure I can take Huang Da down myself. Giang Khai closed his eyes, still uneasy. But we're facing more than just him. And that card has serious side effects. Without a solid plan, our chances of wiping out the entire Shunsha squad are barely 60%. Nuan checked her inventory. We're completely out of Phoenix Tears. I've been trying to synthesize a replacement for this challenge, but the results haven't been great. She pulled out a single pill. This is the only demon god capsule compatible with your current attributes. Take this, and within 1 minute, 50% of your peak power will be temporarily restored. She laid out the grim reality for 1 full minute while the pill digests. He would be completely paralyzed. But that wasn't all. This demon god capsule came with a brutal condition. The user's spirit power had to be completely depleted first, or the power would never awaken. Giang Khai froze. Nuan shook her head, sighing in frustration. Being paralyzed for 60 seconds was a death sentence. Emptying your spirit power in a death match is suicide. She muttered, "We need a different plan." But Giang Khai grabbed her shoulders, his eyes alight with excitement. Nuan, you're a genius." "What?" she gasped, suppressing his thrill. He declared, "Now, I'm 100% certain I can wipe out the Blitz squad. Just watch me." Moments earlier, amidst the chaos of battle, Giang Khai let out a feral roar as he lunged at the war god. Nearby, a delusional Winnu chased the bald fighter with his shield. "Give me a kiss." "Wifey," the man fled in terror. Giang Khai watched the madness unfold, his expression darkening as he tightened his grip, timing it perfectly. He popped the pill. Huang Da was dealt with, and his spirit power was finally at 0. He swallowed. Veins bulged across Giang Khai's face as his eyes ignited with a fierce glow. The 1-minute countdown had begun. Suddenly, a deadly array of small, razor-sharp blades materialized in his palms. They thrummed with a crimson, bloodthirsty aura. "Too bad," he sneered. "You won't live long enough to see what's next." Meanwhile, Nguyen was still playfully pursuing the bald man. "Wifey, are we playing hide and seek?" Terrified, the bald man blindly hurled his weapon. Realizing his mistake, he reached out and screamed. "Oh no, my hand slipped." But suddenly, the bald man felt a massive, cold wave of killing intent closing in from behind. Yuanzhu loomed there, his face like stone. With a flash of his blade, the sword cleaved through the bald man. Blood pooled in his mouth as his face paled. How he gasped. He collapsed. Yuanzhu rested the blade on his shoulder. "Consider it an honor to die by the world's greatest war god." A gut-wrenching wail erupted. Nguyen sobbed over the body like a heartbroken child. Rage and sorrow clouded his voice. "Why did you kill my darling?" Yuanzhu only gave a smug, arrogant smirk. Why, Yuanzhu scoffed. "Is that even a question? I'm the world's greatest war god." "You fool?" Nguyen's expression flipped instantly. He skipped toward Yuanzhu with a creepy, radiant smile. "My darling is gone, so you'll just have to be my new one. Come here and give me a kiss." Suddenly, a thick green mist enveloped Nguyen. His head began to spin. Damit. Not this smell again. Giang Khai looked at the canister in his hand. "Thank God I had Nuan pack some anti-wolf spray. I'll need a dozen more," he thought. A drunk Nguyen was far more terrifying than any monster. He stood up as the girls approached. "Hunhan. Nuan, are you both okay?" "Don't worry, Captain Kai, we're great." As the enemies dissolved, Wu Wei raised her microphone. "I hereby declare." Suddenly, Yuanzhu stepped forward, his face twisted with murderous intent. "Who goes there? Have you come to challenge the great Yuan?" Wu Wei froze, bewildered, while the others screamed in panic. "Oh, we're screwed." Giang Khai and Hunan lunged forward to restrain him. "You've already won." "Great war god, chill out," Giang Khai pleaded. Hunan added, "Yeah, she's not the enemy." Shaking. Wu Wei stammered. The winners are the Fire God Squad, tomorrow at 8 a.m. Be here for round 2. Yuanzhu, still pumped, roared into Giang Kai's ear. "Kai, from now on, I'm your shield. I've got your back." Giang Khai turned pale. Got it. Meanwhile, a terrified Wu Wei scrambled away. Giang Khai beckoned the girls urgently. Nuan, Hunhan, let's get out of here." They groaned in unison. These two are so embarrassing. As they hauled Nguyen away, he kept wailing, "Wifey, coming." Hunan sighed. Nuan could only offer a strained smile while Giang Khai dragged Yuanzhu away. The drunk warrior waved his sword wildly. "The great war god is here. Who dares challenge me?" Up in the stands, the spectators were left speechless. "Wait. What just happened?" "I can't believe it," the commentator shouted. "The unknown Fire God Squad has completely annihilated the legendary Blitz Squad." Yuanzhu was impressive. But isn't a drunkard supposed to be the most useless class in existence? What kind of monstrous power is this? To hunt down a level 40 fighter? And with Giang Khai leading them. What is his hidden class exactly? That mysterious black card? What kind of god-tier weapon could it be? The crowd erupts in a deafening roar at this historic victory. In the VIP section, Hong Swang smiles and turns to the man beside him. Mr. Ha. I finally see why you insisted we watch the Fire God Squad's battle today. Elsewhere, Lam stares in total disbelief. Giang Khai. They actually pulled it off. They really won. Lotan watches Giang Khai's team with deep respect. He truly is something else. Even the Fire God Squad under his lead defies all common sense. I bet Commander V is dying to see the new rank evaluations. Suddenly, a loud announcement blares, catching everyone's attention. The latest rank assessments are finally inside the lab. Professor Lai analyzes the data as Yuan Zhu and no unknown stats flash on screen. Yuan Zhu has officially reached the prestigious SS rank. However, since To Known hasn't revealed her true potential yet, she remains at C rank. Lam gasps. An SS rank. It's been years since someone under level 40 achieved that in Jiangtrong City. Even the stoic Lotan couldn't hide his shock at the news. With an SS rank now, he's a shoo-in for the Holy Radiance War, God Temple's reserve team. Once he hits level 60, he explains further to combat the encroaching god beasts. Nations have established global and local war, God Temples, forming elite reserve units to cultivate future legends. There are only two ways into these prestigious squads. The first is through pure combat prowess, proving your worth in grueling local trials. This is the path most warriors take. But there is another way. The second is a direct military appointment based on your official rank. If recommended by the army, you are scouted immediately. But those who qualify are rarer than starlight. Lam's voice trembles with awe. To enter the Holy Radiance reserve team directly, barely one person in the entire kingdom manages that each year. Who knew Yuan Zhu had such terrifying potential? Lotan turns to the professor. What about Giang Khai's rank? Professor Lai frowns, his tone turning heavy. It was impossible to calculate. The room falls into a stunned silence. What the duo shouts in unison. Professor Lai sighs. His data is riddled with massive contradictions. First, his base attributes at level 20 are simply absurd, far beyond human limits. We don't even know his class yet. Furthermore, while his raw stats lag behind top-level 40 pros, his destructive power is off the charts. A digital simulation of his combat performance flickers to life. In one test, the professor continues. His attack coefficient hit 24,000. It's absolutely unheard of. He glares at the image of Giang Khai's mysterious card, and that weapon, not only is it missing from every known database, but it actually caused a total system malfunction during our analysis. He concludes that while Giang Khai secured a brilliant win, he exhausted his energy far too early. As a leader, he gave his teammates too much freedom to act. Professor Lai rubs his chin, deep in thought. If I must assign a rank, he delivers a shocking verdict. Let's put him at D rank for now. Lotan eventually nods. Understood. I'll report this to Commander V. Thank you for your hard work. As they leave the research facility, Lum fumis, unable to accept the decision. D rank. There's no way Giang Khai is just a D rank. Lotan remains calm. Of course he isn't. Lum snaps. Then, why didn't you speak up? Lotan gives her a knowing look. The professor isn't wrong. The problem is the system itself. This evaluation was built on the data of ordinary people from the past. But Lam, have you ever considered something? He envisions Giang Khai's future. When someone walks a path that has never been tread before, no existing system can measure their true worth. His gaze turns sharp. Giang Khai, like the commander, I can't wait to see what you do next. The next morning, the group passes by a pharmacy. Honyan suddenly stops them. Look, an apothecary. Let's head inside and grab some ingredients for our mist-spraying potions. Everyone agrees and steps inside. The shopkeeper greets them with a wide smile. Welcome. What can I help you find today? Honyan gets straight to the point. Do you have any glazed bulbs? Illusion mushrooms? Or sour berries in stock? The golden-haired Von Fee stepped forward with a bright smile. We certainly do. Everything you need is right here. Please, follow me. Meanwhile, Giang Khai scanned the room, his brow furrowing when he couldn't find a certain familiar figure. Spotting Noan at last, he saw her standing before a medicine shelf. Her eyes locked onto the items with intense focus. Giang Khai approached slowly, squinting at the labels. So they even sell secret recipes here, but these formulas, he frowned, his gaze falling upon 3 weathered, ancient scrolls tucked away in a dusty corner. They bore the names Eternal Winter Frost, Crimson Kiss, and the Green Water Phantom. Noan carefully picked one up, her eyes widening. It's a recipe for a deadly toxin. Strange. I've never seen this Green Water Phantom at the trading hall before. Just then, the shopkeeper, Master Lu stepped forward and crossed his arms. That green water phantom is an exceptionally rare find, he explained sternly. It's a treasure dropped from a mutant general class water wraith that recently appeared at the Spirit Lake on Mount Taibing. Giang Khai's eyes narrowed in shock. The Spirit Lake. Who would be reckless enough to venture into a place like that? Master Lu let out a boisterous laugh at the question. There are always those who dare. For instance, the ascetics. They are a mysterious bunch, always seeking out the most desolate and dangerous lands to hone their skills. One of them found it by pure luck from a dying beast. He shook his head, offering no, a sincere warning. But listen to me, little girl. The toxicity of the green water phantom is far too volatile, and the conditions to use it are impossibly strict. Not only is it easy to poison yourself during the brewing process, but even if you succeed, it's nearly impossible to utilize in battle. That is why, despite its rarity, it remains unsold. I suggest you look for something more practical. But she only stared back with a serious expression. Master Lu, tell me, what kind of poison is this? Exactly, he sighed, explaining the grim details. It is a lethal toxin that ignores physical armor, seeping directly onto the victim's skin upon impact. However, there is one catch. The target must be completely submerged in water for the poison to actually activate it. Hearing that, Giang Khai and Nuan's eyes instantly lit up. In water, you say? Master Lu nodded gravely, unaware of their thoughts. Exactly. Even if you brew it and land a hit, it's useless unless you can force your enemy into a body of water. In the middle of a fight, finding a lake or a pond is unlikely. And even if there was one, before he could finish, the two shared a knowing, mischievous glance. They were thinking the exact same thing. That's perfect, they shouted in unison, cutting him off. We'll take it. Master Lu stood there, completely baffled by their excitement. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed from the shop, shaking the entire building. Meanwhile, at the Huiyanvar private hospital in Jiangcheng City, it was the dead of night, and the pale moonlight cast an eerie glow over the towering medical facility. In a dark, silent ward, a broken figure sat motionless. Huang Thong watched through the door, his heart heavy as he monitored his son's condition. He recalled the grim report from Assistant Mac, who had arrived with a stack of documents earlier that evening. Chairman, the eldest young master's condition is far more severe than his brother's. His mind has suffered a devastating blow. He's showing early signs of a mental collapse and needs immediate treatment. The council recommends that he stays away from the Ghost Star. He will require at least 3 months of intensive therapy. Following his brutal encounter with Giang Khai, Huang Dart was a mere shell of his former self, sitting in a daze as he drooled uncontrollably, his pride utterly shattered. Seeing his son in such a pathetic state, Huang Thong slammed his fist against the wall in a fit of rage. Xiao Veer hasn't recovered. And now Xiao Dart is like this too, he roared, his eyes burning with pure hatred. The most brilliant heir of the Huang family. Ruined, and it's all because of Giang Khai. The image of his son's defeat flashed in his mind, fueling his vengeance. Giang Khai, I swore I wouldn't touch your family. But don't you forget, I never said I wouldn't come after you personally. Besides, the guild challenge is far from over. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged from the shadows and approached him. Chairman, you summoned me. The man was Fitung, the guild's most dangerous enforcer, a twisted, manic grin spread across his face. Is this about the guild competition? Meanwhile, the tournament continued in the following days. The massive arena was packed to the brim, with every spectator glued to the ongoing battles. Having witnessed the terrifying way Giang Khai eliminated Huang Dat, many teams chose to forfeit the moment they realized they were facing him. Many formidable teams fought tooth and nail, only to fall before the overwhelming might of the Fire God Squad, led by the relentless Giang Khai. The Fire God Squad secured their spot in the top 16. On the massive display, his face stood alone, uncrossed and defiant. As darkness slowly descended, a silver moon hung high in the silent night sky. Inside their warm sanctuary, Hu Yan broke the silence with an excited shout. Captain Kai, we have intel on tomorrow's battle. The team gathered as the blue screen flickered to life. Main God Guild notification, essential briefing for Fire God Squad. Congratulations on reaching the Sweet 16. Your next opponent, Falcon Team 4 from the Black Tortoise Guild. Their leader is the infamous Shu Feixiang. Be present at the West St. Glory Arena by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do not be late for your destiny. Yuan Zhu's eyes widened in shock. The Black Tortoise Guild again, and Shu Feixiang. I've definitely heard that name somewhere before. Ruan Yu nodded grimly, her eyes narrowing. I feel it too. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Kai's voice dropped to a low growl as the memory surfaced. Shu Feixiang and Falcon Team 4. They're the same bastards we crossed paths with during the hunt for the fallen corpse king. It seems the royal family has finally lost their patience. Yuan Zhu's face flushed with anger. Now I remember, it's those arrogant pricks from the wasteland. Hu Yan's expression turned solemn. Falcon Team 4 isn't just any squad. They are the elite of the elite within the Black Tortoise hierarchy. The shield killers were strong. But in terms of pure combat experience, they can't even compare. Nuan added with a heavy sigh. Hu Yan is right. Most members of the shield killers are pampered heirs of high-ranking officials. They have endless resources and god-tier equipment. Her brow furrowed as the weight of the situation sank in. But Xu Feixiang's team, they are battle-hardened veterans who have survived countless life-and-death encounters. Their raw combat prowess and battlefield adaptability are on a completely different level. Worry clouded Nuan's eyes as she looked at him, especially Feixiang. His speed is lethal. Gai, you must stay alert. Giang Khai nodded, his gaze hardening with resolve. The next morning, the tournament roared back to life. The stadium was electric, vibrating with the cheers of thousands of fans. Black Tortoise's Falcons versus the main God's Fire God Squad. This is going to be a bloodbath. Below, the two captains locked eyes, the air between them thick with tension. In the stands, the gossip was spreading like wildfire. Everyone knows the bad blood between Giang Khai and the Black Tortoise Guild. This isn't just a match, it's a grudge fight. I heard Feixiang even declared himself to be Giang Kai's natural-born nemesis. He's out for blood. On the battlefield, Feixiang smirked with predatory excitement. He signaled a thumbs down, taunting his rival once more. Giang Khai, fate has brought us back together. Remember my promise, I'm going to tear those limbs from your body. Giang Khai remained silent, holding back an exploding Yuanzhu. You talk too much. You bastard, don't celebrate before the funeral. Think back to how arrogant Huang Dai was. Now, the grass on his grave is taller than you are. Yuanzhu spat. Finally, Giang Khai looked up. A thin smile played on Giang Kai's lips. Enough talk. Feixiang, let's let our weapons do the speaking. High above, the announcer Wu Wei raised her microphone, her voice booming through the speakers. Attention. Warriors. The 36th Guild War, the round of 16 elimination begins. Now counting down from 10, the crowd went wild as the giant screen zoomed in on the two rivals. It's starting. The main event is here. Wu Wei's countdown continued relentlessly. 8. Back in the waiting room, Lan Lan whispered her sister's name, her heart racing with anxiety. Lu Jun watched with bated breath. Giang Khai. Against the Falcons. Can you pull off another miracle? In the stands, Sister Hoa cheered at the top of her lungs. Zhu, show them what you're made of. We're all behind you. Li Biao sat in stony silence, his eyes fixed on the arena. 3. Tful. The announcer threw her hand down with a final roar. 1. Let the battle begin, with a thunderous war cry. Feixiang and his team lunged forward like starving wolves. Kill them all. Giang Kai's squad snapped into their combat formation. Stay sharp. Everyone. Understood, they echoed in unison. In a blur of motion, Giang Khai pivoted, launching a barrage of lethal daggers directly at the charging enemy. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement from the rear. Look at those chasing fate blades. This is Kai's masterstroke. Let's see if those arrogant bastards can handle this. Feixiang, moving like a lightning bolt, charged head-on into the deadly rain of steel. But a sinister smirk played on his lips as he whispered to himself. So, that's your trick. I've got you now. Feixiang skidded to a halt as his vanguard surged forward. Mo Chen raised a glowing card, shouting, "Leave the defense to us." Channeling his inner power, he activated the card, causing it to erupt in a blinding, mystical radiance. Feixiang let out a cold, mocking laugh. Now, Giang Khai, I'll show you the true meaning of tactical team warfare. Mac Tran's squad instantly conjures a fortress-like shield, effortlessly repelling Giang Kai's ferocious assault. The opposing team can only watch in wide-eyed disbelief. What Sister Hoa exclaims from the stands, her voice trembling. Their reaction speed is inhuman. Beside her, Luang Van is equally stunned, unable to hide his shock. It is truly incredible to form a perfect defensive line while under a full-scale ambush is one thing, but to parry all 6 of Giang Kai's daggers simultaneously is legendary. The daggers grind against the shield with a screeching spray of spark, yet the barrier remains absolutely impenetrable. Luang Van observes Mac Tran's eerie composure. Even after a lethal strike, he doesn't panic. He calmly uses the momentum to slide back safely. Having weathered the storm, Fire Lotus steps forward with a predatory grin. My turn to test him. Mac Tran nods his approval. Up in the VIP seats, Luang Van's eyes widen even further at the sight of their fluid transition. It's more than just defense. The moment the front line absorbs the impact, the rear guard is already launching a lightning-fast counter-offensive. Fire Lotus lunges forward, swinging her blade with a roar. Team Fire God, taste the sting of my blazing inferno whip. Luang Van shudders, realizing they've switched from total defense to a lethal assault in a heartbeat. A massive shockwave erupts as Fire Lotus strikes, sending a devastating tremor toward Giang Kai's squad. Giang Khai barely lunges out of the way, barking orders for his team to fall back. In the observation room, Lam's heart is racing, clenching her fists. She whispers, "I've heard the legends of Falcon B before, but seeing their coordination in person is terrifying. Their reputation for perfect teamwork is no exaggeration." Lo to a knots? His gaze fixed on the screen. "You are right," he admits solemnly. Individually, Falcon B's members aren't the strongest in the Swanwu Guild, but as a unit, they are second to none in such a massive organization. On the battlefield, Giang Khai surges forward, his eyes sharp as he channels his aura to recall his scattered daggers. He silently weighs the strength of the soaring team. Such flawless synergy could only be forged in the fires of 1,000 life-or-death battles. As he scans their formation, a chill runs down Giang Kai's spine. One clash was enough to prove it. These opponents are far more dangerous than the shield killers he faced before. But the soaring team isn't done. Phi Tuang pulls out a glowing supermagnet crystal, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "Trying to call back your daggers?" High up in section 92 of the stands, a man with long golden hair covering his face points and shouts, "Look, it is the supermagnet crystal. The fire god team's weapons are being neutralized again." The person standing beside him erupts in excitement. The match just started, and Giang Khai is already forced to play his hidden trump card. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, someone notices something strange. Wait, look closer. Giang Kai's lineup is packed with absolute monsters. Their weapons are too powerful to ignore. A sharp-eyed spectator screams, "The magnet crystal failed. How is that even possible?" A purple-haired youth chuckles softly. "So, you have modified your weapons too." Giang Khai responds with a cold, piercing glare. Surprised. "If we lost once in a duel, did you really think we would not come back prepared?" A memory of a conversation before the match surfaces. "Captain Kai, it is a good thing you kept those ores from the mermaid maze." The teammate proudly displays his handiwork. "I found a rare slaughter stone that naturally repels supermagnet crystals. I have used it to upgrade everyone's gear." True to his word, the table is laden with specialized weaponry, immune to any magnetic interference. Giang Khai claps Win Nu on the shoulder. "Excellent work, Nuangu." The boy beams, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of the upcoming clash. Vaulting into the air, Giang Khai shouts, "Listen up." Phi Tuang, even the most perfect coordination, has a weakness when faced with absolute speed. He enters a trance-like game state as giant dice manifest around him. He rains down projectiles cloaked in searing flames. The intense heat shatters the defenses, sending debris flying in every direction as the shield finally cracks. A mere bottom feeder dares to act so arrogant. A taunting voice echoes as a figure blurs past. Too fast for the eye to follow. It is Vian Tru, crackling with arcs of crimson lightning, wrenching his weapon back. He roars. Witness the true power of the world's greatest war god. Earth-shattering stomp. From below, the sky turns gold as Vian Tru descends like a falling star, wreathed in surging thunder. The crowd below scatters in pure terror, screaming for everyone to get back. The impact shakes the very foundation of the earth. But the enemies had already vanished. Vian Tru lents, looking around in dazed confusion. Wait. Where did they go? Before he could even process the situation, a lethal ambush came screaming toward him. Giang Khai saw the danger and roared a warning. "Master, watch out," as he hurled his weapon. The flying blade struck true, knocking back Hualian's whip and leaving her irritated. While Yuan Zhu remained dazed, Fei Xiang lunged forward, brandishing his weapon with a manic grin. "Giang Khai, you dare lose focus while fighting me. I warned you if we ever cross paths again, I would kill you." Regaining his composure, Yuan Zhu charged at Hualian, bellowing, "How dare you challenge the world's greatest war god?" Yuan Zhu's strike was suddenly halted by Zemo's heavy shield. Hualian stepped back. "I'll leave this to you." Zemo narrowed his eyes, studying his opponent. "This madman's reflexes are better than I thought. I underestimated him." Yuan Zhu grinned with sudden interest. "Fine then, since you're so eager to die, you will oblige." He leaped into the air, his voice thundering as he accepted the challenge. Earth-shattering arrow stomp. Elsewhere, Mo Chen roared the command to kill. Hua Lian and Miao Ling instantly dashed toward Jiang Kai's trio. The cap of a glowing blue vial was flipped open, allowing the mystical liquid within to spill out. At that moment, Wen Nu made his stand, declaring, "I am Wen Mu, and I will bow to no one." Mo Chen thrust his spear, but Ngu blocked it, joking. "Hey handsome, I'm here," Mo Chen barked. "You're dead." Hua Lian led Ling Miao away, laughing. "We should leave this perverted drunkard to him." Ling Miao smirked in agreement. "Right. Those two useless girls are ours to deal with." On the other side, Nuan Yuan shouted a warning. "Hu Yan, look out." But Hu Yan didn't show any fear, raising her hands. White light swirled around her. "Behold my invincible hailstorm art. Enhanced edition." Nuan Yuan immediately moved to support her. summoning a blazing sphere of golden lightning. Right, I will back you up. Fei Xiang streaked toward Giang Khai like a dark bolt, raising his shadow blade to deliver a finishing blow, but Giang Khai launched a volley of daggers. Fei Xiang paused, a sinister smirk on his lips. Daggers, really? Let me tell you, when it comes to pure speed, I have never been second to anyone. In a flash, he became a blur, systematically slicing through every single projectile Giang Khai had thrown. As if creating an impenetrable field, Fei Xiang's eyes widened in mockery. Too slow. Giang Khai gasped. What? This guy was on a completely different level of difficulty. The cameraman shouted. No one has ever evaded Giang Kai's daggers at such close range, but look who it is. That's the legendary speedster. To Fei Xiang, even in slow motion. I can barely track his movements. Fei Xiang danced through the incoming strikes with effortless grace. Lam Lam watched in sheer terror. Fei Xiang is dodging daggers, while simultaneously using that momentum to close the gap on Giang Khai. Lu Jun chimed in with the facts. I have analyzed Fei Xiang's data. His base agility is over 300, and with his gear, it reaches at least 350. He thought, Giang Kai's edge is speed, but Fei Xiang outclasses him by over 100 points. A perfect counter. Fei Xiang raised his hand, preparing to strike back. Giang Khai, challenging me will be the greatest mistake you have ever made in your life. Giang Khai watched the strike, his eyes wide and body paralyzed as Fei Xiang brought his sword down. A devastating arc of energy tore through the air. Tornado slash. Faced with that power, Giang Kai's mind raced. He locked his gaze and activated Demon Eye Focus. To others it was one slash, but his hand was gathering energy. This tornado slash was a deadly trap. Giang Khai leaped back, his heart hammering against his ribs. With my current speed, I cannot evade 2 consecutive strikes. He launched an attack to intercept the charging Fei Xiang. A cruel smirk spread across Fei Xiang's face. Hook, line, and sinker. He crossed his twin blades, unleashing power that suppressed Giang Kai's technique. Kai cried out in shock. What? The overwhelming force from the crossed blades continued to surge. His life-chasing weapon was neutralized. Giang Khai, did you think you alone could modify weapons? My silver twin blades are superior. Though they cannot control weapons from a distance like superatom crystals, their power is unmatched. In a brawl, I have more than enough to neutralize your Soul Seeker. Giang Khai glared at him, fists clenched tight. So you had this planned, luring me into wasting my Soul Seeker charges one by one. Fi Tuang asked smugly. And what if I did, Giang Khai? I'm starting to respect you. Asking such pointless questions at a time like this. His eyes widened with predatory excitement. Well, look at this. This just got a whole lot more interesting. Fi Tuang glanced at the boy's hand and sneered. Let me guess. Is that your very last dart? Or the secret trump card you've disguised as a dart? He stared down, certain he had the boy in his palm. Giang Khai watched him warily. What are you getting at? The man's eyes narrowed, his killing intent surging. The reason Falcon Squad 4 stands at the absolute pinnacle of this world isn't just our teamwork. It is our rule to never, ever underestimate a single opponent. I analyzed every second of your battle with the Shield Slayers. A teammate raised a screen. Everything is here. You only caught Hong Dat off guard because of that secret weapon disguised as a dart. Phi Tuang deduced calmly. But after his defeat, you didn't support your team. You just stood there, completely frozen in place. Why? Were you so confident that your 4 teammates could finish the job without your help? Phi Tuang rested his chin in his hand, his brow furrowed. Rewind the footage. Play it back one more time. He scrutinized Giang Kai's reaction, but something didn't fit. He smirked as a new realization hit him. I have a bold theory. Your trump card is a one-shot kill, but it drains your physical and mental energy. It leaves you vulnerable, unable to strike a second time for a specific window of time. After running the numbers, I've calculated that your cooldown period is exactly 1 minute. The mention of that specific number made Giang Kai's heart nearly stop in shock. Fi Tuang leaned in. If you use that move now, I'd like Hong Dat. But in that 1 minute, my squad will have more than enough time to wipe out every remaining member of Vulcan Squad. Nearby, Non and Huyan were fighting desperately. Non, stay close behind me. Understood, I'll amplify your healing. The man's voice dropped, icy and murderous. Then, we'll kill you together. Ne'er vien true. A massive surge of power suddenly erupted. His eyes flared with a blinding, righteous radiance. He swung his blade skyward, roaring. The world's greatest god of war is here. Kneel and beg for mercy. Vien Tru unleashed a powerful slash, but Zemo lunged aside. Vien Tru's eyes burned with fury. Running away, Zemo dodged the strike and lunged forward with a piercing thrust, his voice dripping with pure disdain. You, the god of war, don't make me laugh. Trash. Dai Vien Tru gritted his teeth, blocking the incoming blade. Steel clashed against steel, sending sparks flying. Vien Tru tightened his grip and countered. forcing Zemo back. How dare you mock my title, he roared in a rage. Witness the power of the god of war. Sister Hua, Li Biao, and Liang Wen watched from the stands. Quickly noticing something strange about the fight, the Falcon squad member was finally breaking away from a direct, head-on confrontation with True. It was a game of cat and mouse. As True advanced, he retreated. He was toyed with him like a puppet. Li Biao scowled, analyzing the battle. He knows True has the attribute infusion talent. A direct clash is risky. He's testing True's patience and draining his stamina, waiting for the perfect moment to strike a weakness. Sister Hoa watched with growing anger. Isn't Falcon Squad 4 legendary? Using such petty tactics is pathetic. Li Biao shook his head, his expression grim. No. This is a cold, calculated combat strategy. They aren't arrogant nobles obsessed with pride. They understand that in a life-or-death struggle, victory is all that matters. He watched True's frantic movements, praying silently. True. You have to hold on asterisk. In another corner, Wen Nu's face remained flushed a deep crimson from the alcohol. He pouted playfully, his voice slurred. Hey, gorgeous. Those curves, those long legs. I really like them. Mo Chen's temper flared instantly. Shut your mouth, he spat. A drunkard is always a drunkard, the most useless class. He blurred past Wen Nu, pivoting with lethal grace to strike the blind spot. Mo Chen lunged with a vicious thrust. The blade tore through Wen Nu's midsection. Mo Chen's voice was like a freezing wind as he whispered, both you and your class are trash that will never amount to anything. He wrenched his weapon free. Wen Nu collapses heavily to the ground, her body drenched in the metallic scent of fresh blood. Seeing this, Viens True, no one, Honan, and Giang Khai are paralyzed with horror, screaming her name in desperation. Known rushes to her side, her voice trembling with urgent concern as she cries out, Honan? Please hold on, I'll find a way to heal her. But Hoa Lian refuses to let her pass. Lunging forward to intercept her path, trying to save a life right in front of me, she sneers. Don't even dream of it. Ho Nyan stands her ground against the villain, shouting to her friend. Non. Go, now I'll cover you. Suddenly, a mysterious gloved hand reaches out, swirling with an eerie, dark energy, like a flash of lethal lightning. Mi Ye Lin strikes, launching a direct and devastating blow toward Ho Nyan. Let's see if you actually have the skills to back up that talk. Ho Nyan is unable to dodge, her face turning deathly pale as she takes the full force of the impact. No one freezes in her tracks, her expression darkening as she screams Ho Nan's name. Hoa Lian lashes her whip again, her voice dripping with pure contempt, a pathetic fraud, and a doctor with zero combat ability. Do you two truly believe you're worthy of facing our elite Falcon squad? Mu Lin intensifies the assault, laughing mockingly. Don't expect your captain to save you. Right now? He can barely even protect himself. Just as the words leave her mouth, Vian True charges onto the scene with explosive speed. He positions himself as a human shield, shouting, Insolent fools, the god of war is here. Who dares to act so arrogant? Meanwhile, no one rushes to support the fallen Honyan. At that moment, Tumak closes in on Vian True, his eyes wide with a terrifying, bloodthirsty rage. You little brat. You're fast. But don't forget I am your opponent. Vian True swings his blade in a fury, but the strike misses, leaving him to curse through gritted teeth. Damn it, fight me head on if you're a man. Tumak simply curls his lip into a sinister, predatory smirk. His eyes flare with murderous intent as he lunges. You fool. Since you possess the talent for attribute transmission, why on earth would I pit my own weaknesses against your greatest strengths? On this battlefield, the winner lives and the loser rots. Internally, Tumak laughs, realizing his opponent is finally losing his cool. Across the field, Vian True's eyes bulge as his aura explodes, gripping his sword tight. Go to hell, he strikes with everything he has. Yet Tumak effortlessly leaps away. Within a fraction of a second, Tumak's gaze sharpens, spotting a fatal opening. With a sickening shink, he delivers a ruthless, lightning-fast slash. Vian True can't react in time, his face twisting in agonizing pain as a cry escapes his lips. From the spectator stands, Miss Hoa, Lu Bu, and Luong Van watch in sheer terror, their voices rising in a panicked chorus for their comrade. Down in the arena, Tumak calmly wipes the blood from his blade, his voice cold and mocking. What's the matter? Too slow to shift your attributes this time, weren't you? Vian True is silenced, his strength vanishing as he sinks to his knees, head bowed in defeat. Tumak's face twists with sadistic excitement as he sneers. The world's most useless trash. In another corner of the battlefield, Phi Tuong stands tall before Giang Khai, shrugging nonchalantly. He gloats. Oh. Giang Khai. It looks like your precious teammates have all been crawled into the dirt. The victor of this match is already decided. It seems the first unlucky soul to die has finally appeared. If you truly can't bear to watch them perish before your very eyes, then I suppose you still have one choice left. Giang Khai narrows his eyes in a dark glare, while the enemy continues to grin like a demon. You must use your ultimate trump card to save just one of them. Phi Tuang glances toward the broken body of Wengu. But remember, you only have one card to play. He shifts his gaze to Honan and Noan, his voice dropping to a low, menacing growl. So, who will you choose to save? Finally, he looks toward Tumak, who is raising his sword to execute Vian Tru. His eyes gleam with a mad, murderous joy. Of course, no matter who you pick, the fate of your Fire God squad is already sealed in total defeat. Giang Khai stands frozen in silence, his expression shadowed as the enemy's mocking laughter echoes in his ears. At that exact moment, the gray sky finally breaks, and a cold rain begins to splatter against the arena floor. Giang Khai stares back calmly before speaking in a low tone. Is that so? His demon eye suddenly ignites with a sharp, piercing light. I wouldn't be so sure. Hoa Lian lets out a cold, dismissive snort, preparing her next move. She mocks him. You're using a pathetic rain-summoning trick as a last resort. How truly desperate and pitiful. Newlin grips her fan tight, laughing loudly. It's time to send all of you straight to hell. Just then, Noan hurls 2 vials of emerald liquid, shouting back, who says a little rain can't take your lives? The glass shatters upon the ground, splashing a strange, glowing substance all over Hoa Lian and Newlin. Newlin winces in total disgust. Damn it, what is this filthy liquid? Hoa Lian glares at her stained hands and growls. Forget what it is, we kill these 2 first, then worry about the rest. With a roar, they launch a full-scale assault toward Noan and Honan. Now, D? In the stands? A dark-haired youth watched the scene in confusion and muttered, Muh. What on earth is that fortune-teller planning? His blonde companion's eyes widened as he joined in. And did that healer just throw some low-grade toy hidden weapons? These 2 are like helpless lambs waiting for the slaughter before a true gladiator. Inside the observation room, Lam covered her mouth in fear, her heart racing as she desperately called out Noan's name in her mind. A moment later, Lo Tuan stood tall and shouted urgently to her, Lam, look over there, quickly. Look at the field, out on the battlefield. A sword suddenly slipped from someone's trembling hand and clattered heavily onto the ground. Mielin's face was twisted in utter confusion, staring at her arm covered in a strange green substance. What? What is all of this? Hoa Lian let out a scream of agony nearby, looking down at her poison-slicked body with bloodshot, furious eyes. She roared in disbelief. You dared to use poison. Noan and Honyan merely met their gaze with icy silence, their cold stares serving as a silent, grim confirmation of the truth. Driven to madness, Hoa Lian's eyes bulged with rage as she lunged forward, screaming, I'll kill you both. But Honyan didn't flinch. Raising the compass, he gathered his strength for a counterstrike. Kill us. In your dreams, receive this. Hailstorm. Instantly, a torrential rain of ice shredded through Hoa Lian and Newlin. They were helpless against the onslaught, faces turning deathly pale as their eyes rolled back. Finally, Hoa Lian and Newlin collapsed to the earth in a state of total exhaustion. Their spirits broken and bodies defeated, the rain continued to fall relentlessly over the arena. In the observation room, Lam gasped in shock. What kind of poison is that? How can a poison be so terrifying that it strips a warrior of their will to fight? Beside her, Lo Tuan explained with an intrigued glint, that is the legendary and rare green water ghost poison. He began slowly. It requires the target to be completely soaked to take effect. Because the conditions are so harsh, no one uses it until it was paired with the rain. On the field, Phi Tung froze as he saw his teammates fall. Impossible, he cried. Nearby, Giang Khai let out a subtle, confident smirk. In a calm, steady voice, he remarked, in the heat of battle, a seemingly useless profession, a forgotten skill, or a harmless-looking poison can yield devastating results when coordinated with perfect strategy. His eyes blazed with confidence as he looked at Phi Tung. If you think our Fire God squad is finished, you are gravely mistaken. Suddenly, the crowd in the stands erupted into gasps and shouts as they witnessed something truly unexpected on the field below. Look, everyone, look, that drunkard is actually standing back up, someone yelled in disbelief. Down in the arena, a lone figure slowly rose from the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust with every heavy step. It was Wengu, clutching his bleeding stomach wound. He stood on trembling legs. Mac Tren laughed scornfully. Still struggling, you're just a pathetic drunk. Do you honestly believe a low-life drunkard like you can actually defeat a professional fighter? With a chilling tone, he declared, I'll exterminate the entire Fire God squad. I'll start by using you to sharpen my blade. Nur ground his teeth, his voice filled with newfound resolve. I've never feared anyone in my life. I don't care who you are. I'm not afraid. Makchun flinched, noticing a sudden shift in the air. Wait. Why did his eyes change? What is this strange look in his gaze? The man before him was no longer the bumbling fool from before. Was he plotting something? Just like that doctor earlier. Nur let out a sudden, furious roar. I'm telling you right now, you will listen to me. You have no other choice. Enraged by the drunk's rambling, Makchun charged forward. Damn it, stop playing games with me. You bastard. The spectators watched with dropped jaws and wide eyes. What's this? I thought that drunkard actually had some hidden talent. He's still just a nauseating creep. Wait. Look closer. His state is bizarre. Is he sober or just talking nonsense? They hesitated, watching Nur's lurching and unsteady movements. Yet, as Makchun lunged with his spear, the drunkard dodged with effortless grace. Phaitung's eyes widened in total shock. That speed? It's too fast. What in the world is happening right now? How can that creep speed double after being injured? This shouldn't be possible. Giang Khai smirked at him. Impressive. Isn't it? Do you know the difference between human reaction and true instinct? Phaitong snalu. What nonsense are you spouting now? But Giang Khai ignored his glare and continued his explanation. In combat, most rely on experience, emotion, and external factors to react. It's a calculated, conscious response, seething with rage. Makchun leaped high, thrusting his spear at Nur. That was just luck. I'll split your head open right now. As Nur dodged in a trance-like state, Giang Khai added, Butin stank. That is the most primal, raw form of power. Dodging effortlessly, Nur teased his opponent. Hey gorgeous, your speed is still a bit too slow for me. Don't you think? Makchun roared in fury, his face turning red. Shut your mouth and just die already. Outside the fray, Giang Khai continued his cold analysis. No matter how much battle experience or mental strength one possesses, he watched as Win prepared to strike back, driven by humanity's most primal, raw instincts, narrowly evading that lethal spear. He flickered behind Makchun in the blink of an eye. Makchun swung back wildly, gritting his teeth in pure exhaustion. Damn it, he's clearly wounded. So how is he dodging every strike so perfectly? He's even more agile than before. I can't read his movements at all. Suddenly, Honyan realized the truth. I see. This is Win's hidden talent, drunken bliss. He's unleashing his body's rawest, primal instincts through intoxication. Honyan recalled a time when he scratched his head and said bashfully, being drunk actually sharpens my subconscious mind. It puts me in a divine state between sobriety and intoxication, making my movements feel completely free. Honan grabbed a sword from the ground. It was worth a shot. She hurled the blade toward Nu and screamed, Winggu. Catch. Snatching the sword, he smirked and whispered, My beautiful lady, are you tired? I'm still waiting for your kiss to truly sweep me off my feet. Makchun charged in, roaring with rage. Die. I'll hack you into 8 pieces for this. His speed intensified, relentlessly cornering Win with every strike. The spectators gaped in disbelief. Look at that. Despite his stumbling, the drunkard evaded every lethal blow with ease, drenched in sweat. Makchun's mind raced. This simply wasn't possible. A drunkard is supposed to be a trash tier class, the lowest of the low. How could I lose to a pathetic failure? He lunged with a desperate roar. Go to hell. A massive shockwave followed his strike as everyone held their breath in silence. A single drop of blood hit the floor. Makchun stood frozen before Winno, trembling as a cold blade pressed against his forehead, his face flushed with excitement. Winnu grinned. Now. Strip. Shattered by the humiliation, Makchun shook with fury. He spat out a mouthful of blood, eyes bulging in pure indignation. Chaos erupted across the spectator, stands like never before. Heavens in Saint Brilliance. Drunkards are considered garbage, yet he just crushed a high-level fighter. Falcon Squad number 4 has already lost 3 members. Is Team Fire God really about to pull off the ultimate comeback? On the other side, Phaitong surged forward, veins popping from his neck in rage. But Giang Khai stepped in to block his path. He revealed the card he had been hiding all along. What's wrong? Can't handle the heat already. Oh, Phaitong. Didn't you come here specifically to deal with me? Phaitong gnashed his teeth in resentment. Giang Khai. So you really were hiding that mysterious trump card? He let out a mocking, condescending laugh. Phaitong lunged forward, cackling like a madman. But don't get cocky just yet. My team hasn't lost this war. A sudden slash shattered a glass vial. No one gasped as her poison spilled, her face turning pale. Oh no. Fei Tuang immediately turned his blade toward her. That annoying medic actually tried to poison me. Fina, if you're so eager to die, I'll slaughter you first. Then finish off that pathetic fighter. She stared in horror at the incoming blade. Cold sweat pouring down. Fei Tuang was moving like a lightning bolt, paralyzed by his terrifying speed. Noan squeezed her eyes shut, but the pain never came. A massive shadow suddenly blocked the light, taking the full force of the blow for her. Vian Tru had thrown himself into the path of the blade. Tumok gasped in shock as his sword impaled the man's body. But suddenly, Vian Tru's hand clamped onto the enemy's wrist like a vice. He ignored the wound, surging with an explosive power. Slaying intent blazed in Vian Tru's eyes as he raised his own blade. I'll use my own body as bait to crush you. Suddenly, Tumok's eyes went bloodshot, wide with pure terror. In one brutal motion, Vian Tru drove his sword straight through the man's throat. Blood sprayed across the arena. Fei Tuang turned pale, his voice trembling. How is this possible? Giang Khai smirked. Having predicted this outcome, what did I tell you? You won't kill my comrades that easily. Falcon. Fei Tuang ground his teeth in pure hatred. How did these fire god losers become so monstrously strong? Based on all his data and analysis, they should have had zero chance of winning. Before he could even blink, Giang Khai drew another card. Now, it's time for our final showdown. Tu Fei Tuang. I'm going to make you taste absolute defeat. Driven to the brink of insanity, Fei Tuang trembled with explosive rage. His eyes turned a demonic red as he stood tall, ready to unleash his final move. Don't get ahead of yourself. Giang Khai, my men couldn't purge your trash. But Tu Fei Tuan, will definitely take your head. Giang Khai didn't respond, silently clenching his teeth. To win, one must strike first, with every ounce of their power. Across the field, Fei Tuan charged like a madman, sword in hand, eyes blazing as he roared. Die explosive burst / Giang Khai stood firm, his eyes glowing an eerie blue. Such explosive power, just before the blade could pierce through his flesh. He swerved aside, calculating rapidly. Even a near miss from Tu Fei Tuan's full power carried a devastating impact. But it also meant the bastard had exhausted his strength in that single, desperate strike. Giang Kai's lips moved, whispering in a raspy voice as he launched his second stage counterattack. In a flash, he leaped into the air, causing Fei Tuan's blade to crash uselessly into the earth. Fei Tuan stared in shock at his missed strike. Giang Khai landed coldly, his face dark. Tu Fei Tuan, it's over. You lost. With that, he activated the death card, letting waves of ominous power surge through his fingertips, like a bolt of lightning. Giang Khai hurled the card straight toward his panicked opponent. Driven to madness, Fei Tuan's power erupted as he screamed. Who says I lost? You dare play me, I'll kill you. Giang Khai narrowed his eyes, calmly observing the man's insanity, while his mind remained sharp and analytical. The more you let emotions rule you, the easier it is to make a fatal mistake. He stood still as the card pierced the man's chest. Soul chasing had been suppressed earlier, failing to trigger a critical hit, but since the death card consumed his 9th soul chasing blade, it inherited a massive 90% critical strike probability. Fei Tuan stared in horror at the card in his chest, while Giang Khai remained focused on the card's attributes. This strike gained 50 penetration points, a permanent 15% critical rate boost, and 150% critical damage. Veins bulged on Fei Tuan's distorted face as he gasped out in shock. How is this possible? Giang Khai thought coldly. You're dead. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted around Fei Tuan, followed by his agonizing scream. The sky darkened as a light rain began to fall. On the ground, a blood-stained hand lay limp and motionless. Amidst the drizzling rain, Giang Khai calmly reached out and withdrew his lingering soul power from the battlefield. He glanced down at the fallen body and spoke with chilling indifference. I told you. You lost. The crowd stood frozen, eyes wide with terror. Suddenly, the entire stadium erupted into a deafening roar of excitement. Heaven's Team Vulcan has claimed victory once again. Crushing Xuanwu's elite twice is a miracle. Giang Khai smiled while his team cheered wildly, and Tu Hang sighed in relief. Lam Lam sprang from her seat, her eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle that had just unfolded. Is it over? Lu Jun asked, strolling casually. Yes. And what a spectacular match it was. Giang Kai's performance was brilliant as always. Even Vian Tru didn't let me down. Furthermore, Non's performance was truly eye-catching. He smirked, recalling her calculated movements during the heat of battle. Healers usually aren't fighters, but that girl managed to deploy complex water ghosts in actual combat. Her mastery over toxins is exceptionally high. Lam Lam nodded slowly, finally beginning to understand. She added, It's a shame the evaluations are finished. Otherwise, I'm certain no one would have reached grade A. Tu Hang slumped to the ground, wailing hysterically as he hugged Mac Tran. My beauty, my precious, why? In the next instant, the boy was blasted directly in the face by a mysterious medicinal spray. Tu Hang blacked out instantly. Hunyan shook the bottle proudly. In the end, you still need me. Vu Vai recoiled in terror. You. What are you doing now? Vian Tru raised his sword, ready to charge. But his teammates held him back. Dare to challenge the god of war. You should have been prepared for a humiliating defeat. Giang Khai and the others quickly grabbed him, desperate to calm him down. Master, please just stay calm. He sighed, clutching his forehead. This team was becoming impossible to manage. Just then, Vu Vai raised her hand to interrupt. She announced with a bright smile as the scoreboard behind her flickered to life, displaying the results. Team Vulcan is the winner. The crowd began chanting in unison. Vulcan, Vulcan, Vulcan. Giang Khai stood tall with pride. This feeling wasn't bad at all. Amidst the thunderous applause, they headed backstage. Long live Vulcan, long live Vulcan. From the distant stand, a mysterious man watched them and chuckled softly. He nodded, a cryptic smirk playing on his lips. The Fire God Squad. Huh, how intriguing. Under a high moon several nights later, heavy footsteps echoed through the halls of the Great God Guild. Captain Kai. Giang Kai's team halted, turning back in surprise. What's the rush? Why all the excitement? Hunan gasped, dragging Zi Hang. Nguyen Nu and I just took a quick trip outside, and we heard that materials for the drunkard and feng shui classes have spiked in price and sold out. Catching his breath, he added, since the military abandoned those classes, their advancement materials had been stagnant for ages. Her eyes shimmered with hope. Doesn't this prove our hidden classes aren't actually useless after all? Giang Khai crossed his arms, giving an approving nod. Most likely, your performance against the Leopard 4th Squad was phenomenal. Especially yours. Nguyen Nengu. The moment you took down that cavalryman, the entire arena was left in absolute shock. Still, even within the same class, talent and luck differ. Your success won't be easy to replicate. Zi Hang and Hunan beamed with pride. Yuanju laughed, patting their shoulders. Of course, our Fire God Squad is extraordinary. Suddenly, a sharp emergency alert chimed. Hunan checked the intel, his brow instantly furrowing. The Leopard Squad was just annihilated by the Hidden Dragon Squad. At the final turning point, the Hidden Dragon captain counterattacked, wiping out the entire Leopard Squad alone. Everyone was stunned by the news, crying out in unison. What? Giang Khai fell into deep thought. He knew the Leopard Squad under the Black Tortoise Guild was highly capable. The Hidden Dragon captain eliminated an entire elite squad, using only his own raw strength. Just what kind of monster is he? Giang Kai's expression turned grim as he warned Noan. No. We can't underestimate this captain. Investigate him, so we aren't caught off guard if we meet. She nodded immediately. Understood. He then turned to his 4 teammates, his voice turning firm and serious. On that note, I have an announcement. The current state of the tournament is becoming increasingly fierce. Many squads are losing members. Our next opponents, realizing they stood no chance with a depleted team, have officially chosen to withdraw from the match rather than face us. Giang Khai paused, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Which means, we have advanced straight to the finals. Hunan jumped for joy. We made it to the finals with our full roster intact. Yuanzu cheered loudly. We are the only squad left in the tournament without a single casualty. No one smiled at Giang Khai. It's all thanks to your leadership. Nguyen Nu nodded. We're lucky to have you. Giang Khai shook his head slightly, offering a modest smile. This victory belongs to everyone's perfect coordination. Because of you, I can charge forward without having to worry about my back. I couldn't have reached the finals alone. This glory belongs to the entire team. He let out a boisterous laugh, his tone finally relaxing. You've all worked hard. We have time before the finals. Take a day off to relax, recover, and get back into peak condition. The team erupted in cheers. Giang Khai began making his own plans, deciding to use the break to visit home. Soon after, he arrived back in Jiangzhong City, standing before his magnificent villa. Inside, Yingzi was carefully supporting their eldest brother's arm, her voice filled with concern. Big brother, let me help you. You just got out of the hospital, so don't overexert yourself. He gave a helpless smile. Yingzi, I'm not that fragile. I need to train so I can help Kai soon. Moments later, he was gasping for breath, causing Yingzi to panic. Big brother, are you okay? Suddenly, a large, familiar hand reached out and rested gently on his shoulder. It was Giang Khai. He chuckled softly. How can you help me if you catch a cold? Yingzi's eyes lit up. Brother, you're back. The joy of the reunion was brief, as Giang Khai soon found himself staring in stunned silence. Wait. Hold on. He looked at the table overflowing with gourmet delicacies, Overwhelmed by the massive feast, Yingzi emerged with more dishes. Seeing them standing still, "Brother, why aren't you two eating yet?" She hummed to herself and hurriedly turned back toward the kitchen to bring out even more. "Doesn't it suit your taste? I'll cook something else." Giang Khai turned pale, stopping N2. "Anh Tu, that's enough. I'm not a pig. You know." Big brother chuckled, explaining, "Kai, Antu is just worried because you've gotten so thin lately." Antu sat back down, asking coyly, "Brother, can you stay a bit longer this time?" Big brother nodded, kindly placing food in his bowl as he spoke. "Indeed. Kai, you've sacrificed too much. I'm healthy now. So stop risking your life at Ghost Star." Clutching his bowl, Kai spoke softly to reassure them. "Brother, Anh Tu, I still have matters to settle. But don't worry. I'm doing well. I only came back this time to make sure you two were safe." Suddenly, his expression darkened. "Tell me, is the royal family still harassing you?" Antu startled, then forced a laugh. "No, the villa's security is top-notch. Brother Lu always sends help. That creepy feeling of being watched, it's finally gone." She shivered, the trauma of being hunted by countless eyes still haunting her soul. Kai nodded, satisfied. He thought to himself, Brother Lu really kept his word. I must thank him soon. Big brother turned to Antu with a smile. "Exactly. Now that Antu has some peace at school, I bet you've made plenty of friends." "Right," she nodded instantly. "Of course." He laughed, his eyes full of pride. "Our Antu is so kind and smart. Everyone loves her." Kai smiled softly. "That's a relief." Antu fell silent, taking a bite of food. Confusion flickered in her eyes for a split second before she closed them. Savoring the meal, Kai froze, a seed of doubt taking root. Was I seeing things? She seems troubled. The next day, Kai rushed back to Ghost Star. The Vulcan team was gathering for the grand finals. Days later, in a vast forest, a monstrous beast roared as a notification appeared. Elite rank monster, level 23 tusked boar. Swing, a silver light flashed with deadly intent. Bien Tru struck with a single, perfect blow, bringing the beast crashing down. He shouldered his blade, grinning with arrogance. An elite boar, ha, nothing but a warm-up for a war god. Nearby, Honyan scoffed. "Hey, brat, you're not the only one getting stronger." Wennu puffed out her chest. "Exactly, I've already taken down at least 3. Watching them, Kai smiled. Their coordination is peaking. This intensive training was the right move. Suddenly, their devices lit up with a brilliant glow. No one cheered. The finals info is finally here. A blue hologram flickered to life. Vulcan team. Notification for the finals. Congratulations on advancing. Your opponent, Hidden Dragon team from the Azure Dragon Guild. Match starts tomorrow at 8 a.m. West City Arena. Bien Tru read the screen, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Hidden Dragon, their captain fought solo and still reached the finals. Honan muttered, "This guy is a monster." No turned to Kai, her expression grave. "Kai, I found the intel on their captain." She paused. "His name is Ditong, a level 40 fighter. He wields a silver longsword. A newcomer who joined Azure Dragon just this year. Immediately upon joining, he formed the Hidden Dragon team. Under his lead, they became a powerhouse in less than 6 months. No one swiped the screen. Since he's new, they aren't as arrogant as the Falcons. Info on him is scarce. But I managed to track down some combat footage." She hesitated, recalling his terrifying movements. His ghost shadow trackless slash is blindingly fast. He ends his enemies in one strike. Honyan frowned. "Trackless slash? Sounds like that speedster we fought before." Kai nodded grimly, his mind racing with strategy. Honyan is right. But to dominate a major guild in just 6 months, he fought his way to the finals entirely alone, proving his strength had long surpassed Tu Fi Tuong. Suddenly, a strange rustle echoed from the bushes behind him, followed by a chilling and mysterious gust of wind. A flurry of razor-sharp leaves was suddenly hurled his way, spiraling toward Giang Kai's back with lethal intent. He leaned aside in a blur of motion to dodge, simultaneously lunging forward to seize the hidden assailant, the mysterious Dick Tang. The masked figure watched him intently, his eyes narrowing in calculation. "Your reaction speed is even more impressive than I imagined," he remarked coolly. Giang Khai met the stranger's gaze in total silence, his expression unreadable as he carefully analyzed the man standing before him. Suddenly, the man leapt from his hiding spot and closed the distance in an instant. He sheathed his blade with a sharp click and sighed in admiration. "No wonder you led your team straight to the finals." The legendary captain of Team Fire God, Giang Khai, while the tension between them simmered, nearby, Bien Tru, Wen No, and Honyan were causing a chaotic scene. Where did this masked coward come from? Yeah. If you have the guts, come face us in a fair and honorable fight. Non's eyes widened as realization struck her. Wait a second. That height? And that build? It couldn't be. Seeing Giang Khai blocking his path, Vientru grumbled with frustration. Kai, why are you stopping me? This guy literally just tried to take you out. Giang Khai let out a soft chuckle, his voice remaining perfectly calm as he explained the situation. Relax. He was only testing my limits, not trying to kill me. Besides, the penalty for attacking an opponent before the finals is far too severe, isn't it? He glanced toward the stranger. Am I right? Hearing his name, the man known as Mr. Ditchtang lowered his mask, a sly grin playing on his lips. Well, it looks like I've been found out. Vientru couldn't help but cry out in shock. It really is that guy. Ditchtang stepped closer to Giang Khai, his tone dripping with playful arrogance. Up close. You really are just a little brat. Aren't you enraged? Vientru pressed his blade against the man's chest. Hey, you're the captain of the Hidden Dragon Squad, right? Don't think that just because you made the finals, I'm going to be intimidated by you. Keep talking trash and I'll give you a lesson you'll never forget. Sensing things were escalating, Ditchtang raised his hands in a peaceful gesture. Easy there. I didn't come here to start a war. Giang Khai, the truth is, I've come to negotiate a deal with you. At the mention of a deal, Giang Kai's eyes narrowed with suspicion. A deal? Ditchtang scanned the entire team before continuing. That's right. I've watched every single one of your matches. Your performance has been brilliant, especially yours. Giang Khai, that secret trump card of yours. It left a lasting impression on me, keeping a confident smile on his face. He pressed on. To be perfectly honest, if our teams went head-to-head, I'm not entirely sure I'd come out on top. Tired of the games. Giang Khai cut to the chase. Get to the point. What exactly are you after? Ditchtang's grin widened even further. I want a solo duel with you. We'll let our personal victory decide the outcome of the entire competition. But there's a catch: you aren't allowed to use your trump card during our fight. Giang Khai frowned, remaining silent but radiating intense wariness. Ditchtang's expression turned cunning. In the spirit of a fair trade, I won't use any weapons besides my throwing needles, no shields, and no armor for defense either. Unable to stay silent any longer, Vientru stepped in front of Giang Khai and barked at Ditchtang in a voice filled with irritation. Hey, have you gone completely insane in your quest for victory? What kind of ridiculous demand is that? We aren't fools. Why on earth would we agree to your terms? He grabbed Giang Kai's shoulder to lead him away. Let's go. Kai, don't waste your breath on this crazy person. Giang Khai gave his final answer to Ditchtang's proposal with cold brevity. Sorry, but I have zero interest in working with you. Ditchtang let out a hearty laugh, clearly refusing to let the boy walk away so easily. Giang Khai, about your new class. With your level of power, you still haven't undergone your job advancement. I'm guessing you have no idea where to find your evolution materials. He leaned in closer. If I told you my guild could provide the exact coordinates to a secret realm that could solve your problem, would you still be uninterested? Those words hit Giang Khai like a physical blow, causing him to freeze in his tracks. This man had just mentioned exactly what he needed most. Giang Khai turned back, his gaze locking onto the man. A secret realm. Ditchtang nodded. Precisely. Sensing he finally had the boy's undivided attention, the captain began to explain further. To put it simply, a secret realm is a mysterious, uncharted zone filled with the rare resources explorers need to transcend their limits. Usually, these territories are strictly controlled by the military, especially the massive realms that manifest from those eerie blue portals. As a few more people emerged from the shadows, Ditchtang continued. However, the military also grants access to smaller-scale secret realms to major guilds as a way to incentivize their top members. He elaborated that within these realms, there is often a guardian who sets trials for anyone brave enough to enter. If you conquer the trial, the guardian grants you legendary materials or answers one of your most difficult questions. Then, Ditchtang pulled out a sleek data card. This info card contains the coordinates to a secret realm our guild recently discovered. On the other side, Vientru's jaw dropped as he shouted, "Is that for real?" The rest of the team waited in tense silence for a response. No one was the first to break the silence. It's likely the real deal. I heard your sister mention that the Azure Dragon Guild discovered a secret realm within the national territory. Ditchtang tucked the card away, shifting the conversation. Word is, the royals are making life difficult for you. You must be desperate for that class advancement to gain more power. Aren't you? He laid his cards on the table. Win this fight, and the secret realm intel is yours. Giang Khai fell into a long, stille contemplation. A sly smirk played on Ditchtang's lips. Well, Giang Khai, this deal is practically a gift for someone in your position. Wouldn't you say? But the answer was a flat refusal. The offer is tempting, I'll admit, but I still cannot accept your terms. Stunned by the rejection, Ditang froze in his tracks. Even Yuan Zhu gasped in disbelief. Kai, why on earth would you say no? Isn't this advancement everything you've been working for? Hunyan added, her expression heavy with concern as she nodded. She's right. Captain, if you complete your class advancement now, you can continue leveling up without any more obstacles. Ditang stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. Giang Khai, are you absolutely certain about this? Think carefully. He didn't answer immediately. He thought of his team, how hard they had bled and struggled just to reach these finals. I am the captain. If I trade our team's glory for my own selfish desires, I'm not fit to lead or to be called your friend. The team was moved to tears by his words, while Yuanju remained shadowed in silence. With that, Giang Khai turned to leave. If that's all you have to say, we're done here. My team has training to get back to. Suddenly, Yuanju lunged forward and buried a fist into Kai's face. Sure too, what the hell was that for? Kai shouted, clutching his bruised cheek, with a dark, serious gaze. Yuanju growled. Kai, is it yourself you don't believe in, or do you just not trust us? He glared, his voice rising in fury. You say you won't sacrifice our glory for yourself. But do you think we'd just watch you sacrifice your future for us? Do you think we're that pathetic? Those words struck Giang Khai like lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless and hesitant. Hunyan chimed in with a grin. Honestly, I can't wait to see Captain Kai beat this arrogant bastard into the ground. Wen Nu smiled brightly, adding her support. Exactly. Captain, I'm still waiting for you to advance so you can lead us to even greater heights. Noan stepped forward, her presence warm and steady. Kai, stop overthinking. You've always protected and believed in us. Now, let the team support you unconditionally for once. She gave him a radiant, confident smile. This was the true essence of a team. Their bond was unbreakable. Seeing his comrades' unwavering loyalty, Giang Khai was taken aback. He lowered his head, a helpless but touched smile spreading across his face. You guys are too much. He laughed. Fine, but don't blame me if we lose. The four of them immediately erupted into cheers. He turned back to Ditang, his gaze sharpened like a blade. Ditang, I accept your wager, but you will live to regret this gamble, he declared with cold certainty, because I am definitely going to be the one to kill you. Ditang let out a dark, amused chuckle. Meanwhile, at the arena, thousands of spectators had gathered, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Vu Vi gripped the microphone, her voice echoing. The moment of truth has arrived. The climax we've all been waiting for is finally here. The level 20 to 40 championship finals officially begin. Furthermore, both sides have agreed to change this from a team battle to a solo duel. The massive screens flickered, displaying the faces of the two ultimate contenders. It was Giang Khai of the Fire Gods versus Ditang of the Hidden Dragons. The crowd erupted. A solo match. Is this for real? Doesn't the Fire God team have the level advantage? Why would they throw away their edge for a solo fight? Are they insane? Kai is getting way too cocky. But the man beside him disagreed. Are you kidding? This is a masterpiece. Ditang is no ordinary opponent. Against a monster like Kai, who do you think walks out alive? In the waiting area, Yuanzu was practically vibrating with anxiety. What's wrong with me? I'm more nervous now than when I was actually fighting. That Ditang guy, he looks incredibly dangerous. Wen Nu squeezed her hands together. Will the captain be okay? I've got a bad feeling about this. Captain Kai will make it. If it's him, he'll definitely find a way to win. We have to believe in him. It felt strange not standing beside him. But Vu Vai's voice cut through the tension, and now, we invite our two warriors to the stage. The team watched with bated breath, their hearts pounding as they shouted in unison. He's here. On the battlefield, Giang Khai and Ditang stood face to face. The atmosphere grew so heavy, it felt like the air might shatter. Ditang stared him down with a confident, predatory smirk. Facing that gaze, Giang Khai remained calm, his mind calculating every possible move. Vu Vi stepped between them to announce the final terms. I must state the rules for this engagement one last time. There is only one victory condition for this duel. The last one standing after the other is dead wins. Are both captains ready? They nodded in grim unison. Then I declare. Let the final battle begin, Vu Vi screamed. The signal hadn't even finished echoing before Ditang exploded forward, charging toward Kai like a lethal shadow. Giang Khai, whose weapon is truly superior. Your daggers or my blade. One clash will reveal everything. Meanwhile, Giang Khai gripped his projectiles tightly, his mind racing with calculations. This man's speed is incredible, but my own agility is definitely no joke either. Combined with the mobility boost from my life chaser skill, I won't lose this. He looked up and activated his demon eye. If he could just time it perfectly, landing a hit wouldn't be an issue. As Ditang lunged toward him like a predator, Giang Khai began a silent countdown. 8 meters. 6 meters. 4 meters. Once the distance was close enough, he instantly dropped into a combat stance. Now Ditang's sword tore through the air as he unleashed his ultimate move, Phantom Shadowless Slash. The collision shattered the arena floor, sending thick clouds of dust everywhere. Giang Khai leaped high into the air, escaping the blast completely unscathed. Zhuzi wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted, "Thank God Kai's reflexes were fast enough. That guy didn't just dodge my life chaser at point-blank range with terrifying speed, but his explosive power also spiked to an incredible level in an instant." Noan nervously added her analysis. Exactly, because the Phantom Shadowless Slash seamlessly blends offense and defense. It's the ultimate technique Ditang prides himself on. While Ditang was still obscured by the dust, Giang Khai vanished and reappeared behind him, seizing the opening. He instantly launched his life chaser for a surprise attack, but Ditang had anticipated it. He spun around instantly. A smook. Triumphant smirk playing on his lips. He streaked past Giang Khai, unleashing a razor-sharp blade arc to cut him off. Caught off guard by that blinding speed, Giang Khai could only watch as the cold steel closed in. With the tip of the blade mere inches from his face, he froze in sheer shock. Too fast. Even faster than before, Ditang grinned widely at his opponent. Giang Khai, it looks like the winner of our match has already been decided. Ignoring the taunt, Giang Khai channeled all his energy and roared. Phase out. In a flash, his figure flickered and vanished right before the man's eyes. His teammates cried out in disbelief. Captain Khai, when did he even move? He had appeared right behind Ditang, forcing the man to scan the area wildly. A faint smile touched Kai's lips. I've spent plenty of time studying your match footage. Ditang? He thought, compared to the monstrous speed he just displayed. It's clear he was hiding his true power in previous matches. Ditang's expression darkened as he glanced back and hissed. Was that the ghost armor maneuver? To think you'd dodge me again. From the guild's perspective, I absolutely have to win this match. But meeting an opponent as intriguing as you... Ditang burst into a wild laugh, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. I'm actually getting excited. Looking on, Noan's heart tightened with fear. This opponent is terrifying. He nearly finished Kai in just a few exchanges. Kai must be under immense pressure right now. Yuanju sweated nervously. This guy is seriously irritating. But I have to admit he's strong. Even if he is a total yerk. Beside him, Honyan and Winnu could do nothing but scream their support at the top of their lungs. Down on the arena floor, the two captains stood face to face, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Without rushing in, Giang Khai shot back at Ditang. I feel exactly the same way. You finally awakened my own burning desire to win. A smug smirk remained on Ditang's face. You've got some spirit, kid. I'll give you that. I'd almost feel bad putting you down. Tell you what, I promise that even if you lose, I'll personally ensure you get into the Azure Dragon Guild. How's that sound? Instead of answering, Giang Khai slammed his foot into the ground and launched himself into the air, charging straight at Ditang. He roared. Shut up and fight. This match is far from over. Ditang raised his sword, his excitement peaking. Exactly the response I expected. But are you underestimating me? Or just being foolish? To take me down, you'll need to throw way more than just a few daggers. With that, Ditang vanished in a blur of speed, that arrogant smile never fading. Giang Khai let his daggers fly as he activated his hidden skill all-in gamble. Ditang swung his sword like a madman, unleashing his Phantom Shadowless Slash again, trying to close the distance for a kill. You're far too naive. Suddenly, Ditang's eyes snapped wide. He slammed his blade down with crushing force, sending Giang Khai hurtling into the air. Immediately after, a barrage of wind blades slashed into Giang Khai relentlessly. He couldn't even mount a defense as the impact blew him backward. Giang Khai gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain from the assault, unable to even stage a counterattack. Nguyen and Neju, Yuanzu, Honan, and Noan watched from the sidelines, their faces pale with shock and pity. They screamed for their captain in desperation. Even the spectators watching were left in awe, marveling at the sheer intensity of the fight, as expected of Ditang's ultimate skill. Even just the shockwaves caused this much damage. If that had been a direct hit, he'd be dead for sure. Back in the arena, Giang Khai struggled to find his footing, slowly standing back up. He wondered, how could this be happening? He replayed the moment Ditang's blade was aimed squarely at his head. When Ditang first used his Phantom Shadowless Slash, I purposely held back some of my strength, thinking I could still evade the danger, but during that last attack, I went all out to dodge, and yet, even the mere aftermath of his strike managed to tear through me. Was the gap simply too close for me to react? Or has his Shadowless Phantom Slash truly become even faster than before? Giang Khai looked up at the arrogant figure towering over him. Ditang stood there with a mocking smirk, his voice dripping with provocation. Back on your feet already. Though I must say, you look like a total mess right now. Giang Khai ignored the taunts, his mind racing to analyze the situation. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something vital. A faint, flickering shroud of pale blue flames began to envelop Ditang's entire body. I recall Tu Fituang claiming, during his match, that he had never been beaten in terms of speed. He mused, his lips curling into a predatory smile. Well, let me tell you, no matter how fast the opponent is, they are destined to lose against me. Because the stronger my enemy is, the more powerful I become. While Dick Tang continued his arrogant monologue, Giang Khai managed to steady himself on the arena floor. Standing perfectly still, an eerie and unpredictable aura began to radiate from Giang Khai's body. Clenching the razor-sharp hidden weapons between his fingers, he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Who said that I haven't lost just yet? Without another word, he whipped his hand forward, sending the projectiles whistling straight toward their target. Seeing his stubbornness, Dick Tang chuckled with twisted admiration. A persistent little brat. Aren't you? I like that. But don't expect any mercy from me. He instantly swung his blade, carving a shallow red line across Giang Khai's shoulder. Is this the best you've got? How boring. A second later, another sharp flash of steel swept across the boy's chest. With your current speed, you couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. He looked down on him with the disdain of a superior being. Just surrender. My next strike won't give you a single second to breathe. With those words, Dick Tang's face twisted into a brutal grin as he unleashed a merciless, relentless barrage of attacks. Trapped and unable to evade, Giang Khai took the full force of the onslaught until his body reached its limit, and he coughed up a spray of crimson blood. Below the stage, Hu Nyan and the others watched in pure agony. Noan instinctively covered her mouth, her voice trembling and eyes brimming with tears. This is bad. Kai's condition looks absolutely terrible. Even the spectators held their breath in shock. The match was a complete one-sided slaughter. Yet, back on the stage, Giang Khai was slowly, painfully forcing himself to stand once more. Whispers and rumors continued to ripple through the stands. Giang Khai really played himself. Someone muttered. He threw away the team match just to insist on a solo duel. What on earth was he thinking? Nearby, two men sat with their legs crossed, their faces contorted with mocking sneers as they chimed in. What else? He was just trying to show off. That lowlife only made it to the finals by pure dumb luck anyway. Exactly. If you ask me, someone like Giang Khai deserves to die out there. Hearing those venomous words, Vian Tru's teeth ground together in a silent rage. Without a word, he lunged forward and seized both men by their collars before they even knew what was happening. What did you just say? Vian Tru growled, his eyes burning with fury. Say it again if you have the guts behind him. No one and the others rushed over to restrain him. Jutu. Stay calm. There is no point in arguing with dogs. Why waste your breath on trash that only knows how to bark? Instead of backing down, one of the men saw Vian Tru's anger and decided to double down on his provocation. He screamed at the top of his lungs, drawing the eyes of the entire arena toward them. I said Giang Khai deserves to die. What are you going to do about it? You damn mutt. That's right, come on. Everyone. Look at this. Look at the loyal little dog trying to protect his master. Vian Tru's face turned beet red, veins pulsing on his forehead as he hissed through clenched teeth. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the chaos. What is all this noise about? It was Lam Lam. She stood on the balcony looking down at the commotion, flanked by two armed soldiers. Her eyes were cold, filled with a terrifying killing intent as she scanned the troublemakers. This is a spectator area. Throw anyone causing a disturbance out of the arena. Understood? The soldier barked. Noan looked up at the woman in shock and whispered, Big sister. Lam stepped closer, her expression softening slightly as she explained, Since Giang Khai is soloing Dick Tang, I was worried you'd get too worked up watching the match. So I came to check on you. By then, the two agitators had been forced into arm locks and were being dragged away by the guards. Lam continued. Those two were definitely from the Huyen Vo Guild, intentionally trying to stir up trouble to vent their frustration. After all, your Fire God squad was so dominant that Huyen Vo failed to even make the finals. They are humiliated, and they want nothing more than to see Giang Khai fail. Still fuming, Vian Tru spat on the ground in disgust. Just a bunch of repulsive flies. Hearing her sister's words, Noan turned her worried gaze back to the ring, softly whispering Kai's name. On the stage, the situation was dire. Giang Khai was down on one knee, using his hand to support his battered body. Across from him, Dick Tang stood perfectly composed, his blade resting easily in his hand with the grace of a true master. Giang Khai took a deep, shaky breath and raised his left hand, as surges of energy began to rapidly condense within his palm. Seeing this, Dick Tang let out a dry, mocking laugh. Giang Khai, why are you being so stubborn? This match is already over. Stop struggling in vain. If you agree to join our Thanlong Guild, I might still give you a chance to enter the secret realm. Giang Khai spoke back, blood staining the corner of his mouth. I'm not finished yet, he declared, staring his opponent down. Dick Tang felt a surge of unease as he locked eyes with the boy. It was clear the kid was cornered. Yet, there wasn't a hint of fear in his gaze, only a cold, stubborn determination. Tightening his grip on his weapon, Dick Tang growled, "Fine. If you refuse to yield," he lunged forward with a sudden strike. "Then I'll just have to shatter that confidence of yours completely." A razor-sharp blade of energy sliced through the air toward Giang Khai. Ghost shadow, traceless, slash. Outside the ring, Giang Khai's team gasped. What's he doing? Why isn't Captain Kai dodging? Nuan turned away, covering her eyes as tears welled up, unable to watch the impending disaster. On the stage, Giang Khai remained motionless as the lethal energy closed in, tearing the very air around him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. With a burst of speed, he leaped into the air. "Ignition state soul tempering," he roared, swinging his arms. Across from him, Dick Tang felt a jolt of shock as his body went numb. The world began to spin for the veteran warrior. His vision blurred, and the boy's movements became a series of afterimages he could no longer track. 4 bursts of energy slammed into Dick Tang's blade, sending vibrations up his arm. "Damn it. I've been caught." Now Giang Khai screamed, unleashing 4 more streaks of energy directly at Dick Tang's chest. The beams pierced through him, forcing a guttural scream of agony from Dick Tang's lungs. As the energy dissipated, the true form of the attack was revealed, razor-sharp hidden daggers. A violent burst of electricity erupted, illuminating the arena. Dick Tang stood tattered, his body scorched and bloodied. Giang Khai watched in disbelief. Even with such devastating wounds, Dick Tang refused to fall. Taking a step forward, Kai leveled his blade. "It's over. You lose." The stadium fell into a stunned, breathless silence. Nirhong gasped into the microphone. "Unbelievable. Am I seeing this right?" Giang Khai had turned the tides at the very brink of death. The announcer's voice trembled with confusion. How did he do it? How did Giang Khai pull off such an impossible comeback? Noan's eyes lit up with hope. Beside her, Honan and Whittinger cheered, their fists clenched in triumph. Viren Tru wiped away tears, sobbing. "I knew it. I knew Kai wouldn't go down that easily." Dick Tang looked at the weapon pointed at his throat. "You found my opening." But when, with a cold, piercing gaze, Giang Khai replied, "Actually, I have your own words to thank for that." Dick Tang's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean?" Flashback 10 minutes earlier. Giang Khai had been focusing his power, feeling like he was missing one crucial piece of the puzzle. Dick Tang had looked down at him then. Remember what Tu Fai Tung said, that he'd never lost a race in his life? Well, let me tell you, no matter how fast the opponent, against me, they always lose. In that moment, a spark ignited in Kai's mind. Wait. Meet force with force. That's the key. Confidence surged back into his expression. He finally understood. The scene shifted back to the present. Before the God Guild match, Giang Khai had watched Dick Tang finish off another opponent. "I've been studying you," he muttered. "You always use that ghost shadow technique to deliver the killing blow at the perfect moment." Stroking his chin, he had wondered just how high Dick Tang's peak speed truly was. "I was so focused on your maximum speed that I completely missed the way you were manipulating the tempo of the fight. But I forgot one thing." Kai remembered the moment Dick Tang tried to bribe him with information. "If our Guild gives you the coordinates to a secret realm to solve your problem, would you reconsider?" Kai realized then that Dick Tang was the type to use any leverage, even secret intel, just to secure a win. Remembering that hunger for victory, Kai noted, "When you decide to win, you do whatever it takes." Recalling Dick Tang's previous ruthless efficiency, he added, "You're a man obsessed with the result. If the first strike isn't at full power, it's just a probe to test the waters. But once you see the path to victory, you'd never hesitate to strike with everything you've got." Kai's gaze sharpened as he stared Dick Tang down. "And yet, you didn't do that this time." Dick Tang looms over the arena, like a sinister puppet master, manipulating his opponent from the palm of his hand. He continues his chilling monologue. "Just like in a previous battle, when you faced a foe with lightning-fast reflexes, the terrifying attack speed you unleashed was more than enough to end the match with a single, decisive blow." In his mind, he deconstructs the moment, realizing that Dick Tang was behaving like a veteran predator, leisurely playing hide-and-seek after catching his prey. This pattern simply didn't make any sense. During the heat of battle, Giang Khai quickly identified another critical detail, leading him to form a daring and dangerous hypothesis. The opponent's blade followed him like a shadow. In that moment, he felt as if his every move was being predicted before he even made it. Was it just an illusion? Back then, Giang Khai had doubted himself. But now he knew this was no mere trick of the mind. Images flash of him rising despite his wounds to strike again. Who said that I haven't lost this fight yet? He recalls the moment he decided that instead of waiting for death, he would seize the initiative and test his theory. Giang Khai explains further. "To prove my theory, I used my combat distance and strike speed to fluctuate my energy, testing your reactions as we clashed. Giang Khai had recklessly used his own body as bait, gambling everything to confirm whether his suspicion was right or wrong. Just as he had anticipated, the truth revealed itself. He speaks firmly. The result was the same every time your ghostly shadowless slash couldn't land a direct hit on us. Yet I couldn't escape the devastating shockwaves and constant injuries. A memory surfaces of a white-blue light piercing through his chest. Giang Khai continue. Since you wanted to win so badly, you wouldn't waste time playing games. Therefore, I guessed. After a brief pause, he delivers the final blow. You possess a high-tier spiritual type skill. One that predicts your opponent's every move. That is the true nature of your ultimate technique. But now, Dirk Tang's eyes are bloodshot and bulging as he glares at Giang Khai, who continues his relentless deconstruction. I suspect this spiritual ability allows you to read a normal body's movements with extreme precision, catching muscle contractions or the subtle flow of air to predict the attack trajectory and launch an instant counter-offensive. Hearing this, Dirk Tang flashes back to the fight where his vision had suddenly blurred, creating a disorienting illusion. Giang Khai's voice echoes in his ears. Once the secret is laid bare, all it takes is a single skill to paralyze your thinking and disrupt your keen judgment. For even a split second of hesitation creates a fatal opening. Dirk Tang trembles with rage, asking, "Is that so? But that was only a guess. Weren't you afraid of being wrong, or that you still couldn't defeat me regardless?" He pauses before questioning. "Aren't you a bit too confident?" Giang Khai fires back sharply. "The only one who was overconfident was you." Dirk Tang gasps in shock as the explanation continues. "You used the name Ghostly Shadowless Slash to mask the true nature of your spiritual skill, purely to deceive your opponents." He stares down Dirk Tang, exposing his hidden strategy to maximize his kill rate. He had dumped most of his attribute points into non-spiritual stats, because his spiritual power was actually low. It gave Giang Khai the perfect opportunity to shatter his invincible facade. Terrified, Dirk Tang stammers out. "You were gambling with your life," Giang Khai replies with chilling calm. "Exactly. And the result proves I won. You've lost. Defeated by the very ultimate skill you were most proud of. More accurately," he pauses to let each word sink in with heavy weight. "You lost because of your own arrogance, the belief that you could never be defeated." Dirk Tang stands frozen, his eyes hollow and his mouth agape. Unable to find words, after a long silence, his voice cracks as he mutters, "So, that's how it happened." On the arena stage, Giang Khai stands tall with a cold gaze, looking down at the defeated Dirk Tang slumped on the ground. Despite his own wounds, Giang Khai's face remains stoic as he whispers, "It's over." Vorvi's voice rings out, filled with pure adrenaline. "Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Did you all just witness that?" Against all odds, and with no clear advantage, Giang Khai found the enemy's weakness and delivered a fatal blow. A textbook, counter-kill, a true masterpiece. Above the stadium, the massive 3D screen displays the silent, handsome image of our hero, Giang Khai. The stands explode into a frenzy of cheers. Giang Khai is the greatest. That fight was legendary. He is the one and only god of this arena. Giang Khai. His 4 teammates rush toward him. Vian Tru shouts enthusiastically. "That was top tier. Man. Khai? That performance was so incredible. I'm still in shock." Noan adds, "Seriously? I was so tense I forgot how to breathe." Giang Khai turns his head, offering a faint, gentle smile. "Sorry for making you all worry so much." Weininger Vahonya look at him with shimmering eyes, like fans meeting their idol. "Captain Phi, you're the brightest star today. Don't forget, I'm your #1 fan." Weirn Anger quickly interrupts. "Hey, count me in too. I'm his #1 fan as well." "Captain Kai, you are absolutely legendary," Yuan Zhu roared, thrusting his fist high into the air with pure excitement. "All right. It's settled. Tonight, we drink until we drop." Once Noan finishes patching Kai up, we're celebrating his massive victory. Giang Khai stammered. "Wait. Aren't we forgetting something?" But before he could finish, a heavy hand gripped his shoulder and dragged him away. Yuan Zhu laughed heartily. "Move it, my treat, even Hu Yan is coming along. Today, we go all out and let loose." Ruan Yu chimed in immediately. "Hell yeah." Meanwhile, Wu Wei cried out in frustration. "Hey, I haven't even announced the official results yet." "Wait. Don't leave," Wu Wei shouted before quickly announcing, "I now officially declare the champion of this tournament Giang Khai from the Fire God Squad." The stadium instantly erupted into a chaotic storm of cheers and thunderous chanting, "Giang Khai, Giang Khai." Below the stage, the group paid no mind to the fame, happily walking away together. Lan Nan watched them depart, whispering, "I never expected him to work such a miracle." Or perhaps, he is the miracle himself. The scene shifts to a grand castle. The next day at the God Guild, a voice rang out. Everyone, get over here. The military just sent someone with our rewards. Yuan Zhu held a mysterious bronze-colored box, its strange material shimmering with an unknown ancient origine. As they huddled around, Ruan Yu grumbled. What could possibly fit in a tiny box like this? The army is being real stingy. Only one way to find out. Yuan Zhu said, flipping the lid open with a smirk. As the lid snapped open, 4 streaks of brilliant blue light shot out like rectangular cards. Giang Khai's eyes widened as one card lunged directly toward him. Elsewhere, another card zoomed toward the goofy Ruan Yu, while the last one hovered steadily right before Hu Yan's chest. She mused. So the rewards are distributed in card form. Huh. Meanwhile, Giang Khai stared at the object before him, struck by pure shock. Without a word, he reached out and snatched it. The moment his fingers brushed the surface, a violent surge of power erupted from the card. The radiance grew blindingly intense. But Giang Khai didn't flinch, maintaining a death grip on the glowing card in his hand. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. Congratulations, you have obtained the upgraded Sown version of the 9 Tribulations Soul Chaser. His weapon manifested alongside a stat screen. 9 Tribulations Soul Chaser Sown. Plus 14 strength, plus 17 penetration, and plus 21 agility. Special effect 1. Each Soul Chaser blade used increases crit rate and crit damage by 15%, stacking up to 135%. Once a critical hit is triggered, all accumulated Soul Chaser buffs will be fully reset for the next cycle. Effect 2 Armor Shred. Each Soul Chaser blade deals devastating splash damage within a concentrated, small-scale area. Continuous strikes in this zone will shred the enemy's armor over time. He gasped in awe. This is the upgraded version of Soul Chaser. Giang Khai mused to himself. I've heard these rare S-tier weapons possess various evolutionary forms, each more powerful than the last, like S, or S3 types. To think my Soul Chaser had a second stage. What an incredible surprise. With a 15% crit boost, 7 blades practically guarantee a massive critical hit. It's leagues more powerful than before. Pair that with Armor Shred, and high defense monsters won't stand a chance. Just then, another card drifted toward him. Startled, he asked, "What's this now?" Ruan Yu quickly chimed in. "Captain Kai. I know that one. That's top-tier loot right there. It's called the Yin-Yang Mother-Son Stone. A pair bonded by absolute magnetic attraction. It's incredibly rare." At that thought, Ruan Yu imagined something hilarious and continued with a wide grin. "Embed them in your gauntlets and Soul Chaser, and you'll have an unstoppable combo." Across the room, Hu Yan let out a joyful cry. Her card depicted a masked woman wielding dual purple orbs, backed by mysterious, glowing runes and sigils. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled. Unbelievable. This is a level 41 to 60 advancement material for the Spirit Medium class. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu stared blankly at his own card, a unique gourd grinning like an absolute idiot. This is the Drunken Immortal gourd for storing wine. It boosts wine effects by 30% and slashes cooldown times by half. Clutching his 2 cards, Giang Khai whispered, "It feels as if these rewards were custom-tailored just for us." Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "Wait, Yuan Zhu. Non. Where are your rewards?" Yuan Zhu explained. "Don't sweat it, Kai. Since No Non and I are officially military, our rewards were delivered directly to Captain Li Biao's office beforehand." Yuan Zhu slung an arm over his shoulder and whispered, "Besides, you hit the nail on the head earlier. These gifts were chosen specifically for our fighting styles and needs. The military is really pulling out all the stops." No one added. "Exactly. The delivery came from Brother Lu's unit, and he even sent a personal message along with it. Apparently, Commander Wei personally requested these items." Giang Khai blurted out in shock. "The commander requested them himself." Hu Yan's eyes glowed as she gazed at her idol. "It's definitely because of you, Captain. Your reputation is legendary." Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. "Damn right. Who else but our Captain Commander? Wei certainly has an eye for true talent." Giang Khai smiled, thinking of how much Commander Wei and Lu had supported him. He vowed to thank them in person soon. Then, Nuanyuan asked if the Azure Dragon Guild would finally surrender the Secret Realm card. Giang Khai replied calmly, "Don't worry. They'll deliver it in 3 days." Hu Yan teased Nuanyuan, telling her not to pester their hardworking captain with trivial worries. Her face scrunched up in annoyance. Nuanyuan pouted and denied it. Watching this peaceful moment, Giang Khai couldn't help but let a warm, involuntary smile slip out. Amidst a sprawling campus surrounded by towering skyscrapers, the vast courtyard stood strangely empty and quiet. Giang Khai walked alone, hands in his pockets, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, he halted as a memory flickered in his mind. He recalled Yingzi's expression. Something felt off. As if she were hiding a heavy, secret burden, thinking of his sister's blue eyes. He decided to surprise her after school and see what was really bothering her. Nearby, students chatted. Hey, want to hang out after class today? Play. Didn't you hear the dragon lady say, there's a test tomorrow, you're way too relaxed? The boys laughed as they walked by, surrounded by the typical, lively buzz of school life. In the hallway, Giang Khai stepped into a classroom. Is Jiang An Harry? No? She's not. A girl replied. She was called away. Wait. I think I've seen you before. Are you her older brother? Giang Khai nodded. Called away. Did a teacher take her to the office? Shichi sighed gloomily. No. Some upperclassmen have been targeting her lately. Panic flared in Giang Kai's chest. He gripped her shoulder. Targeted? What do you mean? She thought back to the gang. Their leader is a guy named Zhao Lei. He's a notorious delinquent who recently transferred here. His father works for the Huang family. Using that power, he bullies everyone. And even the teachers are too scared to stop him. Two of Zhao Lei's cronies led Jiang An away. Suddenly, a boy sprinted past them, gasping. Hurry, we're almost out of time. Suddenly, a figure blocked Ziheng's path and swung a brutal kick. Caught off guard, Ziheng cried out and tumbled backward. Zhao Lei and his thugs loomed over him with cold, mocking sneers. You've got guts. I told you to crawl to me within 3 minutes after the bell. Did you think my words were a joke? Hearing the commotion, Giang Khai and Shichi rushed over to see the trouble. Zhao Lei, holding Ziheng by the collar. The bully demanded an explanation, while the boy trembled in terror. Brother Zhao, please. Let me explain. His thugs stood ready, waiting for a single nod to unleash a brutal beating. Zhao Lei pulled back a fist, roaring. You're asking for death, kid. But suddenly, his expression froze. His fist stopped midair as pure shock washed over his face. His lackeys stared in disbelief at the man who had stopped him. Giang Khai asked calmly. So? You're Zhao Lei, no Huang Wei. Furious, Zhao Lei shoved Ziheng aside and glared. Who the hell are you? Blin idiot. Think you're big enough to cross me, tired of living? Giang Kai's voice cut through the air. I'm Jiang An's brother. Locking eyes with him, Giang Kai's gaze turned razor sharp. Now, where is my sister? So you're the arrogant Giang Khai who offended the Huang family. Why should I tell you anything? With a sinister grin, he sneered. Kneel and bark like a dog. Then maybe I'll show some mercy and tell you. Giang Khai stared at him as if looking at a dead man walking. I doubt you can handle what's coming. Infuriated by his calm tone, Zhao Lei gritted his teeth and charged. Still acting tough, I'll make you regret ever being born. Brother Zhao, let us handle this trash. A crowd of students gathered, their whispers filling the air. Look, a fight. Who's the poor soul, unlucky enough to provoke that tyrant Zhao Lei? Giang Khai stood as still as a statue, completely ignoring the thugs rushing toward him. His face was a mask of cold fury. In his mind, everything slowed down, too slow. In a flash, he dodged effortlessly, leaving an afterimage that stunned them. What? They gasped. Giang Khai slid 1 foot forward, pivoting to unleash a lightning-fast strike on the two thugs. Fluid movements followed as a heavy punch smashed into their faces, dropping them instantly. Treachery's men writhed in agony on the ground. Damn it, Treachery roared. Since you refuse to listen, I'll show you exactly who makes the rules in this place. The scene shifts to the outdoor courtyard. A secluded corner fenced with mesh. Likely a basketball court. The sound of relentless slaps and blows echoes through the air. A young girl endured each agonizing strike, her body covered in scratches, clutching a bat. Wai Tin twisted the truth as she struck. Hey, we only asked you to fetch the ball. Why'd you use your face to catch it instead? The brunette Nuoc Lan added. Exactly. So clumsy. People might think we're bullying you. And that would be such a total hassle for us. The two cruel girls sneered at Antu, who sat collapsed on the ground, trembling from the sheer pain, trying to stay calm. Antu clutched her head, propping one hand on the ground while stuttering out an apology. Good that you know you're wrong. One of them sneered, snatching the girl's bag and dumping everything out. She peered inside. Look how filthy this bag is. Are the books inside rotted too? Suddenly, a family photo fell out. Glancing at the photo, Wei Tin demanded, and just what is this? Antu gasped and lunged forward, trying to snatch it back. Give it back. Memories of last year's birthday flooded her mind. It was the first time her two brothers had baked a cake just for her. Wei Tin toyed with the photo. Why so loud? How fierce? Seeing you this stressed? I think we found something fun. Nuoc Lan pinned Antu from behind. The girl struggled, screaming. Give it back to me. Smirking, Wei Tin threatened. Keep whining, and I might just accidentally rip this into pieces. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket began to ring. Wei Tin answered. Hello, I'm busy. What is it? She listened, her eyes widening in shock at the caller's words. What, someone named Giang Khai is looking for Jiang An and is fighting Truloi right now. Is someone really that stupid, overhearing this? Antu couldn't believe it. It had to be him. Desperate. Antu bit down hard on the arm, holding her. Nuoc Lan let out a piercing shriek of pain, shocked and furious. She cursed. You little brat, did you lose your mind? How dare you bite me? Seizing the moment, Antu broke free. With a face full of worry, she ran as fast as she could. Her legs found a sudden surge of strength. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the classroom. Banting. She ignored the cuts on her face. Faster. I have to be faster, she thought desperately. There are too many. He'll get hurt. Her voice trembled with fear that the cruel gang would torture Giang Khai. Back in the hallway, Truloi's lackeys lay paralyzed on the floor behind Giang Khai. Ahead. Truloi seethed with rage. Antu arrived, breathless and frantic, only to be stunned by the scene before her. Hearing her voice, Giang Khai turned with a look of relief. Angto. He saw her gasping for air, her body covered in scratches, her eyes filled with desperate concern for him. Are you okay? She gasped. But then, her eyes widened in pure terror as she looked behind him. Seeing Antu's battered state, a cold fury erupted within Giang Khai. His fist clenched until his veins bulged. Trembling with rage, Antu. He managed to choke out. Kneeling won't save you now, Truloi roared, lunging for a cowardly sneak attack while Giang Khai stood deathly still, terrified. Antu screamed to warn him. Brother. Look out. Time seemed to freeze, the moment playing out like a slow-motion nightmare. Suddenly, Giang Khai pivoted like a spinning top, unleashing a devastating kick directly into Truloi's face. Before the bully could react, a blur of motion slammed into his jaw with terrifying speed. The kick landed perfectly, sending Truloi crashing down. His bloodshot eyes bulged as blood sprayed from his mouth. Nearby, students lugging desks grumbled. That's the third trip. The teachers are relaxing in the air conditioning while we're slaves. I hope lightning strikes and smashes these long tables to splinters. Stop dreaming and keep moving. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can head home. A scream pierced the air as Wai Tin and Nuoc Lan rushed in. Move it, Nuoc Lan hissed. Where is Jiang An? This brat dared to draw my blood. I'll pull every single one of her teeth out. A blinding light suddenly erupted down the hall. Wait. What's that? She gasped. It was Sao Lei. He flew back like a missile after taking Giang Kai's kick, crashing violently into Ruo Lan. Boss Zhao, Sister Da, their lackeys cried. Nearby students watched the wreckage, muttering. He's toast. No need to move desks. Man, should I go buy a lottery ticket after seeing that? Yingzi stared blankly at Jiang Kai's back, still frozen in total shock. He stood before her like a fortress, fists clenched, protecting his sister with majestic authority. Brother. She stammered. Zhao Lei struggled up, cursing inwardly. Damn it. This hurts way too much. I've been training at Planet Ghost. My stats are up. So why can't I take one hit? He's nothing like the weakling Lord Huang described. A shadow loomed over the kneeling Zhao Lei. It was Giang Khai. He appeared instantly, looking down with eyes like a demon's. His bloodlust was suffocating. I told you all, he whispered coldly, never to lay a finger on her, pale and drenched in sweat. Zhao Lei trembled. This guy's pressure is terrifying. Jiang. Your brother is that powerful, a girl gasped. A boy wondered. Why does he look so familiar? His friend's eyes widened. I remember now, that's him. He's the legendary ghost planet explorer. Giang Khai, he's my absolute idol. Jiang Khai grabbed his face, eyes burning. You said you were the law here, right? Zhao Lei stammered. What do you want? Jiang Kai's fist connected hard. If you think violence and tyranny are the rules, Zhao Lei's world spun. Who even am I? Then today, I'll make sure your body remembers this lesson forever. Jiang Kai's voice boomed. Another blow landed. Only those who remain standing get to speak of rules. Zhao Lei's eyes rolled back. Where am I? An uppercut followed. Oh God. Please save me. Zhao Lei prayed as another fist descended. You dared touch my family, Giang Khai roared. But a small hand grabbed his arm. Brother. Stop, Yingzi cried, her scratched face filled with worry as she held him tight. Please. She whispered. Don't fight anymore. The violence ceased. Giang Khai turned, his emerald eyes softening instantly as the demonic aura vanished. All right, he replied softly. Zhao Lei sat broken and swollen while Ruo Lan cowered nearby. Ignoring the wreckage, the siblings walked away together, with a tender gaze. Giang Khai said, Yingzi, wait for me by the stairs. I'll be right there. Okay. She obeyed. Without turning around, his voice turned cold. Ruo Lan and Yixing froze in terror. Come here, he commanded with murderous intent, We need to talk. Shaking with fear, they stammered. Mr. Jiang, no? Big brother Jiang, let's talk this out calmly. Night fell under a brilliant full moon. Inside a quiet classroom, a soft light flickered around Giang Khai. He was meticulously treating the wounds on Yingzi's legs. She sat still, though her feet were covered in nasty scratches. She winced every time he dabbed the antiseptic. Did I hurt you? He asked anxiously. She shook her head. No, it doesn't hurt at all, really. Anyway, aren't you busy at Ghost Planet? What brought you to school to pick me up? If I hadn't come today? He sighed. When were you ever going to tell me you were being bullied? He looked at her sadly. You're just like me. You swallow all your pain and never say a word. Blushing, she retorted. What about you? You never tell us about the dangers you face on Ghost Planet. That's because he started, but she cut him off. Brother, even if you always come home smiling, I know even the commanders can't act freely against the royal family's influence to bring home that much money. You must have risked your life every single time. Right. I just hate being so powerless. I can't go to Ghost Planet or help you at all. All I could do was try my best. So you and Big Brother wouldn't have to worry about me. Giang Khai listened in silence as she continued. The bullying wasn't this bad at first, but the rumors spread, and they grew bolder. I knew your competition was coming up, so I couldn't let myself be a distraction. Noticing his heavy silence, she asked nervously, Brother, are you mad? I'm so sorry. He didn't answer, simply applying a bandage to her wound with a soft smile. Our little girl. You've grown up when I wasn't looking. Into standing up. His gaze sharpened. Z. Never apologize. You did nothing wrong, those cowards who laid a hand on you did. He ruffled her hair, his voice steady. Trust me. Those bastards at Ghost Star aren't enough to take me down. From now on, I'll video call you every night. But listen, if you're ever bullied again, and keep it a secret, Big Brother and I will raze that school to the ground. A confident, radiant smile broke across his face as he spoke those chilling words. After all, a brother protecting his sister is just the way of the world. Tears of relief finally welled in her eyes. Giang Khai handed back their family photo. Keep this safe. In the picture, Z was beaming behind a birthday cake. Beside her stood Giang Khai and their eldest brother, looking at her with nothing but pure affection. Clutching the photo, she whispered through her tears. I understand. Thank you, brother. All right, he replied. Let's head home. Big Brother will be thrilled to see us both. Z nodded eagerly, her heart finally at peace. A few days later, deep within the forests of Ghost Star, a solitary wooden cabin appeared amidst the towering, sun-drenched trees. Nguyen Nu broke the silence. Captain Kai, is this really the secret location D-Tang gave us? Did the Azure Dragon Guild play us for fools? This just looks like any old, ordinary shack. Ho Nan added, scanning the perimeter. True. I don't see any hidden mechanisms, Giang Khai observed, his eyes narrowing. But I don't think it's a fake. Look closely. The exterior is weathered, but the inside is unnaturally spotless. Someone has searched this place with extreme precision. And look at the yard. The soil is uneven. It's been dug up and packed back down repeatedly. They were likely hunting for the entrance to the hidden realm. He recalled D-Tang's arrogant demeanor. Besides, a man as prideful as D-Tang wouldn't stoop to cheap tricks, even in defeat. Ho Nan sighed. If a powerhouse like the Azure Dragon Guild couldn't find the entrance after tearing this place apart, then how are the three of us supposed to find it? Nguyen Nu nodded in frustrated agreement, scratching his head. Nguyen Nu let out a long breath. Man, if only No Gnome were here. Her information gathering skills are top tier. She'd have sniffed out a lead by now. Ho Nyan remembered their farewells. Nothing we can do about that, she replied. The military recalled both her and Pillar back to the squad. We only borrowed them for the guild challenge anyway. Giang Khai reminded them. Now that it's over, they have to resume their training. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, golden shadows, Giang Khai made the call. We'll set up camp here tonight. We need to keep a close watch on this area. The soft, pre-dusk glow bathed the cabin in an ethereal, almost dreamlike light. But as night fell, the gentle sun was replaced by a cold, haunting moonlight that turned the woods into a realm of shadows. Nguyen Nu was already fast asleep, snoring and hugging a rock. You've gotten thinner, honey. Not as soft anymore. But I still love you, he mumbled, high on a nearby ridge. Giang Khai stood like a sentinel, his eyes fixed on the mysterious cabin. He scanned the darkness, his mind racing. Still nothing abnormal. Did I misread the signs? Suddenly, a silent silhouette materialized directly behind him. Long hair drifted in the wind as a hand settled on his shoulder. Ho Nan. I'm not tired yet, Giang Khai said, without turning. Go back to sleep. But as the last word left his lips, the wind roared, whipping the leaves into a frenzy as a cold shiver shot down his spine. Wait. Something's wrong, he spun around. But there was nothing but rustling grass and the whistling wind. The figure had vanished. He glanced back at the camp. Honyan was still fast asleep next to Winyu. Kai. Captain. Let me handle this monster, she talked in her sleep. You demon, taste the wrath of this lady hero. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed directly over Giang Khai. His pupils dilated in shock. He looked up to find a creature with blood-red eyes and a deathly pale face staring straight into his soul. A single, terrifying name flashed through his mind. The ghost spectress, in a blur of motion, he launched himself backward like a rocket, putting distance between them as he prepared to strike. Lifeseeker, he lunges forward with a lethal strike. But it's useless. His blade passes through the demoness like mist, leaving her completely unscathed. Giang Khai watches in sheer disbelief. What is she totally immune to the Lifeseeker's edge? On the other side, the demoness blurs into motion, her face a mask of primal fury as her hair lashes out wildly. She streaks through the air in a jagged, erratic path. Giang Kai's eyes narrow as he realizes her intent. She's heading straight for the wooden cabin. Without a second thought, he ignites his inner power, pushing his body to the limit to intercept her before she reaches the house. He refuses to let her escape, activating his ghost eye. Giang Khai transforms into a streak of light, the cabin looming large in his vision. He doesn't hesitate for a heartbeat, smashing through the front door and sending splinters of wood flying in every direction. His heavy footsteps thunder across the old wooden floorboards. Suddenly, he skids to a halt, his eyes widening at the sight before him. There, at a dusty vanity, sits the demoness. She stares into the mirror, slowly and meticulously stroking her long, dark hair. Giang Khai stands frozen, staring at her silent back as the eerie reflection in the mirror begins to shift. The reflection reveals a nightmare, a rotting skull with eyes glowing like fresh blood. One hand clutching her hair while the other pulls a comb through the strands. Casting aside his hesitation, Giang Khai leaps into the air to deliver a crushing blow. Yet, the demoness ignores him completely. Lost in her rhythmic grooming, mid-flight, Giang Khai unleashes his secret technique, decaying fire. His weapon erupts, launching 3 streaks of spectral light at the entity. But as they strike, they phase through her phantom body, failing to draw even a drop of blood. Rage boils over as Giang Khai lets out a guttural roar, unleashing the full power of his decaying fire and every weapon at his disposal. She doesn't even flinch. Just as he feared, his most devastating attacks pass through her as if she were nothing more than a shadow. Panic begins to set in. I struck her vitals, yet she's still unharmed. Beyond the shattered doorframe, the sun begins to crest over the distant hills. In Giang Khai's hand, a mysterious card appears, swirling with dark, ominous smoke. One more time. He mutters, teeth clenched. Without a moment's delay, he launches another desperate assault on the demoness. The card streaks through the air like a guided arrow, closing the distance to her head in an instant. Still, she remains seated, turning her back to the world. Brilliant morning light floods through the window, creeping across the floor of the ruined room. Time seems to grind to a halt. The card drifts through the air in agonizingly slow motion, inches away from making contact. Suddenly, Giang Khai's eyes bulge in pure shock. Right before his eyes, the demoness vanishes into thin air, leaving no trace behind. She's gone, he whispers. As the sun finally rises high into the sky, within the cabin, Honyan's voice rings out in startled confusion. Captain, what did you just say? A shadow passed through here. Beside him, Wendengu breaks into a cold sweat, her voice trembling as she questions the ghost's appearance. Looking at his teammates, Giang Khai sighs. Everything happened so fast, I didn't have time to wake you. That spirit was bizarre. She didn't attack, she just sat there, brushing her hair in front of that mirror. Honyan strokes his chin, wondering if this links to the cabin's secrets. Recalling the haunting image, Giang Khai nods. I suspect as much. I pursued her inside, but no matter how hard I fought, I couldn't touch her. Then, as soon as dawn broke, she simply evaporated. The scene plays back in his mind like a cursed film, the silent figure at the vanity, disappearing into the morning light. How strange, Honyan mutters skeptically. Suddenly, a chilling peal of laughter echoes through the wooden walls. The trio falls instantly silent, their heads snapping toward the source of the unexpected sound. A new voice cuts through the tension. To think you discovered her so quickly. Giang Khai scowls, glaring at the intruder. Who are you? One of the 4 strangers steps forward, his voice commanding. Iam Ngao, captain of the Azure Dragon Society and a pioneer of this world. It is the man standing in the center, Ngao Vu. He exudes an aura of absolute confidence as he locks eyes with Giang Khai. The captain of the Azure Dragon Society. Now Vu himself. Honyan speaks up, his voice laced with suspicion. So, the Azure Dragon Society. You knew about that ghost and said nothing. What's your game? Enraged by the accusation, Quan Max steps forward. Hey, watch your mouth. Niao Vu raise a hand to silence his subordinate. Easy. She's right. Our motives weren't entirely pure. We wanted to witness your strength firsthand. That's all. He pauses, looking directly at the protagonist. Hi. You are one of the few I respect. Let's join force. Without a moment of hesitation, Giang Khai shuts him down. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'll pass. I never work with people I can't trust. Turning his back, Giang Khai signals to his team. Honan? Noen Nu. We're leaving. Din Hao's eyes twitch with irritation. What's with that brat's attitude? Does he really think he's all that? We've spent 2 months and still haven't cracked the secret. Quan Mo scoffed. What makes him think he's so special? Tuan Vu added grumpily. Those two were out cold last night. They wouldn't have noticed a soul. Now Vu's lips curled into a dark smirk. I actually admire Giang Kai's sheer recklessness. Let's see what kind of show he puts on. As night descended, a polycrescent moon cast an eerie, flickering glow over the desolate landscape. There it is, a voice rang out. Suddenly, a white-robed figure appeared, drifting ghost-like behind the wooden cabin. Giang Kai's team gave chase immediately. Stick to the plan, he commanded. Meanwhile, 4 silhouettes watched from the hilltop. It was Na Vu's group. They stared down coldly at the scene below. Quan Mo whispered, Captain, aren't we going to step in? No rush. Now Vu replied with icy calm. If Giang Khai wants to play hero, let's give him his chance. It's been far too long. On the front lines, Wen Nu gripped his weapon, eyes gleaming with battle lust. I've missed this. He launched himself like a missile, smashing through the wall toward the seated wraith. Ho Nyan stood frozen in shock. Is he going to be okay? She cried out. The wraith continued brushing her hair, slowly turning to reveal a chilling, twisted smile. Giang Kai's heart sank. Even Wen Gu's full power strike did nothing. It was just as he feared. Physical attacks were completely useless against this spectral entity. Ho Nan glared in fury, grabbing the unconscious Wen Nu by the leg as he lay there with a massive lump on his head. Giang Kai's mind raced for a solution. This is a tough one, he muttered. Asterisk. What is the hidden key to this puzzle? Asterisk. He locked his gaze on the wraith's reflection in the mirror. She seemed to be staring back. Suddenly, her crimson eyes flickered toward something he barely caught. Asterisk. Something just moved times. Giang Kai's eyes widened. Behind him, he could hear Ho Nan frantically trying to give Wen Nu medicine. Drink this antidote right now, Ho Nan shouted. She glanced up at Giang Kai's stunned expression. Hey, what's wrong with you? Wen Nu groaned as he slowly regained consciousness and sat up on the floor. Strange. Ancient sigils glowed within Giang Kai's vision. There's something wrong with that ghost's eyes in the mirror. Can't you see it? Ho Nan looked again but saw nothing unusual. I don't see a thing, she replied before turning to Wen Nguyen. What about you? Me neither. Nguyen Nu grunted. Ho Nyan frowned with suspicion. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? Captain. No. Giang Khai insisted. My demon eyes are fully focused. There is no way I'm mistaken. He stared deeper into the eyes reflected in the glass. He could feel it fear. Asterisk, this isn't over yet. Asterisk, he thought grimly. Suddenly, the wraith's face in the mirror turned pitch black. Was it a trick of the light? Or was the mirror itself transforming? Only her eyes remained, glowing with terrifying text. The Terror Nest, Giang Khai whispered. Ho Nyan grew frantic. What are you mumbling about? The Terror Nest. As the words left his lips, the wraith's head snapped 360 degrees around, her bloodshot eyes piercing his soul. She bared her porcelain-white teeth and spoke in a bone-chilling rasp. You. The conditions for the Terror Nest trial were now met. Giang Kai's pupils dilated in shock. A crushing sense of dread washed over him as he felt the world begin to shift. Boom, Giang Khai vanished instantly before their very eyes. Captain Ho Nan and Wen Nu screamed in pure desperation. Rage flared in Ho Nan's eyes as she roared at the wraith. You monster, give our captain back right now. She lunged forward in a desperate attack, but the entity sat perfectly still, brushing her hair as if nothing had happened. Like a fading phantom, the wraith vanished. Ho Nyan's strike hit nothing but air, causing her to crash violently into the table. The sound of the struggle echoed out, alerting Ng Jiao Vu that the situation had taken a dark turn. Something went wrong, he muttered. Now Vu's team stormed into the cabin. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Quan Mo shouted. Ho Nyan and Wen Nu were still frantically striking at the empty air around the mirror. This cursed mirror. Where did you take Captain Kai? Seeing the chaos, Now Vu ordered his men to restrain them. On it, Din Hao and Tuan Vu lunged forward, pinning their arms to stop the reckless destruction. Let me go, Ho Nan thrashed wildly. Don't be a fool, Din Hao barked back. This mirror could be the vital clue to the secret realm. We can't let you destroy it. Naovu stepped closer. Tell me exactly what happened. Where did your captain disappear to? He thought to himself. Asterisk. The sun isn't up yet. Why did that wraith vanish so soon? Asterisk. Honyan pointed a trembling finger at the glass. The mirror. Captain Kai was sucked inside the mirror. Naovu froze as his heart skipped a beat. Asterisk. Sucked into the mirror. Could it be asterisk? Suddenly, everyone in the room turned in horror to face the ominous mirror behind them. Emerald green text began to warp and bleed across the surface. A terrifying, dark light erupted as the message became clear. Personal secret realm terror nest. Activated. Whether the explorer survives or fails, this secret realm will vanish from existence forever. Naovu gasped out 2 words. What another blue notification flickered to life. The revelation mirror glowed, projecting the adventurer's combat progress within the terror abyss. Right beneath it, the quest progress bar appeared, showing a count of 0 out of 1 million. With 0 seconds elapsed, Giang Kai's gaze sharpened as he scanned the floating text, glancing at the void around him. His mind raced. What on earth is happening? Did I just get pulled inside the mirror? The interface updated again, revealing a flood of new system information. Congratulations, you have entered the solo dungeon Terror Abyss. Difficulty rank 3. Human fear stems from the unknown. Objective: within 30 minutes, eliminate every single living creature within the Terror Abyss. The Revelation Mirror will answer your questions, guiding you out of the darkness of this unknown fear. Penalty: every 10 minutes over the limit will cost you 1 question. Reward: an S-rank weapon or higher upon completion. Giang Khai read the notice in silence, his heart skipping a beat. The final line was a simple, chilling wish. Have a pleasant challenge. He paused, lost in thought. A dungeon trial, and what exactly is this revelation mirror? Where are these terror creatures? Suddenly, he felt a vibration beneath his feet. Is the trial starting already? Without a moment's hesitation, his weapon materialized. He unleashed his signature move, Bursting Flame, surveying the pitch-black sky. Giang Khai stayed on high alert. Why is it still so dark? Just then, a friendly tip appeared. Warning within this dungeon, your flame weapon's power remains, but its ability to emit light has been stripped away. His face hardened. So I have to clear this mission without even being able to see the monsters. Suddenly, within the oppressive darkness above, countless crimson eyes snapped open, glaring down at him with murderous intent. Giang Khai froze, his eyes widening as he took in the horrifying spectacle unfolding before him. His pupils reflected the nightmare, an endless tide of grotesque spiders, their backs covered in pulsing blood sacs, lunged at him with razor-sharp fangs. A single thought echoed in his mind. Here they come. Without flinching, he charged. Kill first. Ask later. With a fierce swing, his blades flew toward the swarm, leaving trails of brilliant fire. Notifications began to flood the screen as the creatures were systematically decimated. Congratulations, you have slain a dungeon creature. Experience point gained 1. Giang Khai ignored the alerts. He focused every ounce of his strength on tearing through the oncoming horde. His strikes flashed like golden lightning through the disgusting swarm, vaporizing the spiders before they could even draw near. The system messages scrolled as his experience points skyrocketed. Finally, he paused. As clouds of dust swirled around his feet, he looked ahead to find the first wave of spiders gone. Is that it? He wondered. Was that the whole trial? A few dozen monsters didn't seem all that difficult. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, thousands of red eyes reignited. The horde was even more massive than before. Giang Kai's jaw dropped. This isn't right. Ahead of him, an ocean of eyes stared him down, forming the shape of a colossal, mocking face. Giang Khai stood his ground, gripping his weapon tight and bracing for the next wave of slaughter, clutching his blade. He stood alone against thousands of monsters, their predatory glares looking ready to devour him alive. Moving like a phantom, he dashed backward to create space. Then, he hurled his weapon with everything he had, activating Bursting Flame. 3 jagged daggers streaked through the air, carving brilliant arcs of light through the darkness where the swarm loomed. A massive explosion of fire and shockwaves erupted, tearing countless monsters into jagged fragments. As the smoke cleared, the swarm emerged again, charging forward as if the blast hadn't even slowed them down. Giang Khai bit his lip in frustration. A wave of dread hit him. Just how many of them are there? I have to move faster. Even faster. On the mirror, the counter flickered 77 out of 1 million. Time elapsed 44 seconds. Niao Vu stared at the screen, bewildered. Does that mean he's killed 77 monsters in just 44 seconds? Quan Mak Kimedin. The monsters in there aren't weak. This guy is a monster himself. Din Hao then asked nervously. Wait. Does that second number mean there are 1 million monsters in total? Quan Vu broke into a cold sweat. Terror Abyss. No wonder it has such a name. That is not a place for humans. Nearby, Honan's face turned pale. Her mouth hung open as the realization hit her. 1,000,000. A million monsters. Her mind flashed back to the Merman Lord of East Wing Island. There, hundreds of thousands of players had fought together, but now, Captain Khai was all alone. How could one person possibly slaughter 1,000,000 monsters? Desperate to save Giang Khai, she thrashed wildly, trying to break free from Quan Mac's iron grip. "Let me go, I have to save Captain Khai," she cried. But Ngarvur warned her that entry was impossible. When she questioned why, Ngao Vor explained solemnly that this was a strictly restricted personal secret realm. Personal realms differ from standard ones, he noted, as they permit only a single challenger to enter at once. The rewards are legendary, but the lone explorer must face unknown, high-level horrors without any hope of outside assistance. He closed his eyes, his face etched with regret, before continuing his grim assessment of the situation. "I am truly sorry, but I fear Giang Khai cannot hold out much longer against such overwhelming odds." Honan froze, her eyes welling with tears. She looked as if one more word would break her spirit. Inside the realm, Giang Khai was besieged by monsters. He leaped high, but the escape was merely a brief respite. The swarming beasts completely surrounded him, burying him under a wave of claws as they began their relentless assault. Agony surged through his body. He was paralyzed as the spiders swarmed over him, blanketing his entire frame. Exhausted and despairing, he wondered, "Is the power gap too great? Am I truly destined to lose here?" Clenching his fists, he refused to accept defeat by such low-level creatures, the absolute bottom of the monster hierarchy. With blood dripping from his lips and sweat stinging his eyes, he roared in defiance. "I won't accept this." At that life-threatening threshold, a system prompt flashed. Danger, adventurer's vital signs are reaching a critical state. A dark blue card manifested in the air, radiating an eerie light and depicting a grinning reaper with a scythe. The item's details appeared: the gambler's exclusive soulbound weapon, the death card. Hidden special effect triggered the Wheel of Destiny. A sudden, confusing question echoed through Giang Khai's fading mind. That voice? What was that, he thought, as his surroundings began to blur and shift. His consciousness drifted into a void of blinding light, while his physical form dissolved into ethereal wisps of smoke. Staring at the fading card, his eyes transformed, manifesting the strange and focused patterns of the ghost eye. In that fleeting moment, time itself seemed to stop, and his racing thoughts were frozen in absolute stillness. His pupils reflected a mysterious white-haired girl holding a card as a mechanical announcement echoed through the void. "Success. You have activated the death card's hidden effect, the Wheel of Destiny. While in a near-death state, commencing the Wheel of Destiny, the wheel will now determine a random outcome for your current situation." Looking at the girl's card, he realized the death card possessed hidden depths he had never previously imagined. The girl raised her hands as the system continued. "Every outcome brings both a magnificent reward and a penalty. By spinning, the user accepts both fates. Additionally, the gambler's talent will double the final effects of the wheel. This high-stakes ability can only be used once per month, making every single spin a monumental gamble. Even refusing to spin counts as a usage." Giang Khai pondered the double-edged nature of such a massive power. Would this lead to a chance at life or total ruin? He stood at the crossroads of destiny. "Will you spin the Wheel of Destiny?" the system asked. He simply smirked through the blood. Why even ask? "Spin it," he shouted. The card erupted in blue energy, forming mystical arrays that illuminated the entire space. The world around him warped into a surreal landscape, defying the laws of reality as fate took hold. Giang Khai's body turned a ghostly white, yet his signature green eyes remained vivid and full of unyielding fire. Waves of power pulsed from his core, and suddenly, the excruciating pain in his body vanished entirely. "Is this my mental realm?" he wondered. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light pierced through the mysterious white void. Giang Khai watched in silence, his mind racing as he observed the majestic phenomenon unfolding before him. A massive clock appeared, surrounded by rotating rings of golden energy and ancient symbols that danced in the air. "The Wheel of Destiny," he whispered. The clock's hand twitched, slowly moving away from its original starting point. Realizing the gamble had truly begun, Giang Khai steeled his nerves for whatever result fate would provide him. The hand didn't stop. It began to spin with incredible speed, turning into a blur of golden light. After spinning relentlessly, the hand suddenly locked into place, halting at a new position with a sharp click. The Wheel of Destiny has finished spinning. Giang Khai watched intently as the final result was finally revealed. Status gained: rapid recovery. All combat exhaustion and wounds will be fully restored for 60 minutes. His multiplier talent roars to life. Rapid regeneration evolves into instant recovery. Every bit of stamina replenishes at lightning speed, pushing his physical form to its absolute peak. But then, the status shifts. A deadly debuff is triggered. Exposed vitals, with his weaknesses laid bare. Any strike he takes will now be a fatal one. This high-stakes penalty will last for 60 minutes. The multiplier talent activates once more, evolving that exposed vital into an even more dangerous state. Fragile constitution. Now, every wound deals massive damage, and the agony he feels is doubled. Suddenly, a brilliant golden aura erupts, enveloping Giang Khai's entire body. The surging energy grows violent and intense, until his whole being begins to radiate a blinding light. He is bathed in a magnificent glow. To Giang Khai, it feels as if a warm current is washing over him, like he is peacefully submerged in a soothing hot spring. Power surges through his veins, his body igniting like a wildfire that spreads toward every horizon. Back in the real world, having fully absorbed this monumental power, everything changes. Giang Khai gazes at the monsters like a god looking down on mere insects. The hideous spider swarm lunges forward, hungry for flesh, completely oblivious to the doom awaiting them. With a single, fluid pivot, he sends the entire front line flying backward. He roars. Death card. The card manifests, tearing through the bodies of the spiders with terrifying velocity. From a distance, Giang Khai orchestrates the slaughter. On a biwan, they fall in a heartbeat. Wherever the card glides, no survivor is left behind. He raises his hand, and the card obeys his silent summons, snapping back to his palm as he turns his back on the carnage. He calmly mutters, "The pieces are set. Now, for the next move." His eyes flash with a dangerous light and a smirk plays on his lips. This is a gamble where lives are truly at stake. Golden flames erupt from the card, piercing through monster after monster, while their blood sprays across the scorched earth. At line 115, the spiders are still thick around Giang Khai. Despite the mounting corpses, the horde seems endless. He quickly assesses the situation. His gambler state only lasts for 10 seconds. Once it hits the long cooldown, he'll be vulnerable in this war of attrition. Then, a sudden realization strikes him. After the death card consumed the upgraded Soul Chaser, its offensive efficiency reached a whole new level. He unleashes a devastating burst of power, the massive shockwave blasting the surrounding monsters into the air. The card reappears in his left hand, radiating ripples of raw, unstable energy. Without a moment of hesitation, he flings it forward, commanding, "Go." It cuts through the air like a hurricane, trailing massive waves of fire in its wake. He begins the countdown. With every second, the card incinerates huge swaths of the swarm, turning them into nothing but ash. 3, 12, 1. As the timer hits 0, a series of violent explosions rock the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the entire area. The very ground is torn apart by the blast. Giang Khai stands amidst the rubble, turning his back on the smoldering remains. With a satisfied and confident smile, he thinks to himself, "As I thought." Letting the death card carry those flames expands the kill zone significantly. He smirks, planning to detonate the horde and wait for a chain reaction of critical hits during the burn. The thunderous explosions continue. Even this massive swarm cannot survive such a terrifying rate of slaughter. Giang Khai dominates the field, controlling the card with his mind to shred the swarm with ease. Its range far exceeds the 9 Tribulations Soul Chaser. He can use this to turn the entire battlefield into a blazing inferno. The death card itself seems to wear a twisted, gleeful grin. Relishing the carnage, the flames roar relentlessly, and the spider population plummets, though finishing them all will still take time. Soon, the smoke clears, revealing piles of charred spider carcasses scattered across the scorched earth. Giang Khai scoffs in disappointment. "What's the matter? These things are moving too slowly. They're supposed to be secret realm monsters." "Right. Why are they so weak? Forget it. I'll come find you instead." Outside, the monitoring mirror displays his progress, 416 out of 1 million kills. Time elapsed, 209 seconds. Huyan, fearing for his safety, anxiously asks Wen Mu, "Is the mirror broken? Why has the kill count stopped moving?" Now Vu chimes in. "It's only been a few dozen seconds. But in a secret realm where a million beasts are hunting one man, it's a kill-or-be-killed world. A single second can determine your fate." Quan Mak nods. "Exactly. Given this difficulty level, it's normal for Giang Khai to hit a wall. Instead of panicking, you'd better prepare a psychiatrist to treat him for a mental breakdown once he finally escapes." Tears streaming down her face. Ho Nan fired back. "Shut up, you're the crazy one. Don't talk like that when nothing is decided. I believe in Captain Kai." Quan Mok snapped back in annoyance. "Hey, isn't the current situation enough to prove my point? Besides, we've toiled for months. Yet Giang Khai was the one who just stumbled into a secret realm by pure luck. If he actually clears it, I'll have nothing to say. But looking at the state of things, this chance is as good as wasted. Against 1 million beasts. I bet Giang Khai is a dead man." Suddenly, a voice cut through. "What's the bet?" It was Wen Nu, with a chubby, stern face. He glared at Quan Ma. his fists clenched tight. Quan Mok frowned, remaining silent and uneasy. Wen Nu's intense tone made him hesitate to speak recklessly again. Nguyen Gu pressed once more. I'm asking you, what is the bet? Losing his patience, Quan Mok barked back. Fine, since you're all so stubborn. I'll lay it out right here. If Giang Khai actually walks out of there alive, I will kneel right here and call him father. Stepping toward Nguyen Nu, he added his condition. If not, you kneel and call me father. Do you have the guts? Nguyen Nu replied calmly without a second thought. It's a bet. Suddenly, Ho Nyan let out a frantic cry. Good heavens. What is happening? Just as the tension between the two peaked, they both whirled around toward the mirror in shock. The elimination progress had just been updated 620,000 out of 1 million. Inside the realm, a massive explosion erupted. Blazing flames illuminated the vast area as the ground shattered into 1,000 pieces. Swarms of spiders emerged, their venomous fangs lunging toward Giang Khai, descending from the air. He muttered, So, you're all hiding here. At least try to act like real secret realm monsters. As he spoke, he unleashed a barrage of attacks as devastating as falling bombs. Seeing them try to flee, he mocked, Running already, keep fighting, don't you dare stop now. The entire horde fell into a pit of fire. Countless monsters were blown to bits, leaving nothing but scorched earth and debris. Amidst the thick smoke and blinding waves of fire, those who survived, the blasts were sliced in half by his lethal cards. For a long while, one thunderous explosion followed another. Only after the dust settled did he finally stop his onslaught. As the flames died down, only pillars of black smoke and drifting ash remained in the desolate wasteland. Holding the death card, the raw power began to recede, and the flickering fire on his fingertips slowly faded away. A notification appeared. All creatures in the secret realm have been eliminated. Time taken, 1,447 seconds. With an arrogant smirk, Giang Khai stood tall. The card in his hand matched his sinister aura, making him look truly diabolical. He wondered aloud, Is it over already? I still have 30-some minutes of this rapid recovery buff left. What a waste. Just as he spoke, a brilliant golden circle manifested behind him, radiating a majestic light. Startled, he turned to see a shimmering golden mirror appearing, accompanied by a mysterious voice. Congratulations, brave challenger. You have cleared the trial of the horror nest. It was the voice of the realm's guardian. Klee, she continued. I shall now proceed to tally your rewards. Giang Khai was stunned. Was this the guardian his master had mentioned? The voice continued. You may now ask the hint mirror 5 questions within your authority. Giang Khai rubbed his chin, a grin spreading across his face as he pondered his options. With such a golden opportunity, asking only for the gambler's class advancement recipe would be a total waste. Wouldn't it? Perhaps he could uncover the truth behind the ghost stars to better face the impending threats ahead. However, he wasn't sure what his specific level of authority allowed. As he deliberated, a countdown timer suddenly appeared on the mirror. Time remaining 4 minutes 32 seconds. Klee reminded him to hurry, as the mirror's power would fade in 5 minutes. Giang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. There's a time limit too. Without hesitation, he asked, What is the relationship between the divine beasts of the ghost star and blue star? Time seemed to freeze as they stood in silence. When no response came, Giang Khai worried. Had the difficulty of his question exceeded his current clearance level? Klee suddenly spoke. Your first question exceeds your authority. You have 4 remaining chances, just as I thought. Giang Khai muttered to himself before immediately switching to a different inquiry. Regarding the gambler's advancement materials, what do the spontaneous flame, anomalous metal, unstable floating mud, and stagnant breeze actually represent? The mirror's surface began to ripple as golden light danced across it, signaling a revelation. He cheered inwardly. It was working. Standing before him, Klee looked like both an angel and a demon as she raised her hand. The mirror behind her swirling with light. Giang Khai watched intently, his eyes fixed on the glass. Wait. Is this? The mirror revealed an image of a withered tree engulfed in flames. His eyes widened as he cried out in shock. The Skyfire tree. Giang Khai stood frozen, staring at the Skyfire tree as it radiated a blinding, brilliant blaze. A massive fireball manifested, spewing scorching sparks in every direction. He suddenly recalled the words no one had shared with him. These trees were roughly 20 years old, but those over 30 could evolve into Skyfire spirit. Defeating these creatures might drop a fire tree heart, a rare material that amplifies the unique properties of any flame. Overjoyed, Giang Khai exclaimed, That's it, fire generated without fuel. The fire tree heart must thrive on perpetual self-combustion. I should have realized this back at the Liao Diem Mountains. Suddenly, the mirror's reflection vanished, returning to its dormant state. Giang Khai watched intently before posing his next question to the artifact. Quicksilver. I remember it's a demon crystal metal that remains liquid at room temperature. It's not exactly rare, but could it really be a metal of infinite transformations? A sudden bolt of realization struck him like lightning. The mirror shifted once more, revealing a desolate wasteland of nothing but barren rocks and dust. He pondered if it was just a wasteland. But then his eyes snapped wide. No. That's not it. Re-examining the reflection, he saw an orange-red void, an empty, desolate expanse without a single soul in sight. Tiny, shimmering white specks began to drift through the air. Thinking fast, he deduced they were merely dust particles. He reasoned, if dust settles to become soil, then while it is airborne, isn't it just floating earth? The moment he spoke, the mirror transformed again, displaying a deep blue sky filled with drifting white clouds. Stroking his chin, Giang Khai wondered. The sky this time, but it looks empty. How does this connect to the still wind? Scanning the image, a realization took hold. Wait. It's not empty at all. The air is there. A system notification pinged. The hint mirror has completed all 5 of your inquiries. Standing before the mirror, Giang Khai grew pensive. The fire tree heart, quicksilver, dust, and air. It turned out that 4 of the materials for the level 20 gambler promotion were surprisingly common items. Success depends on breaking conventional logic to see what others miss. If that is the case, then the river source water must be. He spoke his conclusion aloud. In the eternal cycle of heaven and earth, the most common source is rainwater. He grinned, eager to see what surprises the gambler class would bring after his promotion. Amidst his thoughts, Clean's voice echoed, and now, I shall grant you your second reward. Giang Khai's gaze sharpened, his movements slowing as he focused intently on what was appearing. Before him floated a crystalline object, an 8-sided prism with a mysterious circular void at its center. A notification flashed. Congratulations, you have obtained the double S-rank weapon, Holy Radiance Crystal. Holy Radiance Crystal, he whispered, reaching out to grasp the floating treasure. Immediately, the system status updated. This double S-rank weapon responds to thought alone. Once activated, it generates a divine halo within a half-meter radius of the target. Triggering the halo activates Spirit Red Cleansing, purifying the target of any mental debuffs or abnormal psychic states. Furthermore, it grants a random immunity against a single type of mental attribute attack. Giang Khai let out a soft gasp of surprise. Around the target, this means the Holy Radiance Crystal can protect others. Not just me. It is as versatile as my death cards. I can control it with a mere thought. Clutching the crystal, he added. But its purification power is the real game changer. He thought back to the encounter with the Banshee. Humans were always vulnerable to mental assaults. The Banshee Elite's soul-shattering scream alone had forced many seasoned adventurers to flee in terror. With newfound confidence, he smiled. Combined with my undead armor, I now have 2 layers of psychic defense. Another window popped up. During combat, the radiant halo can bind the enemy's body, sealing their movements. This cost-free ability recharges itself every time the user slays a foe. The purification effect of the Holy Radiance Crystal lasts for a full 10 minutes. The binding duration ranges from 3 to 180 seconds, depending on the enemy's strength and proximity. Reading the stats, he marveled. It even has a crowd control skill. The Holy Radiance Crystal is incredible. But for now, it seems limited to purification and support roles. He frowned in confusion. If that's all, why is its rank set so high at double S tier? The system notification updates. The Holy Glow Crystal is revealed as a unique ghost-grade weapon, obtainable only through the hidden realms of others. By using God's tiers, it can be ascended to unlock a powerful dual activation state. He couldn't help but wonder aloud. A unique ghost-grade weapon. Analyzing the crystal in his hand, Giang Khai noted, my death card is already a unique tier weapon exclusive to the gambler class. While this Holy Glow Crystal has no class restrictions, it remains the only one of its kind, even at the ghost grade level. He kept his thoughts to himself as he realized its potential. In a life or death moment, this could very well become his ultimate trump card. Outside, the information on the mirror changed instantly. The progress reached 1 million out of 10 million, completed in exactly 1,755 seconds. Witnessing this, Hu Yan cried out in pure joy. Oh my god, Wen Nu. Look at this, how many zeros are there? Am I seeing things? Wen Nu shouted back. It really is 1 million. Captain Kai must have cleared the challenge successfully. Now Vu stared in utter disbelief. What 1 million monsters in that hidden realm were all slaughtered by Giang Khai? Quan Mo muttered. To hell with this. The mirror has to be broken. Right, suddenly, the glass surface erupted in a blinding radiance, flooding the cabin and startling everyone. Ning Zhaovu shielded his eyes with one hand. Yet he couldn't stop himself from peeking at the mirror to see what was happening. Hu Yan's face was a mask of shock and delight, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she gazed toward the light. Without a single sound, Giang Khai suddenly materialized right before their eyes. appearing like a living miracle. He remained calm with a faint smile on his lips as the crowd roared. Captain Khai. Outside the wooden cabin, countless pixels of light hovered in the air, slowly reconstructing the landscape of the hills and the surrounding scenery. Nguyen Nu's voice rang out with pure thrill as she asked, Captain Khai, were there really 1 million monsters in that terrifying nest? How on earth did you kill them all? Hu Yan chimed in quickly. Exactly. Were there any other traps in that realm? Did the Guardian give you a hard time? Giang Khai simply gave them a gentle, knowing smile. Hu Yan. Nguyen Nu. Please, one at a time. I can't answer you both at once. Suddenly, Niao Vu's voice cut through the chatter. Giang Khai. To be honest, I don't know how you pulled it off, and a part of me is still frustrated. But congratulations on clearing this personal hidden realm. He paused for a moment, extending his hand before continuing. Furthermore, I want to apologize for my previous arrogance. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hidden the truth about the demoness to test you. And I certainly shouldn't have looked down on you. Giang Khai. I have to admit it, you are the most exceptional young adventurer I have ever encountered. Giang Khai let out a sharp smirk. Who I am is not for anyone else to define. Zhao Vu froze in surprise, staring as Giang Khai reached out his hand in return. Looking him in the eye, Giang Khai added, but I appreciate the sincere compliment. And I accept your apology. You're actually not half bad yourself. Zhao Vu let out a sigh of relief as a smile finally touched his lips. Niao Vu reached out and grasped Giang Kai's hand, their firm grip signaling the birth of a genuine bond. Zhao Vu nodded in mutual respect. Beside them, Hu Yan and Nguyen Nu watched the two with bright, happy smiles. Even Quan Mo's group looked on with radiant expressions, filled with pride for their captain. Hu Yan crossed her arms and teased. Wait. Don't. I remember someone making a bet, something about what they'd do if Captain Khai made it out alive. Everyone instinctively turned around, leaving Quan Mo breaking out in a cold sweat. Still confused, Giang Khai asked Hu Yan, what are you talking about? What bet? Before she could explain, Quan Mo dropped to his knees in front of him, dying of embarrassment as he choked out. Ghost Dad. A few days later, under a brilliant blue sky, the silhouette of a towering white building gradually came into view. Inside the building, Hu Yan paced back and forth anxiously. Why is Captain Kai's class advancement taking so long? He's been gone forever. When Nu tried to soothe her. Captain Khai has a unique hidden class. After all, it's only natural that his advancement takes more time. Let's just wait. At that very moment, in another realm entirely, Giang Khai was suspended in midair, surrounded by countless rising pillars of light. Beneath his feet, a massive magic circle etched with strange blue patterns began to rotate slowly. A sudden surge of energy exploded, sending his hair fluttering wildly as ribbons of light gradually enveloped his entire body. Giang Kai's eyes snapped open as he realized, it's a success. Simultaneously, a notification window appeared, with lines of text manifesting one by one. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the level 20 class advancement for the Gambler. Your new class is now Master of Deception. An image of a figure in a wide-brimmed hat with a ponytail appeared, holding a Rubik's Cube as playing cards scattered through the air. Staring at the prompt, Giang Khai whispered, the Master of Deception. It sounds like a class that's even more obsessed with the art of the gamble. The system notification continued to update. Congratulations on completing the level 20 advancement for the Gambler class. Your path now continues as the Master of Deception. Following this advancement, your basic attributes will increase by 100% whenever your talents are multiplied. All of your current talents have been ascended. Super Talent Multiplier unlocked. The initial activation rate has hit 100%. It cannot be raised any further. Super Multiplier chance increases from 1 to 3%. My 0.1% super crit chance doubles to 0.2% for a massive 200 times damage boost. After reviewing the stats, a look of pure joy and satisfaction spreads across Giang Kai's face. He thinks to himself both the super multiplier and the super critical hit rates have finally evolved. It is a slight boost, but in this desperate struggle, it is the hope needed to turn the tide. Looking at iBrain, he asks, tell me, AI, does my new Deceiver Master class come with its own unique hidden talent as well? iBrain responds, indeed, you shall inherit the Deceiver Master's ultimate talent, Heaven's Veil. As a master of lies, your guile is unparalleled. You will master the art of deceptive movements and silver-tongued words to shatter your enemy's focus. Giang Khai ponders, it is an evolved state of trickery. Mastered correctly, it might just provide the ultimate tactical surprise. The holographic notification continues to shift. Furthermore, triggered by your multiplier talent, you have unlocked a second random ability, Agility Fortification. With Agility Fortification, your base speed stats are now permanently increased by 40%. Giang Khai is stunned. A 40% leap, that is incredible. Overwhelmed with newfound confidence, he mutters, a Deceiver Master. Huh. Let's see what I can do. Back at the data lab, Jiang Kai's image flickers amidst a sea of complex numbers. Standing before the monitors, a man's voice cuts through the silence. He was only ranked D class, yet he somehow conquered the entire guild challenge. Lam Lam enters the room, adding, "At first, when the boy refused the military to take down the royals alone, I laughed at his arrogance. But after these battles, I realized I was the one living in a bubble. He actually pulled it off. Now, the royal family can no longer exert their pressure over the military forces. Perhaps it is time to revolutionize our evaluation system." Professor Lee nods in quiet agreement. Lam Lam hands Professor Lee a table. "By the way, this is the latest data from the Milo Land teleportation site. Please analyze it for any recurring anomalies." He adjusts his glasses. 55 nations have discovered it. Yet we have found nothing. Time is rapidly running out. Lam Lam replies, "I cannot explain it, but I have a premonition that the answer is closer than we think." As the sun dips below the horizon, the pale moon casts its eerie, silver glow across the dense forest. Jiang Kai's trio wanders through the trees. Hu Yan leans against a trunk, panting in total exhaustion. "We have been circling this area forever. Where are those howling moon wolves hiding?" Ruan Yu speaks up. "Captain Kai, do you think another team cleared the wolves before we arrived?" Jiang Kai recalls the creature's fierce anatomy and shakes his head. "Impossible. Unlike common beasts, the howling moon wolves are bipedal predators who walk upright like humans. This means they possess more than just claws. They have explosive speed and tactical flexibility. They are lethal opponents." He looks at Ruan Yu. Small guilds wouldn't dare provoke them, and a major guild raid would have made headlines by now. Suddenly, a voice laced with dread whispers. The night of the blood moon. Hu Yan grips her compass, cold sweat beating on her forehead. "Please tell me we are not this unlucky." Jiang Kai senses her panic immediately. "Hu Yan, what is wrong?" She quickly responds, "Captain, I just ran a divination. Tonight is the night of the blood moon. The blood moon awakens their ancient lineage, turning them into humanoids with skyrocketing power and terrifying intelligence." Ruan Yu trembles. "They say the wolves vanish to prepare for the moon's rise. No wonder the forest is silent." Jiang Kai's voice turns grim. "The howling moon pack numbers at least 100, and in their human forms, even a common soldier becomes as strong as that general tier armored lizard. Meaning..." He pauses for a heavy moment before continuing. "We are surrounded by at least 100 monsters, each possessing the devastating power of a general rank beast." Sweat pours down Ruan Yu's face as fear takes hold. "Captain Kai, should we retreat now?" Jiang Kai's gaze remains cold and unwavering. It is too late. They all look up at the crimson orb. Jiang Kai continues, "The blood moon has arrived. Above, the sky turns a haunting, deep scarlet, drowning the world in blood. Below, only the rustling of leaves remained in the eerie silence, as wild grass whipped through the air in a chaotic frenzy." Hu Yan shielded her eyes instinctively, but a sudden gust swept the bagua right from her hand. The compass hit the ground and rolled away, sending her into a frantic chase. "Oh no! My compass!" From behind the thick foliage, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged, fixating on the group that had just entered the forest. Hu Yan was still desperately searching for her item, completely unaware that a lethal threat was lurking right in front of her. A dark silhouette with glowing red eyes suddenly lunged out like a fired arrow, heading straight for Hu Yan. Paralyzed by shock, she could only watch as the creature closed in, like a ghostly phantom. The shadows zigzagged through the air, closing the distance in a mere heartbeat. Jiang Kai instantly unleashed his power, shouting, "Hu Yan, get out of the way." Hu Yan instinctively raised her hands, her face frozen in shock as her sparkling purple eyes stared at what she had just caught. She lifted the small cat-like creature and cried out, "It's over." My compass, Jiang Kai, ready to strike, froze in confusion when he saw her holding a kitten. What on earth is this? In her hands was an adorable fox spirit, its soft pink fur wiggling playfully. Hu Yan's mind seemed to short-circuit as she stared at the little creature in total bewilderment. She whispered, "Let's negotiate. Can you spit out everything in your mouth and give it back to me?" The fox spirit suddenly looked like it was choking, its body trembling violently as if to vomit. But the discomfort vanished instantly. It flashed a strangely human-like smile at Hu Yan, making her face stiffen. Speechless. Her own forced smile looked even worse than if she were crying. Frustrated, she burst into tears, crying out, "You idiot! Give it back." Jiang Kai and Wen Nu rushed to stop her. "Hu Yan, calm down." Under the eerie glow of the blood moon, the group was still bickering amidst the haunted atmosphere of the forest. Jiang Kai suddenly turned his head, sensing something ominous. Wait. This feeling. Countless eyes had appeared behind him, staring intently. At the center stood a massive silhouette with glowing crimson eyes. On Ebiwan, monsters emerged from the darkness, wolf-like creatures walking on two legs. Their bodies covered in thick fur and jagged teeth. A system notification appeared. Mutant beast, howling moon, wolf demon. Giang Khai shouted. It's a mutant pack. We're surrounded. Prepare for battle. Wen Nu moved to protect Hu Yan, smashing the wine jar in his hand to pieces, charging with his shield. Wen Nu yelled, so many beauties, I'm the Wolf King, line up. I'll show each of you some love. Startled, Giang Khai shouted, this is bad. Wen Nu charged in before even entering his drunken bliss's state. His frost tower shield alone cannot withstand an ambush by so many mutants. He immediately followed, shouting, Hu Yan, stay close to Wen Nu, she replied instantly. Got it. Up ahead. 5 mutant wolves pounced simultaneously toward Wen Nu. Giang Khai unleashed a burst of flames from behind, thinking, these creatures have high attack but low defense. I must keep my distance and keep firing. His powerful strike soared through the air, piercing right through the monsters before they could even react, killing them instantly. Massive energy erupted from their bodies, followed by a violent explosion. A notification popped up. 5 level 45 howling moon wolf demons eliminated. Wen Nu started wailing like a madman. My beauties, how frustrating. Someone dared to ruin my fun. Behind him, Giang Kai's face grew grim. Why weren't they attacking all at once despite their overwhelming numbers? A realization suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait. Are they testing our strength? Seeing their comrades fallen, more monsters began stepping out from the shadows. Standing before the pack, Giang Kai's intuition was confirmed. His suspicion was spot on. Without hesitation, he swung his summoning pillars of flame as his weapon streaked forward. The attack tore through the monsters. A massive explosion of energy sent shockwaves of fire everywhere, incinerating the beasts at the center. As the blast faded, only thick pillars of black smoke remained, rising into the sky. Yet, the relentless mutant wolves behind them showed no fear, continuing their fearless advance to challenge them. Hu Yan screamed in terror. Captain Kai. The warrant triggered 4 crits, but only 4 out of 17 mutants were killed. Giang Khai fell silent, analyzing the situation. These beasts were cunning. They stayed scattered to avoid his area of effect attacks. Hu Yan spun around as if struck by lightning, shrieking, watch out behind you. A mutant wolf had somehow flanked them, lunging from above with its razor-sharp claws aimed at Giang Khai. Time seemed to slow down. He stood with his back to the monster, expressionless and perfectly still. The jagged claws descended with lethal speed. Suddenly, Giang Khai glanced back, his eyes burning with cold, murderous intent. A massive claw swiped through the air, but it only managed to tear through his fading afterimage. Giang Khai vanished like a ghost, leaving nothing but a blur. This was the sea-crossing mirage technique, reappearing high above. He looked down coldly. What you see is only the reality I allow you to perceive. Now, embrace the agony of death, he roared as his weapon, Lifeseeker, plunged deep into the beast's flesh. A violent eruption of blinding energy exploded from within the monster's body. Agonizing screams tore through the blast. A notification flashed. Level 55 mutant howling moon wolf defeated. Nearby, Wen Nu charged 3 monsters with his shield, shouting, my beauties, your Wolf King has arrived. With a perverted grin, he failed to notice the streaks of fire already raining down beside him. The 3 mutant wolves were struck repeatedly and vanished instantly. Notification, 30 more level 55 wolves slain. Seeing this, Wen Nu immediately collapsed, rolling on the ground and wailing dramatically. That was so close. If Captain Kai hadn't saved me, I'd be dead meat. She then grabbed the cat and pinched its cheeks. Don't think your cuteness protects you. Spit out my compass now, or I'll throw you to the wolves. Giang Khai spun around, his heart sinking as another wave of monsters surged from the horizon. Honan, 4 o'clock, he barked. She turned in shock, freezing at the terrifying sight before her. A mutant wolf had already closed the gap, its razor-sharp claws inches away from her throat. Time slowed as Honan trembled. Unable to react, the claws swung down, and blood sprayed across the earth. The wolf's strike landed true, leaving 3 deep, jagged gashes on her arm that bled profusely. She collapsed, shielding Ho Lin despite the searing pain. Suddenly, the wolves froze, trembling at an overwhelming presence. Giang Khai sensed it too. The monsters weren't just stopping, they were paralyzed by primal fear. A terrifying aura had flooded the area. He looked back in horror. The source was right behind Honan. Suddenly, Ho Lin's form shifted, radiating a deadly pressure as it stood guard over her. Thinking fast, Giang Khai unleashed his most powerful strike, his weapon whistling through the air toward Ho Lin. But mid-flight, his weapon hit a wall. En invisible. Insurmountable force held it suspended in mid-air. A surging tide of power enveloped Honan, lifting her limp body high into the sky. What on earth is this? Giang Khai gasped as a blinding crimson light erupted from Ho Lin. He shielded his eyes from the glare. As the dust settled, the very sky had turned a deep blood red. Before him floated a magnificent, glowing sphere of pink energy that illuminated the entire battlefield. Within this mystical cocoon, Ho Nyan stirred, her purple eyes fluttering open as she groaned in pain. Who are you? She whispered, staring at the figure standing before her. A beautiful woman with pink ears and matching hair appeared, gently stroking Ho Nan's cheek. You lasted longer than expected. She smirked playfully. You're as weak as a little rabbit. Yet you're surprisingly stubborn. Her fingers traced the wolf's wound. Ho Nyan winced as a foul. Black miasma began to rise. How bothersome, the woman muttered, her eyes narrowing as she looked at the corruption. With a casual wave, she channeled her power, forcing the dark smoke to dissipate from the girl's arm. Then, her lips parted slightly, revealing tiny fangs as her pink tongue slid across her teeth. She leaned down, her tongue grazing the wound. Ho Nyan gasped, a strange sensation rushing through her. Her face turned bright red as the woman whispered, "Endure it, little rabbit." Suddenly, the space rippled. Something was battering the barrier from the outside. The woman looked up, her interest piqued by the intruder, to remain conscious under my direct pressure. How very intriguing, she thought to herself. Outside, Giang Khai was relentlessly pounding the barrier with every ounce of his strength. Inside, the woman stood up, a wicked smile playing on her lips as she locked eyes with him. Fine then. I'll play with you for a bit. She flicked her wrist, firing a pink bolt at his forehead. Giang Khai froze instantly, his mind suddenly flooded by a chaotic torrent of foreign thoughts. What is this? Why now? Cold sweat poured down his face as he stared ahead in absolute shock. His entire body surged with an electric chill, leaving him trapped in a sensation he couldn't explain. He had no idea what had just happened to him. Whipping his head around, a single thought raced through his mind. What on earth is going on? His eyes snapped wide in utter disbelief. Wait. This place. Before him lay a scene straight out of the apocalypse. Total devastation stretched across the horizon, with skyscrapers swallowed by a sea of towering flames. His mind spiraled as he tried to make sense of the chaos. He desperately retraced his steps. Why was he suddenly here, just moments ago? He was still deep within the Demon Star Forest. Ho Nyan Nguyen knew. Where did those wolf demons go, and what happened to that fox? Ho Nyan Nguyen knew. Giang Khai shouted for his teammates. Suddenly, a desperate plea for help pierced through the smoke. Help me. The earth suddenly buckled and groaned. He pressed his palm to the ground, feeling the vibrations. This wasn't a normal quake, it was a colossal entity weighing over 50 tons. The screams for help echoed again. It was a young man, paralyzed with fear, fleeing alongside a panicked mob. Someone, anyone, please save us. Looming right behind them was a three-headed titan with glowing crimson eyes, turning the ruins into a scene of absolute carnage. It looked down at the humans as if they were nothing but tiny ants, throwing its heads back and letting out a bone-chilling roar. Its gaze was filled with nothing but raw malice and destruction. Giang Khai froze as he recognized the nightmare before him. A beast god. Despite its mountain-like size, the three-headed monstrosity moved with terrifying speed, lunging directly at the fleeing crowd. Shock was written all over Giang Khai's face. He couldn't comprehend how he'd ended up here, or why he was suddenly facing a literal deity of slaughter. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Damn it. Hey, he sit. His mind clouded with confusion. What the hell is happening? Seeing the innocents about to be crushed, he roared. Chase fate, but nothing happened. No skills. Nothing. Was it a system bug that warped him back to Earth? But he immediately shook off that possibility. He quickly realized the sinister truth. This wasn't Earth, it was a twisted illusion created by that fox's ghostly powers. As the monster roared in fury, he analyzed the situation. In a real clash with a beast god, the survival rate for ordinary people was 0. He bolted forward, his mind still working at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Furthermore, not a single awakened hero had appeared, relying on his superior physical stats. He quickly outpaced the terrified civilians. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind. Please, I beg you, someone save my child. It was a mother clutching her infant, trying to weave through the frantic crowd. But in an instant, the monster's jaws snapped shut on her. The baby slipped from her grasp, its terrified cries filling the air, yet ignored by the mob. In that moment of life and death, everyone was blinded by their own urge to survive. Giang Khai gritted his teeth, warning himself, stay sharp. This isn't the time to play hero. Even in an illusion, death might have real consequences. Time seemed to slow down. Even though he knew this was a trick of the mind, the infant's desperate wailing echoed painfully in his head. Images of blood-stained hands holding a child flashed through his mind like a flickering ancien film. His boots skidded against the concrete, kicking up a cloud of dust as he ground to a halt. He couldn't keep running. To hell with it. Even if this was a lie. He couldn't stand by and watch a child be claimed by the Grim Reaper. This was one thing he simply couldn't turn his back on. With a look of pure determination, Giang Khai exploded forward at max speed, snatching the baby just inches away from the monster's crushing fang. Seeing its prey snatched away, the beast let out a thunderous howl and began a relentless pursuit of Giang Khai. He didn't waste a single breath. He just held the child tight and poured every ounce of his soul into his legs to escape the nightmare. His back was a map of crimson, torn open during the rescue. His breath came in ragged gasps. I'm reaching my limit. He had survived countless trials on the Demon Star and grown stronger than ever before, but without his supernatural skills, he was ultimately just a man of flesh and blood. The monster gave him no room to breathe, launching a devastating shockwave that tore through the air toward his back. The pavement exploded into lethal shrapnel. Suddenly, his foot caught in a jagged fissure. Panic surged through him. Oh no. Jagged stone spikes erupted from the earth. As he fell, he desperately threw the baby upward to keep it from being impaled. But fate was cruel. Right where the child was set to fall, another lethal spike began to grow. Everything moved in agonizing slow motion. The infant plummeted, mere centimeters away from being pierced through by the stone blade. In one final, desperate burst of strength, Giang Khai lunged and caught the baby securely. A bright, relieved smile broke through his exhausted face. The child trembled in his arms. He let out a silent sigh of relief. I've got you. But his relief was cut short. A massive, slime-covered tongue and a maw of razor-sharp teeth opened wide. Lunging directly at him, Giang Kai's pupils contracted in terror, battered and broken. He watched helplessly as the shadow of death descended upon them. Within a visceral, slimy void submerged in crimson fluid, he and the child began sinking into the darkness. A flicker of consciousness remained as Giang Khai faced his end. His flesh felt like it was already rotting. Was this agonizing pain of being digested merely an illusion? Suddenly, a voice echoed, perhaps from a stranger, or his own soul. He questioned himself. Look at this. This is the heavy price you pay for trying to play the hero. Who do you think you are? Did slaying a few weaklings make you believe you were some legendary savior? The image of the blood-soaked child crying for help flashed before him. Yet he remained utterly powerless to act. Helpless. He watched himself and the child sink into the abyss as those mocking words continued to haunt him. In reality, you've accomplished nothing. You're just a pathetic parasite who failed to protect a single soul. With a face covered in wounds and eyes brimming with tears, he choked out in pure desperation. I couldn't protect them. The voice sneered. Exactly, admit it, you can barely save yourself, let alone others. Through his weary, clouded eyes, he saw a familiar figure gradually materialize and approach. It was his own reflection, a projection of his inner self. That voice spoke again, questioning the nature of a man who was inherently selfish. Was he not? How heart-wrenching. You've done enough. The other Giang Khai reached out, gently caressing his wounded face before embracing him. The voice continued to resonate within his mind. So stop struggling. It's time for you to finally rest. He felt as though he were drifting to the ocean floor while tiny bubbles brushed past his skin. Faint sunlight flickered in the distance. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and a woman's voice called out, Xiao Khai. Why the daze? Sit down and eat while it's still hot. Beside her, a man looking over a newspaper chimed in. The boy is exhausted. He's been pushing himself far too hard lately. A warm scene unfolded. A happy family of 3 sat together, with simple yet fragrant dishes arranged on the table. Giang Khai stood paralyzed. Despite being covered in wounds and clad in battle gear, he found himself standing right in the middle of his childhood home. The woman chuckled softly. Even when he was little, he'd cry from a fall but insist it didn't hurt. Her husband nodded. Our Xiao Khai is a real man. But no matter how tough, he's still just a child. His entire body froze in place. His shock turned into disbelief, finally melting into profound nostalgia as he gazed at the figures before him. With trembling lips, he gritted his teeth and sobbed. Mom. Dad. His father's warm voice replied. Come home. Son. That choked cry seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. Mom. Dad. Returning to his childhood, he reached out a small, clumsy hand toward the meal and his parents. He whispered, Go home. Young Giang Khai's hand trembled toward his bowl as his voice shook with emotion. Mom? Dad. I'm sorry. As they listened in silence, his small hand suddenly transformed into a powerful, armored gauntlet. But this is the path I choose, the adult Giang Khai declared with conviction. His parents suddenly broke into laughter. A soft, blue-tinted white mist began to emanate from their fading forms. What can we do? It seems we truly can't talk him out of this. Can we? Indeed, he's grown up and found his own will. Before vanishing completely, they left him one final message. Never forget your original heart. Keep moving forward bravely. We will always be proud of you. Our son. Giang Khai clenched his fist and replied firmly. Yes, watching the mist dissipate. He flashed a brilliant smile. I understand. That fleeting moment of peace lasted only seconds before a terrifying disaster suddenly struck again. Giang Khai was pulled into a blinding void where shards of glass shattered his own reflection as an infant. Beyond the cracking glass, he could see famished monsters lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. The anomaly continued as a doppelganger of Giang Khai appeared. The clone's eyes widened in utter shock. What? Infuriated, Giang Khai glared at him. Everything here. It was all just a sick game played by you. Without hesitation, Giang Khai summoned his divine weapon, his aura exploding with immense power. The doppelganger snared. Impressive. You didn't drown in that beautiful illusion. Wasn't that dream better than reality? Giang Kai's face darkened, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared his enemy down. No matter how beautiful this facade appears, I know the truth. It is nothing more than a fragile, hollow bubble. Rather than hiding here, I will shatter it with my own hands. A look of pure contempt crossed his face. A beautiful illusion. Is this what you mean? He gestured. And intoxicating pink bubbles instantly flooded the air. He let out a cold chuckle. That is quite a poetic way to put it. I like your style. Now, tell me, within this world of lies, do you think I can kill you? As his opponent lunged, Giang Khai reacted instantly, leaping back to evade the strike. You show no fear against your own dark reflection. Then I bet those clumsy tricks of yours won't survive a single serious blow. Suddenly, Giang Kai's eyes erupted with a golden glow as he summoned the holy radiance light. He unleashed a soul-purging burst. Two identical forms, two clashing souls, stood locked in a duel within that mystical, shimmering void. Outside, the heavy silence of the night was only disturbed by a faint, wandering braise. Somehow, Giang Khai had been pulled back to reality, though he felt a lingering sense of regret. Regaining his focus, he saw a familiar, chubby figure yawning nearby. This is bad. Was Hu Nian taken away? Just as the question left his lips, Hu Nian was suddenly released. Falling straight into his protective arms, he checked her over in surprise. Her wounds are completely healed. Did that fox demon actually treat her injuries? Hu Nian seemed lost in the remnants of a dream, her cheeks flushing a deep red as she murmured bashfully, Oh. How annoying. Giang Khai frowned in confusion. Seriously. What could she be dreaming about to make her face that red? Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed through the air. An explorer from the Holy Radiance Kingdom. How much more intriguing than I imagined. Giang Khai scanned his surroundings but found no one. So he leaned Hu Nian against a tree, his gaze sharpened with a warning. Who exactly are you? Show yourself, if you have any courage. Hu Lin's voice drifted back, dripping with mockery and amusement. Humans are always so quick to anger. Sadly, a person like you doesn't even have the right to know my name yet. Provoked, Giang Khai shouted back in frustration. Hey you, the mysterious voice remained calm and dismissive. However, since you're actually quite adorable, I shall grant you a small parting gift. Listen closely, for I will only say this once. Will you accept what is forced upon you? The gift manifested as a massive, shimmering gold map. Giang Khai stood frozen in shock. Wait a second. What is this supposed to be? After bestowing the item upon Giang Khai, Hu Lin spoke with renewed fascination. It seems my boring days are finally coming to an end. I wonder what unexpected events will happen next. I truly can't wait. Giang Khai rushed toward the source of the voice. Hold on, but his urgency only seemed to heighten Hu Lin's twisted sense of joy. Such an entertaining human. Make sure you amuse me even more next time. Giang Khai yelled out in irritation. Wait, hey. Come back here. There was no answer. Only the silent night and the crescent moon hanging in the sky. Giang Khai muttered to himself. She's completely vanished. The next morning, a sudden scream shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Captain Kai Hunan rushed toward him, her voice filled with urgency. Did I really almost die yesterday? And that fox was the one who saved me, she asked, her eyes searching for answers. Hunhan. Why would that demon save you? Did she say anything strange? Try to remember. Hu Nian looked completely lost. Huh. She can actually talk. I think my head is a mess. It feels like I just slept through everything and forgot it all. But a moment later, a deep blush crept across her pale face. Hu Nian thought to herself, except for that one strange dream. In her dream, Hu Lin had drifted closer, her gentle voice whispering in her ear. This is a gift of gratitude. It's much sweeter than blood. Now, my cute little bunny, don't go getting yourself hurt so easily next time. Recalling those words left her with a hazy, indescribable feeling. What a bizarre dream. Giang Kai's voice broke her trance, pulling her back to the present. Hunhan, what's wrong with you? She awkwardly avoided his eyes. It's nothing. Inside, her heart raced. That dream was simply too embarrassing to ever mention. As the two talked, Wennu called out from a distance, urging them to hurry. Captain Kai. Huhan. Get over here. If you don't move fast, the meat is going to burn. Giang Khai patted her shoulder and laughed. Let's eat. We have things to discuss later. She nodded obediently. Understood. She then lunged forward to hug Nguyen Nu, her eyes sparkling. The meat smells so good. I'm coming for it. When Nu shrieked in surprise. Hunan, are you trying to eat me too? Watching the two of them, Giang Khai couldn't help but smile. They forgot all their troubles the moment food appeared. What a truly hilarious duo. The following day, the trio stood before a narrow, foreboding canyon. Giang Khai announced, We've arrived. According to that fox demon's map, the coordinates lead directly into this canyon. Hunyan asked anxiously. Captain Kai, you aren't planning to go in without us? Right. Wennu agreed, voicing his protest. Exactly. Captain, you said yourself that Fox is incredibly cunning. This could easily be a trap. Maybe we should consult Brother Liu first, Giang Khai explained calmly. Brother Liu has his hands full with military duties. We can't keep relying on him. Besides, Hun, you've only just recovered and need more rest. And Nu, you get too reckless when you're fired up. The fog inside is thick and dangerous. Both of you stay here and wait for my return. Honan called out, her voice laced with deep concern, but Giang Khai pressed forward into the depths. Never once looking back, he simply raised a hand in a casual wave. Don't sweat it. I'm just taking a quick look. If things get hairy, I'm out of there. As his boots crunched into the interior, Giang Kai's thoughts immediately drifted toward Ho Lin. Her power likely dwarfs any monster we've ever faced. She's probably a map-tier boss who could kill me in the blink of an eye, more than her terrifying abilities. It was that unpredictable nature of hers that truly unnerved me. What exactly is her endgame? I can't shake this ominous premonition. 20 minutes later, Giang Khai reached the very end of the rocky ravine. He suddenly stiffened, his eyes flashing with intensity. Before him lay a crystal-clear lake, nestled within a barren wasteland, and a tiger, standing atop a jagged ridge. Giang Khai surveyed the scene below. At first glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Suddenly, a stone fell by his feet, as if by design. He kicked it into the calm water, and instantly, violent ripples began to churn. Giang Khai immediately abandoned his initial theory, his entire body coiling like a spring in total tension. Something is wrong with this lake. His eyes widened, locking onto a single point beneath the surface. What is that? A dense wave of pure malice erupted from the depths, chilling him to the bone. This eerie aura was far more terrifying than the fox demon. As the wave surged violently, he knew it was coming. Stunned, Giang Khai frantically scanned the area for an escape route. Damn it. Was this really a trap? He spun around and immediately began to move in the opposite direction. Run, I have to get out right now, but after only a few steps, he skidded to a halt as a primal warning screamed through his nerves. A wave of intense discomfort and irritation washed over him. Why am I suddenly paralyzed with such overwhelming fear? The terror was so absolute it seemed to devour every other emotion, leaving only a hollow, trembling sense of dread. Even when he first set foot on the ghost star and faced those monsters, feeling the cold breath of despair for the first time, in those moments when death loomed close, he had experienced everything from fear and rage to bitter regret, but he had never felt a dread like this. It was as if some unseen force was intentionally magnifying the horror within his heart. If this thing is truly so powerful and terrifying, why is it cowering beneath the water like a frightened rat? If it's trying to lure me in, why hasn't it struck yet? Cold sweat began to pour down Giang Kai's furrowed brow. His feet skidded across the dirt before he finally stopped. Only one logical explanation remained in his mind. This whole spectacle was a calculated move to avoid being detected, a facade of mystery created to keep others away. Once the fear was cast aside, Giang Khai stopped hesitating and instantly unleashed his godly aura. He turned back to confront the rising wall of water. Let's see what's really playing tricks. Once again, shock filled his eyes. Wait. That wave from before has transformed into a bizarre, glowing vortex of light. A system notification flashed before him. Congratulations. You have discovered the Maitreya land teleportation array, snapping back from the mystical realm to reality. The world was already buzzing with breaking news. In the global rankings of top 10 ghost star mining nations, the Shengyao Kingdom was the only one disqualified from the global battle. Didn't Shengyao always brag about their strength if they lick my boots? Maybe we'll consider giving them a few clues. That's right, get down on your knees. And we might just help you find a teleportation array. Hearing those vile provocations, a hand gripped the armrest of the chair until the knuckles turned white. Wei Ying frowned in silent fury. Was there truly no hope left? Just then, a man burst into the room. Commander Y. Startled, he asked. Xiao Lu. What's with the frantic rush? The man slammed his hand onto the table with a loud thud. Commander Y, it's us. It's Lu Jun, he shouted with sheer joy. We found the teleportation array. Wei Ying bolted upright in shock, his voice trembling as he sought confirmation. What did you just say? At the mouth of the ravine, the site of the array was already swarming with guards, pushing the crowds back behind warning line. This isn't a tourist attraction. Wen Nu stood among the crowd, tilting her chin up with a sharp remark.